How ballsy is this dude? He doesn't have a standard surgical certificate for a doctor, but he's happily taking on stitching up a Triad thug, while the thug's threatening, "Do you know who my dad is? If you screw up the stitching or cause any complications with my wound, your house will be the brightest in this whole province. Guess I should just quit and go back to the countryside to herd cows." Not long ago, a system panel suddenly appeared before Ling Ran's eyes. As a medical student, his first reaction was, "I'm sick." So he went to the hospital for a series of tests, but the results showed everything was normal. He then believed that the system before him was real. Ling Ran gulped. Opening the newbie gift pack, "Congratulations, you have obtained the master suture technique." But Ling Ran was a little dissatisfied. "Just a suture technique? Isn't that a bit stingy?" But the system replied mechanically. "This suture technique consists of 6 levels in total, divided from low to high: novice, proficient, master, and perfect master. Master is the 3rd level among them." Ling Ran was still not satisfied. "Even if there are many levels, it's still just the most basic suture technique. Can't you give me something else?" the system said. "No." Hearing the system's canned response, Ling Ran decided to try out the master suture technique. So he took a banana from his pocket, carefully cut a line, and then began the suturing surgery. His technique seemed smoother than before. The moment the needle touched the banana peel, countless information would appear in his head. Without having to think too much, a slight twist of the wrist and the needle went through easily, incredibly smoothly. When the suturing was finished, the distance between the stitches was exactly the same, and the stitches were also offset to one side. The execution time was also the perfect ideal time. It seems this master suture technique is pretty good. So what would the perfect level above master be like? Scene changes to the day of internship at Yunhua Hospital. Before they could get on the operating table, they needed to complete a test, which was vascular anastomosis surgery, on a white rat's tail. Kang Juliang showed off from the start, saying, "This surgery is extremely difficult. Even experienced surgeons aren't guaranteed to be able to do it." The students below thought he was looking down on them. Kang Juliang saw the students' unconvinced expressions. He said, "If you guys aren't convinced, you can come up here and compete with me." The students rushed to raise their hands to try. Finally, a rough-looking guy went up, but this guy didn't seem to be doing too well. His hands were already shaking before he started, and he punctured the blood vessel as soon as he made a move. Seeing this, the students were as dejected as if they had been doused with cold water. Only Ling Ran raised his head high. Kang Juliang thought Ling Ran was still unconvinced, so he let him try. Ling Ran put on a mask and gloves, saying that he was ready. After Kang Juliang gave a simple explanation, Ling Ran began to suture. With the support of the master suture technique, the needle moved without any obstacles. The combination of needle and forceps was also extremely smooth. In a flash, he completed the surgery. Kang Juliang was stunned on the spot. This surgery was clean, neat, rhythmic, perfect, and very orderly. He didn't want to admit it, but he couldn't help but admit that Ling Ran's suturing was better than his own. Without guidance and a lot of surgical practice, it would be impossible to develop such a level of skill. So he tried to probe Ling Ran, asking which hospital he interned at before, but he said he was just helping out at a family-owned clinic. This rat tail is cut into 60 segments, and medical students have to perfectly suture them back together while ensuring a blood flow rate of 95% or higher. But only Ling Ran could pull off such a difficult challenge. The head of the department asked him, "Which department do you want to join?" Ling Ran thought for a moment. The system panel suddenly appeared in front of him. The newbie mission is to suture wounds for 10 patients, and the reward is the interrupted vertical mattress suture technique. Ling Ran thought for a moment. This suturing technique is pretty good and commonly used, but the only place that allows interns to quickly participate in patient treatment is the emergency department. So Ling Ran decided to go to the emergency department. The head of the department was very surprised to hear that. This guy is definitely not simple. His roommate also advised him to consider it carefully, because the work in the emergency department is very tiring. But Ling Ran said that he had already thought it through, because this mission requires completion within 10 days, and only the emergency department can complete the mission. On his first day in the emergency department, Ling Ran met his first patient. It was a male patient around 40 to 50 years old, who had fallen and had a tree branch pierced through his palm. The main surgeon was Dr. Zihu, and Ling Ran was the assistant supporting Dr. Zihu. Ling Ran saw that Dr. Zhao seemed very easy to talk to, so he asked him if he could perform this wound suturing surgery. Dr. Zihu thought, these young people don't have it easy, so if he could help he would. This type of wound only needs to be cleaned, then follow the usual procedures, and usually, nothing goes wrong. So Dr. Zhao agreed to Ling Ran's request, and he took the opportunity to catch a nap, but in less than 2 minutes, He was woken up by Ling Ran. He said he was done suturing. He almost bit his tongue. Kid, don't just stitch things up haphazardly because you want to show off your speed. But when Dr. Zhu checked the wound, he was immediately stunned. This suture was done so perfectly that it was unbelievable. Dr. Zhu has worked in the emergency room for so many years and has seen many fast-handed surgeons, but such talented surgeons are definitely not interns. And you, Doctor? Zhao looked at Ling Ran again, suddenly feeling that he was shining brightly. Maybe he's a skilled specialist from some hospital here at Manhwa for an exchange program. Just then, a tattooed man walked into the hospital. He said, "Someone slashed my head, and I need a doctor to stitch it up immediately." Behind him was also a group of fierce thugs. It seems that if the stitching isn't good, the whole hospital will be in trouble, Doctor. Zhu had never encountered such a situation, and he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. But Ling Ran looked very eager. As soon as Dr. Zhao picked up the forceps, his hands started to tremble. After reluctantly cleaning the wound, his face was already covered in sweat. Suddenly, Dr. Zhao turned to Ling Ran and asked, "Do you want to suture it, Doctor?" Zhao had already planned it out. If he's a specialist from another hospital here to show off his skills, then let him suture this guy. Of course, Ling Ran wouldn't miss any opportunity to practice. He immediately agreed, and in his heart he was extremely grateful to Dr. Zhao. What a great guy. But the tattooed thug was being difficult, and he asked, "What's the meaning of letting some newbie stitch me up? I've been to many hospitals. If the stitching is no good, then all of you will suffer the consequences." While he was ranting, he suddenly noticed that Dr. Zhu's expression was off. "What the hell are you doing, Doctor?" Zhu pointed at him, stammering. "His wound is already stitched up." Ling Ran coolly put away the tools, turned the tattooed man's head around twice. He even rubbed his hand on the guy's smooth nape and said with satisfaction, "Solid. Freaking perfect." Then, Ling Ran gave him a mirror to look at himself. The tattooed guy looked at the perfect stitches on the back of his head and couldn't help but praise him. "You sew even faster than you chop, and your stitches are so neat and even." Then, he put the mirror down, his eyes lighting up as he demanded Zhu Feng's business card. He added, "I'll come find you after I get chopped again." Zhu Feng hurriedly told him to sit down. The wound hasn't been bandaged yet, but the guy stood up and said, "Why bother bandaging such beautiful stitches? I'll come find you again next time I get hurt." Then, he said to his underlings, "All right, let's go chop those guys back." After that, he and a horde of his underlings swarmed away, Dr. Zhu next to him sighed. To finish stitching a patient's wound while they're still talking, and the patient doesn't even notice? This is the first time I've seen such a bizarre surgery. Therefore, this bro specifically requested Zhu Feng to stitch the wound on his arm. He blushed, shyly wanting Zhu Feng to protect his deer tattoo. Zhu Feng's face was full of question marks. "That's not a deer, it's clearly a pink pony." The guy scratched his head and explained, "It used to be the deer's antlers, but some quack doctor sewed them off, so now I can only change it into a unicorn pony." Zhu Feng carefully examined it and found that the current wound was quite large, and the muscle tissues were protruding. If he wasn't careful, the tattoo could be deformed. After hearing that, his face turned gloomy. "I really don't want to get it removed, plus I'm used to the pony now. At least the girls will dig it," Zhu Feng said. "Got it." Then he started stitching. At this moment, Wu Zhuyuan arrived and suddenly shouted, "Isn't he just an intern?" The tattooed guy angrily yelled, "What are you shouting for? Can't you see Dr. Lin is performing surgery?" Startled by his shout, Wu Zhuyuan immediately shut his mouth. At this moment, the wound was stitched up, and the pony dude kept praising, "Dr. Shu's reputation is well deserved. It doesn't even look like it was stitched, and the tattoo's been saved." But Wu Zhuyuan looked disdainful, he thought. "Are you guys all blind? What a bunch of tryhards. Plus, he's just an intern." But when he saw the stitched wound, Wu Zhuyuan was so shocked his jaw dropped. "Holy crap, is that painted on or something?" His disdain vanished as he said with an admiring tone, "Dr. Shu, your stitching is amazing. How did you learn to stitch like that?" Zhu Feng was too focused to realize what was happening, so he casually replied, "It's a newbie gift." Dr. Wu was stunned for a moment, then smiled wryly. "Dr. Shu is so funny. We've met before. I thought you were an intern, but who knew you were a doctor at the hospital?" Zhu Feng realized he had slipped up. He sighed and said, "Just call me Zhu Feng. I really am an intern, no cap." After a busy day, Zhu Feng finally completed his newbie mission and obtained the interrupted mattress suture skill. This suture technique is mainly used for stitching lacerations on loose skin. Usually urology uses it more. He returned to his family's clinic, eager to try out his new skill. Boss Yang accidentally cut his hand while butchering. The wound was also very deep, almost severing his palm. Dr. Xiong from the clinic thought the wound was too severe and should be transferred to a big hospital immediately. Xu Feng couldn't help but cough twice when he heard that, saying that a clinic, faced with an accidental injury, only thought of transferring the patient. Truly not worthy of being a clinic. Xu Feng put on his white coat, intending to lend a hand. As soon as he made the decision, the system prompt appeared. Newbie mission, heal Boss Yang's hand. A successful treatment will be rewarded with a newbie treasure, a yang-boosting pill. Xu Feng was used to the sudden system, so he calmly continued, but Dr. Xiang didn't expect him to be able to help. He thought, what could a fresh-out-of-school intern like Xu Feng do? But letting Boss Yang bleed like that wasn't a solution either, so he should at least do some simple treatment first. So he called the only nurse in the clinic, Wan Zi, and told her to prepare the disinfectant. Xu Feng looked at the complete set of surgical instruments next to him, thinking, with this, it's enough to stitch up the patient's wound and make him satisfied. So he started washing his hands to prepare to stitch up Boss Yang's wound. Dr. Xiang hurriedly said that his wound was quite deep and may have damaged the tendons and muscles, so it's best to go to a big hospital for examination. At this time, Xu Feng had put on his gloves and he said, it's just a wound on the palm, not a complete severing. The injury isn't too serious yet. Dr. Xiang still insisted on stability first. But before he could finish speaking, Xu Feng had already picked up the forceps and started the surgery. He told Huanzi to coordinate and prepare the necessary supplies. Dr. Xiang wanted to stop him, but after seeing Ling Ran's godlike hand speed, he didn't hesitate, and already had more than a dozen stitches in a flash. With the support of master-level suturing technique, Xu Feng quickly finished suturing the wound. Dr. Xiang next to him was stunned. As far as he knew, even a doctor who had worked in the hospital for 2 years wasn't sure they could complete such a suture on their own. Xu Feng's father, Ling Jiju, excitedly clapped his hands. With Xu Feng's level of surgery, he's qualified to sit for consultations at the family clinic. At this time, the son of Boss Yang, Yang Hu, rushed in, angrily blaming Dr. Xiang. Why come to this small clinic to stitch up the wound? Although Boss Yang tried his best to persuade him, Yang Hu was still dissatisfied with Xu Feng. My dad earns a living with these hands. If they can't recover normal function, you guys have to take care of him for the rest of his life. After he finished speaking, he didn't bother to turn his head and took his dad straight to a big hospital for a re-examination. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Xu Feng saw that the system panel hadn't changed. It seemed he had to wait until they finished the examination for the mission to be considered complete. At this time, a beautiful girl rode a motorbike to the clinic, holding a big fish in her hand, and asked immediately, is Xu Feng here? Xu Feng's father saw the beauty in front of him, and his eyes lit up. He thought to himself, my son has only been a doctor for a few days, and already someone is giving him gifts. He really is my beloved son. At this time, Xu Feng also came out from inside the house. After learning that the girl came here for her brother, he asked immediately, who is your brother? This girl, seeing the handsome Xu Feng for the first time, blushed unconsciously. I am Lu Jingling. My brother's name is Lu Haishan. He has a tattoo of a deer on his hand. A few days ago you helped him suture his wound. Xu Feng suddenly remembered. So it was the man with the pony tattoo. Lu Xingling intended to leave after giving the fish. But at this time she didn't want to go yet. She didn't wait to be asked, and said straight away, do you guys usually eat salmon? Should I prepare some? After saying that, she didn't wait for Xu Feng's father and son to answer, and just went into the kitchen and started doing her thing. A plate of sliced salmon was placed on the dining table. The whole family of 3 praised Xingling's skill non-stop. The taste was also amazing. Lu Xingling was very proud to say that the salmon in Yunhua are all from her family. Even the smuggled goods from other places aren't as fresh as her family's goods. Then suddenly changing the subject, Xingling suddenly asked, does Xu Feng's mother want me to be her daughter-in-law? Xu Feng's mother spat out what she was drinking. After hearing that, almost spraying the salmon out of her mouth. Xu Feng's father was also stunned. This Jianghu girl is really impetuous. Seeing everyone's reaction like that, Lu Xingling quickly retracted her words. It was just a joke. I'm not ready to get married yet. A few hours later, father and son from the Yang family came back from the hospital examination. Xu Feng's parents stepped forward to ask what the results of the re-examination were. Boss Yang said embarrassedly, the doctor at Yunhua Hospital said that my hand could recover like this, thanks to Xu Feng's very beautiful suturing. I was a bit too much before, sorry everyone. After saying that, he even told Yang Hu to take out a flag. On the flag were embroidered 4 sparkling golden characters that read, the golden hand in the village. This was the first time someone gave his son a flag. Ling Jiechu was overjoyed. In the future, if anyone sees that Xu Feng is young and has no ability, just bring out this flag to scare them. But Tao Ping thought that she couldn't let her son be slandered for no reason. The Yang family couldn't come silently and leave quietly like that. She said to her husband, go to the supermarket and buy 2 strings of firecrackers and hang the flag up to show off. A moment later, the sound of firecrackers rang out in front of the clinic. At this time, Xu Feng's system panel also appeared. Novice mission completed. Received a novice treasure box. Then, a shining blue box appeared in front of Xu Feng. He touched the box, and it immediately unlocked itself. An item resembling a shining test tube slowly floated up, on which there was the word, Stamina Recovery Potion. Potion can restore your strength. Xu Feng picked up the vial, and was extremely surprised in his heart. I didn't expect this system to be able to produce real items. The hospital is a very strange place. As soon as you say you're too free, you're bound to be busy. The students said. Today is so boring. Then, Nurse Wang Jia rushed over and told everyone to go to the emergency room. Ling Ran also received a system quest. Treat multiple patients in a day, and receive a newbie treasure chest for every 10 treatments completed. Outside the emergency room, Chief Physician Huo Zongjun said grimly. There was a boiler explosion at the factory in the suburbs. Many injured people are on their way here. You guys need to be ready for battle. This was Ling Ran's first time encountering such an unexpected situation, and he seemed a little nervous. Seeing this, Dr. Zhao told Ling Ran to go with him. Although he trusted Ling Ran's suturing skills, the patient's problems were extremely strange. Without appropriate experience, it would be easy to mess things up. Not long after, several ambulances stopped in front of the door. The doors opened, and bodies covered in blood and gore were brought inside. The doctors rushed forward without hesitation, their white coats stained with blood. Dr. Ziu also brought Ling Ran along and assigned him suturing tasks. Wang Jia reminded Ling Ran, conserve your strength, there might be more ambulances coming later. But Ling Ran has master-level suturing skills, so these tasks are just small potatoes to him. Right now, he's thinking about how to complete more quests. Ling Ran just calmly said, no problem. Wang Jia didn't expect him to react like that, and she thought to herself, as expected of Dr. Ling, he's not like those fakers. Patients were brought in continuously, and the emergency room was packed. If more came, the doctors would definitely be too busy to handle them all. But once the patients were brought in, they couldn't be transferred to another hospital. Ling Ran suddenly asked if he could help others. After finishing his assigned patients, Dr. Zhu was stunned for a moment, and he thought to himself, wouldn't it be better to rest after finishing your work? But in order to encourage the intern, Dr. Zhu said that if he wanted to help, no one would stop him. The resident doctor next to him also excitedly shouted at Ling Ran, let's speed things up together. But immediately, Dr. Zhao poured cold water on him. I'm talking to Ling Ran, not you. You should obediently follow me. Ling Ran's next patient was another challenge for him, with countless wounds on his leg, some shallow and some deep. Ling Ran carefully observed and decided to use different methods to handle them. Long wounds were treated with interrupted sutures, shallow wounds with continuous sutures, and wounds under tension with cross-stitch sutures. Although he had the support of master-level suturing skills, Ling Ran still expended a lot of energy. Dr. Zhao, who was standing next to him, became more and more frightened as he watched. He couldn't help but marvel that Ling Ran not only had abundant techniques, but also made very accurate choices. The patient saw Dr. Zhu's expression and couldn't help but worry, fearing that there was a problem with Ling Ran's surgery. Dr. Zhu paused for a moment after hearing this. Then he gave a thumbs up, meaning that the surgery was very successful. Hearing Dr. Zhu's words, the patient was relieved. Ling Ran, on the other hand, had already finished suturing another patient. He turned to Dr. Zhao and asked, can I go suture for others? But Dr. Zhao told Ling Ran to sit still and not move, and instead told Wang Jia to call for a patient. If the doctor went directly to the crowd to choose someone, he would be surrounded by anxious family members, which would affect the speed of treatment. Ling Ran still wanted to complete more quests, so he told Wang Jia to find patients with minor injuries that only required simple suturing. Because Ling Ran had master-level suturing skills, and the patients he treated all had minor injuries, he quickly completed his first quest. The reward for this quest was still a potion that could restore energy. He went to another place and secretly took out the potion. Dr. Zhuao had just finished treating a patient with a minor wound when he saw Ling Ran had finished his work again. He happily gave up his spot to him and went to comfort the patient. Ling Ran is the best suturer in our department, even better than me. Just relax and enjoy. The patient wasn't very happy and said, can I enjoy something else? Also, this doctor is so young, is he really that good? Ling Ran didn't care about the patient's attitude, and he said that he could suture any wound on their body. After treating another 10 patients, Ling Ran discovered that the quest rewards could be received multiple times. This made Ling Ran extremely happy. This was a great opportunity. Not only could he receive more system rewards, but he could also accumulate the number of surgeries. After all, the emergency department usually doesn't have so many patients. To snag even more system rewards, Ling Ran decided to rope in some help. He proposed Dr. Zhu for disinfection, the head nurse for bandaging, and himself for coordination, which would seriously speed up the stitching process. Dr. Zhao, upon hearing this, eyed him and said, little punk, You want me to help you clean wounds? Ling Ran immediately backpedaled. If you're not up for it, I can always ask my roommate. Dr. Zhu agreed. But you gotta clear it with the attending physician first. Upon hearing the news, Chen Wanhao and Wang Zhuangyong were ecstatic. No way, we actually get to get our hands dirty. Ling Ran said, Alright, we need one person for light wound cleaning and one for bandaging. Dibs. With tasks assigned, the seamless surgical procedure officially kicked off. Wang Jia also arrived to lend a hand, bringing in a ton of patients. Minor stuff, but with their coordination, Ling Ran and his buddies cleared out the light cases. But he had no intention of taking a break just yet. Still needed 2 more treatments for the system quest to hit 40. He wasn't about to go home empty-handed like that. After hanging up the phone, she and her underlings showed up outside the bar. Heard there was going to be some trouble tonight, so bound to be some injuries. And sure enough, not long after, a chaotic brawl erupted inside. Then, a bunch of dudes staggered out, clutching their wounds. Lu Xingling immediately ordered her crew to haul everyone with injuries to Yunhua Hospital. Liu Xingling found Ling Ran and said, I brought you a whole van of patients. She even asked him if this was enough people. If it's not enough, I can bring another van. Then, the underling brought 2 more vans, and he said, everyone with minor injuries is here. Just like that, Ling Ran kept grinding for hours while his colleagues were long gone to dreamland. But Ling Ran was still bursting with energy, thanks to a stamina-boosting potion he chugged earlier. Now he was practically a new man, fresh out of a good night's sleep. This intern had been battling it out in the ER for a whole day and night, but didn't seem tired at all. By this point, he'd stitched up at least 50 patients. Huo Kongjun was furious when he found out. The biggest taboo for surgery doctors is greed and carelessness. He thought Ling Ran was treating healing as a joke. Then he looked at Ling Ran with a critical and assessing gaze. But he found that Ling Ran's movements were still very precise. Even with Huo Kongjun breathing down his neck, Ling Ran could still ignore everything around him, completely in control of his rhythm. So how did he cope with important sutures? The anesthesia position was right. The area around the wound was cleaned very cleanly. The skin was also stitched quite well. And the standard interrupted sutures were impeccable. To think that Ling Ran continuously stitched for more than 50 patients, and could still stitch so accurately. Huo Kongjun's nitpicking heart seemed to be suspended. In his heart, he secretly praised this intern. At this time, Ling Ran noticed Huo Kongjun standing behind him. He exclaimed and asked, Dr. Huo, when did you come here? Huo Kongjun was stunned. He didn't expect this kid to still be so awake. Then he told Dr. Zhao to carefully check Ling Ran's surgical records and the patient's condition in the following days. Then he turned to Ling Ran and said, Come early tomorrow so he can take you to surgery. Everyone else was shocked after hearing this. Holy crap, an intern is going to be on the operating table already. Talk about hitting the jackpot. Ling Ran was also very surprised, not expecting the director to care so much about him. At the same time, Ling Ran had achieved a new milestone of 50 consecutive sutures. The reward is an intermediate treasure chest. When he got home in the evening, he opened the intermediate treasure chest he had just received. In the silver box, what appeared was a glittering book. This is a skill book, which can upgrade a basic skill to the perfect level. Ling Ran originally planned to upgrade the master suture technique to the perfect level, and he also wanted to see what the perfect level looked like, but this was quickly rejected. Instead of upgrading the master suture technique to the perfect level, it is better to upgrade another technique to the perfect level. So he opened the skill book, which had 2 options, basic surgery and basic internal medicine. But basic internal medicine was grayed out, so it seemed he could only choose basic surgery. Immediately, 6 options flashed, all basic surgical procedures. Zhu Feng chose the hemostasis skill that he needed most right now. Next, 4 options for hemostasis appeared. Zhu Feng didn't hesitate to choose barehanded hemostasis, because in the emergency department what you can use immediately is this. Zhu Feng lay on the bed, held out his hand, imagining controlling the patient's liver in the palm of his hand, thought for a while, and then drifted off to sleep. The next day, Huo Kongjun called Zhu Feng to go see patients together. Huo Kongjun held the medical records and told Zhu Feng to give a brief introduction to the patient. Zhu Feng took the medical records and recalled, the patient is female, 19 years old. This time, due to falling down the stairs, her elbow was lacerated, so the wound needs to be cleaned and sutured because the laceration area is quite large. If coarse thread is used, it may leave a scar, so he chose thread with a diameter of 0.15 mm. But Huo Kongjun believes, if 0-gauge thread is used, the wound is very easy to split open. Moreover, there are many causes of scars related to the patient's physique and wound condition. Based on this perspective, 0-gauge is not a good choice. The patient's mother immediately became worried, thinking that the surgery had problems. Huo Kongjun hurriedly comforted her, telling Xu Feng to express his specific thoughts. At that time, Xu Feng said that the sutures for this patient are also interrupted sutures, and the position where the knot is tied after suturing will be uneven. In this way, before the scar forms, it can act as a cushion. For thick wounds, insert the needle shallowly, and for thin wounds, insert the needle deeper. Moreover, the patient has skin problems and cannot tie the knots too tightly. Otherwise, the blood circulation around the wound will be poor, leading to slow healing. Then, pay attention to removing the sutures, which can minimize the chance of scar formation. Everyone applauded continuously after hearing this, saying, "We've remembered it all." But Huo Kongjun told them, "Don't learn this. There are many ways to cover up scars, but the first thing a doctor needs to consider is how to save the patient." Xu Feng's reasoning and considerations are due to his high skill and courage. Others who are not skilled enough shouldn't think too much. Just suture the wound for me first. Hearing this, the young doctors drooped their heads, which were initially raised high, now slumped down. Dr. Huo turned to Xu Feng and said, "This time, consider it a pass. Go get the medicine for the patient." While changing the medicine, the female patient blushed and asked, "Dr. Xu, can I come to you to have the sutures removed? It's okay if it's on a day you're not on duty, I can wait." Xu Feng's tone suddenly became serious. "You can't wait to have the sutures removed? Timely suture removal can reduce scar tissue regeneration. It's okay to remove the sutures a little earlier, but you can't delay. Moreover, any regular hospital or clinic can remove sutures. There's no need to specifically find me." At this time, the girl was already infatuated with Xu Feng and didn't listen to a word. The mother next to her hurriedly said, "They understand. They will definitely have the sutures removed on time." Xu Feng followed Dr. Huo to see patients. Suddenly, a traffic accident patient was brought in. The patient had a 20 centimeters long open wound on his abdomen, and part of the intestines and mesentery were exposed. Blood dripped to the ground, forming a pool. After Dr. Huo checked everything, he discovered that the patient's left rib was dislocated and he was bleeding too much, so a blood transfusion had to be performed. Then, he went to find the patient's family. After understanding the situation, Dr. Huo told them to sign the consent form for surgery and the consent form for treatment. This is to protect the doctor and also to protect the patient. But at this time, there was bad news. The patient's blood can't be stopped. Dr. Huo hurriedly used a flashlight to shine into the patient's pupils. He decided to immediately open the abdomen to check. The attending doctor hesitated a little. It hasn't been determined yet whether the bleeding point is in the abdominal cavity or not. What if we operate incorrectly? But just as he finished speaking, there was news. The patient is in shock. During the rescue process, a patient going into shock is not good news. Xu Feng turned around and left. After hearing this, he went to the next room to start washing his hands. Another doctor kindly reminded him, "For normal operations, using disinfectant is enough. Washing your hands like this can easily cause your skin to peel." Xu Feng didn't raise his head. He replied, "I'm preparing for surgery." He almost fell over. What surgery? He thought. Running errands is good enough. How could he get on the operating table? Even Dr. Huo wouldn't let him make mistakes on a critically ill patient. But immediately afterwards, he was shocked and gaping. Xu Feng put one hand inside the patient's wound. Everyone thought he was crazy. This doesn't even exist, no, in the medical field. Directly operating barehanded. Why isn't Dr. Huo stopping him? Doing so will cause secondary injury to the patient. He could only order Xu Feng, "Let go immediately." But a single sentence from Ling Ran explained what he was doing and needed to do. Then, he pressed down with 4 fingers, firmly holding the patient's liver, followed by pressing his pinky on the bleeding point. He had successfully stopped the bleeding, and he told everyone, "The patient has subcapsular liver hemorrhage, and the location is bad, making it difficult to suture. We need to stop the bleeding ASAP." Dr. Hugo couldn't believe it. Then, he looked at the monitoring screen and discovered that the bleeding had actually stopped. At this moment, he was in inner turmoil. Huo Kongjun knew Ling Ran used manual compression to stop the bleeding. But achieving this level was extremely rare even in military hospitals. How could a trainee with zero practical experience pull this off? Time waits for no one, and the patient's condition could change by the minute. Now Dr. Huo didn't have time to overthink. He told Ling Ran, "Hold that position. Don't touch any other organs." Then, he ordered the attending physician to perform the surgery with him. Just like that, Ling Ran became a human hemostat for over an hour. By the time he was released, his arm was completely numb. But he had observed the chief's surgery from close range, and this experience was incredibly valuable. After the patient's vital signs stabilized, Dr. Huyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He asked Ling Ran, "How did you know the bleeding point on the liver capsule?" The patient lost a lot of blood, and the abdomen was basically exposed, But there were no issues with pleural effusion, so I paid attention to the bleeding situation. Ling Ran was also surprised by this answer. He didn't expect to achieve such perfect manual compression. What was gained wasn't just muscle memory but also knowledge and corresponding data storage.
And Dr. Huo appreciated this trainee even more. Whether it was technique, knowledge reserves, or adaptability, he had reached the level of a top doctor. Before, he only saw Ling Ran as a decent guy, but he turned out to be a genius.
So Dr. Huo turned back and asked, "Where did you learn these things?" Ling Ran didn't want to reveal the existence of the system, so he said it was at his clinic.
Taught by Dr. Xiang. Dr. Hu naturally didn't believe this answer, but since Ling Ran wasn't talking, he didn't press the issue. But Dr. Hu had another question.
Normally, squeezing the liver by hand can easily damage it, and carelessness can cause liver and gallbladder complications. But Ling Ran's technique was very cautious, and the blood circulation was quite smooth. What method did he use? Ling Ran explained. Because the hand position was not good, I used the inner side of the second knuckle of my pinky finger, then used my thumb to loosely hold it to prevent the Q organs from shifting,
minimizing secondary damage to the organs. Dr. Huo sighed after hearing this. Loosely holding can actually solve the temporary displacement problem, minimizing secondary damage. And whether the pinky is flexible or not has been a major headache for surgeons for centuries.
Dr. Huo was already over 50 years old, and he feared he wouldn't learn this technique in his lifetime. Thinking of this, Dr. Huo told Ling Ran to come to his office. "This kid, if he's a talent, I don't mind teaching him a bit more."
After the nurse checked the instruments and gauze, Dr. Huo told Ling Ran to start the surgery.
Ling Ran received the suture needle from the nurse. First, he needed to suture the subcutaneous layer of the abdominal membrane. This was simple and didn't require considering aesthetics. Next was the rectus abdominis muscle. Normally, people's hands would easily tremble when suturing this step, but not Ling Ran. Finally, suturing the subcutaneous layer was even less of a problem for Ling Ran. The attending physician, Zhao Luyi, didn't leave but stood to the side to observe Ling Ran's operation.
He didn't believe Ling Ran could suture the abdomen for the first time without a single mistake. Everyone makes mistakes to grow. Only by getting scolded in the operating room can you grow. In just a minute, Zhao Luyi felt his mind go numb. He had never seen such beautiful abdominal suturing. He couldn't help but sigh. He's totally hacking. Dr. Huo didn't understand this internet slang. He asked, "What did Zhao Luyi say?" Zhao Luyi quickly changed his words. "I said little Ling is doing pretty well." Dr. Huo also thought it was great, except that Ling Ran lacked experience and needed Zhao Luyi to teach him more in his free time.
Although Zhao Luyi agreed verbally, he thought Dr. Huo was talking nonsense in his heart.
This isn't some inexperienced young man, it's more like he's been dissecting corpses every day since he was little.
Wait, Zhao Luyi and Dr. Huo both thought of writing an SC thesis about the manual compression hemostasis without machines, or the surgery using the inner side of the second knuckle of the pinky finger.
So Dr. Huo turned back and asked Ling Ran, "Do you know how to write a thesis?" While Ling Ran was spacing out, the system issued a new mission. Completing a thesis will reward a mid-tier treasure chest. The previous mid-tier treasure chest, when opened, contained perfect suture techniques. Compared to the low-tier treasure chest that only opened up stamina potions, the mid-tier treasure chest was clearly much more interesting. Thinking of this, Ling Ran immediately agreed. "Doctor."
Huo took off his mask, smiled, and asked, "Do you know how to write? I'm not asking if you write well, but I get the answer already. I don't have time to teach you." Then he passed the task to Dr. Zhao, since Dr. Zhao was Ling Ran's tutor anyway. After finding out about this, Dr. Zhao was super jealous of Dr. Huo. Not only is he the head of the emergency department at Manhwa, but he's also a celebrity in the emergency medicine world. If he asks Ling Ran to write a paper, it's practically guaranteed to get published. But Ling Ran didn't get what Dr. Zhao meant. He only knew that Dr. Zhao said Dr. Huo was the head. But the next day, when Ling Ran walked into the emergency room, everyone was giving him the cold shoulder.
Although they had to admit Ling Ran was talented, everyone was now worried that, euphemistically speaking, a failure was a medical accident, or bluntly speaking, it was disrespect for human life. So before Ling Ran corrected his arrogance and ignorance of the rules, they decided to draw a line between themselves and him. Dr. Huo walked in and asked, "Who's in charge of Ling Ran today?" Everyone acted like they didn't hear. They were just busy with the work in their hands. Huo Kongjun helplessly said, "Looks like they're all busy today. You can keep following me."
When he got off work that night, Ling Ran discovered countless videos of him stopping bleeding with his bare hands had spread online. The video was blurry, obviously taken by a patient's family member. He opened the comment section to take a look. Most of them were praises, but a doctor named Qi Zhenhai caught his attention. That person said, This is one of the riskiest things I've ever seen. In the absence of equipment,
stopping bleeding with bare hands while possible requires a wealth of experience and a combination of super top theoretical knowledge. There are probably only a handful of surgeons in the entire country who can do it, but there's probably not a single surgeon who would dare to do it. The young doctor in the video probably doesn't even know how much he's risking. If I were in charge of that hospital, I would suspend that doctor immediately and conduct a strict investigation. Ling Ran read this comment over and over. He suddenly realized that Dr. Hu Kyo telling him to write an SCI paper wasn't just about training him, but also about teaching him how to wield a weapon in the medical community. A paper is a way to introduce yourself, explain yourself, attack others, and protect yourself powerfully. Simply put, a paper is a surgeon's weapon. Clearly, this paper couldn't be delayed any longer. He got up and went to the hospital library, staying up all night, and finally finished the outline of the paper. The next day, Dr. Huo was surprised when he saw the paper. This outline really did have a section on how to identify bleeding points under low light conditions without equipment, Dr. Huo said with satisfaction. You did pretty well, and you thought very comprehensively. He handed the outline back to Ling Ran, telling him to write the paper quickly. Afterward, Huo Kongjun led Ling Ran and the others to check the ward. The doctor felt the patient's waist and asked, "Do you feel anything?" The patient said, "I don't feel anything." The doctor pressed twice on the side again. Still no feeling now. Dr. Huo nodded. He was very satisfied with Ling Ran's surgery. After local anesthesia, the waist wound would cause waist weakness and back pain. The lack of sensation proved that the debridement and sutures were done pretty well. The patient's family member grabbed Dr. Huo's hand with emotion. "Thank you." At the same time, Ling Ran also heard the familiar system notification. New achievement, patient's gratitude achieved, reward, a primary blood vial. This was the second time Ling Ran had achieved a sincere thank you achievement. Since only Ling Ran could see the system and the blood vials, he directly opened the vials. Anyway, a little more energy restoration elixir wouldn't hurt, but to his surprise, this time, it was a silver shimmering skill book, Grandmaster Tendon Suturing Technique. Looking at the full page of introduction, Ling Ran couldn't help but ask, "Is this a technique specifically for suturing tendons?" That's right, Ling Ran thought to himself. Tendons are one of the many tissues of the hand, but their injuries are the most difficult to recover from. Tendon suturing surgery on the hand is also one of the most difficult types of hand surgery. Plus the previous skill, it seems the system is forcing him to specialize in hand surgery. Losing focus for a moment, Dr. Husio called him back to his senses, telling him to go to the emergency room with Dr. Zhu. He told Dr. Zhu that patients who weren't too serious could be given to Ling Ran, but he couldn't be allowed to act recklessly like before. 2 days later, Ling Ran submitted the paper to Dr. Huo. Xu Feng rubs his chin with interest. Way more interesting than drafting a thesis. Deputy Director Du Sechi hears this and walks over with a chuckle, asking Dr. Hubo, "Did you find a good article?" Dr. Hubo hands him the thesis and says, "You're our department's star thesis writer. Help little Ling Ran take a look." Dr. Doom picks up the thesis to read. The writing style is not only a bit rough, the English abstract also doesn't meet the journal's guidelines, but the content is quite substantial. After hearing this, Dr. Huo tells Ling Ran to quickly revise the thesis. Then he turns to Dr. Dugo and says, "We absolutely have to invite Shi Zhenhai from the provincial hospital to the off-site consultation in a few days. People online are commenting about Ling Ran stopping the bleeding with his bare hands. It's understandable that they're suspicious, but this Shi Zhenhai is going too far. He's the one spewing the most hate. We need to settle the score properly." Dr. Doom breaks out in a cold sweat. After hearing this, looks like things are about to get interesting. Today is the Yunhua Hospital consultation. Those who can attend are all outstanding figures in the medical field. Among them is Dr. Shi Zhenhai from the provincial hospital, the very same person who trashed Ling Ran online. But he wasn't targeting Ling Ran but Dr. Huo, who was the lead surgeon at the time. So this time, Huo Kongjun is also planning to settle the score with him. The meeting commences. Dr. Huo directly projects the video of Ling Ran stopping the bleeding with his bare hands for everyone to see. The expression of Director Liu from the Army General Hospital goes from suspicion to slight amusement, and finally turns to astonishment. The more he watches, the more he likes it, then suddenly blurts out, "Damn, it's over already. Such a good clip." "But it's filmed so fragmented," Dr. Huo says. "It was filmed by a patient in the ward with their mobile phone. If you want more footage, we can film more later." Stopping bleeding with bare hands isn't magic. I'm even planning to promote it widely. Afterwards, he tells Ling Ran to distribute copies of the thesis to everyone. However, Shi Zhenhai becomes a little wary when he sees Ling Ran. This hotshot face, no mistake, it's him. I criticized this hotshot doctor online back then.
What makes a rash doctor famous? Is it just based on his face? Chi Zhenhai receives the thesis and immediately starts looking for loopholes.
He doesn't believe a thesis from an intern can write something of practical significance.
However, Dr. Huo suddenly speaks up. Dr. Chi, wouldn't you like to know if stopping bleeding with bare hands is feasible when there's no equipment? This thesis explains it clearly for you. Chi Zhenhai smiles. Dr. Huo, what are you implying?
Dr. Huo directly projects Chi Zhenhai's comments from back then onto the big screen. Now tell me, doctor, is it feasible or not?
Chi Zhenhai laughs. So you want to defend your intern? Dr. Huo explodes when he sees Chi Zhenhai is still provoking him. The thing I despise most in my life is people who make false accusations. Ling Ran is an intern, but in terms of stopping bleeding, someone as ignorant as you doesn't have the right to criticize him.
Dr. Huo gets more and more agitated, raising his fist, ready to punch him a couple of times.
Luckily, Director Liu manages to dissuade him at this moment.
Not only is Chi Zhenhai not afraid, but he continues to provoke. I'm not saying stopping bleeding with bare hands is impossible, but to let an intern stop bleeding with bare hands. To put it nicely, it's a medical incident. To put it bluntly, you guys are disregarding human life.
As soon as he finishes speaking, the two people suddenly become tense. Director Liu is fed up and hastily tells them not to quarrel anymore. Let the author of the thesis say something. Chi Zhenhai raises two questions. First, when you decided to stop the bleeding with your bare hands, how confident were you? Second, did you consider the consequences of failure? Ling Ran directly skips the first question and says, if it fails, it could lead to patient death or cause serious bleeding during or after surgery.
Chi Zhenhai's tone becomes agitated after hearing it. Knowing there would be such serious consequences, and you still rashly stop the bleeding with your bare hands, Ling Ran calmly replies, that's right. Chi Zhenhai bursts out laughing after hearing it.
I didn't expect Ling Ran to get riled up so easily. Do you know what you're saying? You're admitting that you caused a medical incident? Ling Ran still says calmly. But in reality, no medical incident occurred.
This answer shocks everyone at the scene. Even Chi Zhenhai didn't expect a junior like Ling Ran to dare to talk back to him. Huo Kongjun bursts out laughing and says,
well said. It's clear that no medical accident happened, Chi Zhenhai thinks to himself. Absolutely can't let these two lead me by the nose.
So he changed his approach and continued. Ling Ran, have you ever considered that this failure might ruin your future prospects, or that someone ordered you to do this, leaving you no choice? Hearing this question, Director Liu couldn't help but be shocked. He wants to drag Dr. Huo down with him. Ling Ran looked at him and said, considering the situation at the time, stopping the bleeding with my bare hands was the most beneficial option for the patient. It's a basic medical judgment. Chi Zhenhai didn't expect to receive such an answer. Director Liu burst out laughing. Good, that's great. Young people these days still have their own opinions, huh? If you abandon the best treatment option for the sake of following medical procedures, then you're reversing the essence of things. Hearing this, Chi Zhenhai realized that Director Liu was also speaking up for Ling Ran, and the anger in his heart grew even stronger.
He pointed at Ling Ran and shouted, you don't value medical procedures, and you won't be a doctor for long. A medical accident could end your career. But Ling Ran had a different view. In my opinion, doctors are like cells in the human body. You should exert your function as much as possible. If a cell loses its original function in order to survive longer, it will become a cancerous cell that harms the body.
Chi Zhenhai almost spat out blood when he heard this. Ling Ran's answer was clearly implying something about him. Dr. Huo chimed in, the old saying goes, the old not dying are thieves. Those who want to be immortal are never good people. If you only think about how to climb the ladder, you might as well go into administration. Dr. Huo's swan-like pronouncements,
along with Director Liu's cautious neutrality, made Chi Zhenhai furious. He gnashed his teeth and said, that's it for today, I have a meeting in the afternoon. With that, he turned and left. Dr. Huo laughed and told him to delete those sentences. After Chi Zhenhai left, Dr. Huo said triumphantly, if there are no other problems, dismiss. But his eyes looked towards Ling Ran. All the doctors didn't want to be on the night shift, but Ling Ran was an exception. He was full of anticipation for his first night shift, with Ling Ran on the night shift. Dr. Zhu also felt much more relaxed and even got a good night's sleep.
Because of his high face value, Ling Ran immediately became the most popular person at the nurse's station.
Even the head nurse, who was already married, came to greet him. She said that Ling Ran didn't need to stay here, and if there were any patients, the nurses would come and notify him.
She also asked Ling Ran what symptoms he was interested in, so if they appeared, they could leave them for him.
Ling Ran thought for a moment and said, patients with tendon injuries can be left to me, so I can try out the suture technique, the head nurse asked.
Anything else?
Ling Ran suddenly had an idea, remembering that he had never used the interrupted mattress suture technique after obtaining it. So, he said with a straight face, "If there are any ruptured testicles, be sure to wake me up." The nurse's face turned red when she heard this, not expecting Ling Ran to have such a strange hobby.
"No, weirdos have weird hobbies." Dr. Ling returned to the break room, riding solo.
Ling Ran worried that there would be a sudden incident tonight, so he had to take the time to rest. When he woke up, it was already morning, and he found a set of cream, a new toothbrush, and a note on the table. Ling Ran picked up the note and looked at it. And it turned out that there were no unexpected incidents last night, he sighed. Without any challenges, my highly anticipated first night shift was in vain. After returning to his clinic, Lu Jingling suddenly called. She asked, "Why aren't you at the hospital? I just bought an ambulance and brought a whole ambulance of patients for you, but you're not there." Ling Jiezu, who was next to him, perked up his ears when he heard that there was a carload of patients, and his eyes lit up. He snatched the phone from Ling Ran. "You can't let good things fall into the hands of others. Bring them to our backwater clinic." Liu Jingling immediately understood, she said. "These patients are all injured. If there's Ling Ran, then it's definitely not a problem." Not long after, an ambulance arrived in front of the clinic. There were all kinds of injured patients. Moreover, some patients had very strange requests. Some people insisted on using size 5 sutures because they were afraid of leaving scars. Some people requested that the wound be stitched wider so they would look more fierce and powerful. But for Ling Ran, none of that was a problem. You'd fulfill all their requests, and the patients kept showering you with gratitude. Consequently, Xu Feng snagged another primary care lucky draw from the system. Lin Jieju, standing nearby, was thrilled, thinking, "Our humble clinic is about to strike it rich." This morning, a highway accident occurred, and the patient's condition is critical. The medevac helicopter is on its way back. Since it's the weekend, aside from the attending physician, the remaining workforce consists of a few resident doctors and Xu Feng. But for a patient so severe that a helicopter rescue is needed, these few doctors are essentially useless. Dr. Zhao, though usually not a fan of Xu Feng, can't really complain now. After all, it's right in front of him. As long as he cures the patient, nothing should go wrong. Dr. Zhao quickly decided to have Xu Feng perform the surgery. Xu Feng was a bit surprised, but agreed quickly. The patient was brought in, and the surgery commenced. After Dr. Zhao confirmed everything was ready, he was about to clamp the hemostatic bandage on the patient's leg, reminding Xu Feng, but Xu Feng just nodded without looking up. What he's thinking about now is that the patient's condition is complex, but if you just look at each wound, it's not as difficult as imagined. Perfect manual hemostasis can stop the bleeding. Just as he was distracted, Dr. Zhao cut the hemostatic bandage, and blood spurted out like a fountain. Seeing Xu Feng didn't react, he shouted loudly to pull Xu Feng back to reality. At that instant, Xu Feng's hand flashed across the wound. He pressed firmly on the patient's upper thigh, and the wound that was just bleeding stopped instantly. Dr. Zhao finally reacted, forgetting that this guy knows manual hemostasis. Compressive bandages are completely unnecessary. But he still had to remind Xu Feng, no matter how good your technique is, you're not allowed to lose focus during surgery. With Xu Feng's cooperation, Zhao Leiyi's wound suturing speed was very fast, and the patient's blood pressure and heart rate were also very stable. The surgery went very smoothly. Dr. Zhao decided to reward Xu Feng, giving him a chance to practice. He handed over the entire hand for him to suture. Xu Feng remained calm as always, nodding and saying, "Okay." While operating, Xu Feng instructed the nurse to hand over the corresponding instruments: forceps, gauze, hemostatic clamps. When he called for a microscope, Zhao Leiyi's expression immediately changed. He didn't expect this kid to dare cause trouble right in front of him. Dr. Zhao then turned to ask Xu Feng, "What are you using the microscope for?" Xu Feng adjusted the patient's hand. "The hand is fractured. We need to connect the torn blood vessels in the hand and suture the tendons." Zhao Leiyi was fuming. "I told you to suture the hand, not suture the tendons. Tendon suturing is the job of a hand surgeon. You're exceeding the scope of work of the emergency department." Dr. Zhao shouted angrily, telling him to stop. "Who told you to suture the tendons?" Xu Feng paused for a moment, "But didn't Dr. Zhao say to hand over the entire hand to me?" "I said the hand doesn't include. I told you to suture a few wounds, not suture the tendons in the hand. Stop for me now." But Xu Feng had no intention of stopping, he said. "It'll be sutured as quickly as possible. It won't take much time." Dr. Zhao was so angry he couldn't speak. Was he afraid of wasting time? He's afraid that he'll cause a medical accident. Whether the hand is sutured well or not doesn't matter much, but suturing the tendons in the hand is different. If it's not done well, the patient will lose hand function, which would be a big problem. Thinking of this, Zhao Leiyi ordered Xu Feng, "I order you to stop the surgery immediately." But this time, Xu Feng said,
We're currently using the Kessler technique for suturing. If we stop, the patient's tendon damage will be completely unavoidable. These contemptuous words made Zhao Leiyi's anger surge once again. He yelled, "Who allowed you to use the Kessler technique?" Zhu Feng believes that the patient's flexor digitorum profundus is broken, which is the position to use the Kessler technique. Human hand tendons are divided into 5 zones, and zone 2 is the most complex, meaning that almost no one can operate on patients in this position.
Until Professor Jin Ba of Nantong University of Jiangsu created the Kessler technique, which solved this difficult problem. Moreover, during the self-check in the practice room, Zhu Feng can achieve an 80% excellence rate using the specialized Kessler technique, let alone a master-level Kessler technique. Ling Ran confidently gave a short answer, leaving Dr. Zhao speechless. Although he was the chief surgeon, he didn't have any reputation in the field of tendon sutures, let alone any way to take over Ling Ran's surgery. In other words, Zhao Luyi had lost control of this surgery. Now the chief surgeon wasn't Dr. Zhao but Ling Ran. At this moment, Zhao Luke couldn't take it anymore, and decided to find someone with clout to help. Zhao Luke ordered a nurse to quickly go to the operating room to invite Director Huo. After hearing the news, Director Huso immediately arrived at the operating room and asked Ling Ran, "Was it you who performed surgery beyond your allowed scope without permission?" Ling Ran, while operating, said, "Of course I knew." Knowing that, why did you still proceed with the surgery? Ling Ran seriously thought for a moment, then looked up and said, "Before proceeding with the tendon suture, I didn't know this was a violation of the rules." It was at this point that they remembered this kid Ling Ran was just an intern and didn't understand any of this stuff. But Zhao Luqi argued, "You're just being a smartass, hoping Director Huo will punish you," Director Huo seriously said. "In the operating room, the chief surgeon has the highest authority, and all operations must be authorized by the chief surgeon. Now do you know what to do later?" Ling Ran once again seriously thought. Then, "Can I be the chief surgeon later?" Hearing this, the nurses laughed, until they cried, "Dr. Ling, are you giving a serious answer?" But despite the laughter, the most important thing now is to know how Ling Ran's surgery is actually going. Huo Kongjun put on the microscope and carefully observed the patient's fingers. Very neat, and the sutures are very secure. The surrounding damage isn't significant either. Director Huo took off his glasses and sighed in relief, at least he didn't find any errors, and then told Ling Ran to continue the surgery. But Dr. Zhao anxiously said, "Director Julio, are you still letting him do it? After he finishes this tendon, just send the patient to the hand surgery department." Director Huo coldly snorted, "My people can do it, why would I let them do it?" Zhao Luyi was furious. He suddenly remembered that Huo Kongjun was the first person in the country to advocate that emergency medical care should be expanded in scale and professionalized. In the past, when surgeons weren't making money, the emergency department could still scramble to do a few surgeries. After the medical reforms in the province, the surgical fees increased tenfold, leading surgeons to fight over surgeries. It wasn't as easy for the emergency department to do a good surgery anymore. Now that the emergency department had appeared and someone could master the Tang-style suture technique, Huo Kongjun couldn't give up this opportunity. At this time, Huo Kongjun used the excuse of anesthesia to go out first, and then opened a small meeting for the people of the emergency department. First, he criticized Ling Ran for acting without authorization and disregarding discipline, and punished him by extending his internship at the hospital. Ling Ran also realized his mistake, and this punishment was considered light. Next, Director Huedo talked about the second thing. "Our emergency department has a patient with tendon damage every 3 days, he asked Ling Ran. "Do you want to do the Tang-style suture technique again?" Ling Ran naturally wanted to, Director Huo continued. "If this surgery is done well, with the authorization of the attending physician, you can do tendon injury surgeries, big or small. And after doing it for a while you can accumulate quite a few patients." Zhao Luqi suddenly realized, if what Director Huo said was true, then the emergency department could do 10 Tang-style suture surgeries per month. It seems that in the hospital this is considered a very high-end surgery, and there will definitely be bonuses at the end of year summary. Thinking of this, his attitude toward Ling Ran also changed. Whether this can succeed depends on Ling Ran's technique. To see how Ling Ran's wound suture technique was, Huo Kongjun found the Deputy Director of Surgery, Wang Haiyang, to Director Huo's ward to have him talk about the steps of wound suturing. Ling Ran pointed to the back of the patient's hand while talking about the steps and his thoughts during the surgery. Wang Haiyang couldn't keep calm after listening. Before, he had watched the actual surgery using the method of Changjinbao. Although the effect of this surgery was very good, the burden on the doctor increased more than just 1 or 2 times. But listening to him talk like this, there was no burden at all, and it was even easier to understand. After a while, Wang Haiyang suddenly woke up. "I came here to find faults, not to listen to lectures." So he put on gloves. intending to assess the patient's hand function. He had the patient perform a few simple movements. After a round of inspection, the patient completed it very well. But what amazed Wang Haiyang even more was the post-op recovery from hand tendon repair, especially for reattaching severed tendons. Ling Ran's ladder suturing surgery was clearly done exceptionally well. Then, he turned to look at Ling Ran. He never expected this young intern to perform such a surgery, but just how terrifyingly good was this intern's actual skill? Wang Haiyang distributed several hand function assessment forms to everyone for an immediate on-site evaluation, but once they were done, everyone was floored. These scores are usually achieved 3 to 4 weeks post-op. Wang Haiyang looked utterly puzzled. Why such a fast recovery? Did rehab start immediately after the suturing? Ling Ran nodded. Yep, I cut the tendon. That can stimulate its growth and boost its recovery. While they were talking, Wang Haiyang naturally addressed him as Dr. Ling. Neither of them noticed, but the residents nearby were all flabbergasted.
This clearly showed that Ling Ran had earned Wang Haiyang's recognition.
At the same time, the system's notification popped up in Ling Ran's head. You've earned the compliment achievement. A colleague's praise is a doctor's greatest reward. The beginner's treasure chest reward appeared. Ling Ran opened it. Inside, it was still a stamina potion. He'd received 8 vials in total, used 1, and now had 7 left. For a doctor who could pull 10 all-nighters a month, 7 stamina potions were incredibly precious.
Ling Ran quietly stashed away the green potion bottle. Unseen by anyone, he asked the system, "Who's the best at ladder suturing in Yunhua?" The system replied, "That'd be you." 2 months had passed, Ling Ran's hair had grown longer, and he'd also gotten even more handsome. During this time, he'd also done a lot of flexor tendon repair surgeries. But since Ling Ran didn't have the chief surgeon's license, the official surgical records listed Dr. Huo as the primary surgeon, with Ling Ran as his assistant. When it came to the actual operation, Ling Ran was the one who'd be performing it. But Dr. Huo was super busy, so having Ling Ran as his assistant forever wasn't very realistic. Thinking of this, he mumbled to himself, "For more convenience, I still need another assistant." Just then, Dr. Huo arrived. "Even if you didn't say it, I was already planning to arrange it for you. I'll assign Lu Wenbin to you. He just finished his training, so let him follow you and learn a thing or two." Lu Wenbin's eyes practically popped out in disbelief. "Chief, you seriously want me to be an intern's assistant?" Dr. Hugo retorted. "It's not just for show. Even if Ling Ran's an intern, his skills are way better than yours. You should really learn from him." Before Lu Wenbin could even process it, Dr. Huo had already left. He'd gone to make calls for the hospital. Ling Ran looked at his new assistant. "He looks a bit slow on the uptake, but no biggie. As long as he could retract tissues during surgery, it'd be fine." That afternoon, they headed to the training room. As soon as they pushed the door open, a whole line of pig trotters stared back at them. These were the materials they used for practicing flexor tendon repair. Ling Ran had already transversely cut the extensor tendon at the pig trotter's index finger joint. A transverse cut, basically equivalent to a zone 2 flexor tendon injury of a finger joint. Ling Ran was planning to demonstrate it for Lu Wenbin because it'd be pretty tough to have an assistant who didn't even know ladder suturing. As he spoke, Ling Ran had already begun the procedure. After the cut, you had to thread the suture back longitudinally and tie a knot at the proximal end. Lu Wenbin watched Ling Ran operate and finally understood why the chief had him assist Ling Ran. Ling Ran's technique and methods had reached an incredibly masterful level. Ling Ran continued the surgery. After tying the knot, you had to pay attention to the second loop, knotting it in the middle of that loop, then along the tendon's longitudinal axis. The more Lu Wenbin watched, the more hyped he got, and he started mimicking Ling Ran's movements. He thought, "Is this the legendary ladder suturing technique? Once I learn this, what will the emergency department become then? You can't just rely on Ling Ran alone to snag the hand surgery department's lunch money. He's already fired the first shot. Chief Huo will definitely be looking to boost our ranks, so I'll have tons of opportunities too." Thinking this, Lu Wenbin no longer felt it was humiliating to be an intern's assistant. In fact, he was now bursting with enthusiasm. This was the first time Ling Ran faced such a serious challenge because the patient's wound was too small, not enough to expose the severed section, so another incision was necessary. But Ling Ran was only good at suturing and hemostasis. He literally knew squat about making incisions. At first, he thought it was a typical zone 2 tendon injury. He never expected it to be such a pain. Ling Ran held the scalpel, took a deep breath, and slowly cut downwards. Several minutes later, he had only managed to make a tiny incision. The anesthesiologist was practically dumbfounded. 4 minutes had passed, and the incision wasn't even done.
Way below average for a surgeon. Seriously, how was this dude even an attending? A few more minutes later, the incision was finally done. Just then, a system notification chimed in Ling Ran's head. Novice task. Treat the patient. Task. Perform flexor tendon repair. Reward. Incision expertise. Well, talk about getting what you want. Incision expertise was exactly what he was clueless about. But to complete the task, he had to perform it flawlessly. Right then, he realized his previous incision assessment wasn't totally accurate. To nail that ladder suturing technique, he needed an even clearer view. So, he decided to make the previous cut a tad bigger. Doctor? Hugeo's eyes nearly bugged out. Reopening a simple incision twice. People would totally laugh them out of the hospital if they heard. But Ling Ran wasn't thinking like that at all. He was still racking his brain, trying to figure out how to make the surgery absolutely perfect. The patient's tendon had been severed for nearly 20 hours, so some damage was unavoidable. To boost the success rate and achieve perfection, he needed to expand the incision even more. So he cut the wound a third time, then used forceps to pull back the skin flap. Ling Ran handed it over to Lu Wenbin, telling him to pull the skin flap open. Now the tendon was fully exposed. Ling Ran immediately called out to Wang Jia to fetch the needed instruments. The moment he picked up the suture needle, he transformed. He wielded the master-level ladder suturing technique with effortless fluidity. Lu Wenbin actually shivered, watching Ling Ran's incredibly smooth movements. This was Dr. Ling's real deal. Way more impressive than that warehouse stunt he pulled this afternoon. In just a few short minutes, Lu Wenbin felt a crushing pressure. He intently fixated on Ling Ran's every move, desperate to commit more details to memory. Meanwhile, Huo Kongjun breathed a sigh of relief, seeing Ling Ran finally get serious. This was the Ling Ran he knew. This was the level of skill that made it totally worth him personally going out of his way to drag patients here. Snip, snip! The sound of scissors echoed, and the surgery finally concluded. Next, Dr. Huo stepped out of the OR to report the successful surgery to the patient's family. Lu Wenbin, meanwhile, was beyond hyped. He felt like he'd learned a ton following Ling Ran today. Hope bubbling over, he asked Ling Ran, "So, what's next for us? Like, doing another 300 ladder suturing cases? Or do you have any other awesome tricks up your sleeve? Share some wisdom with me." Ling Ran turned his head and smirked. "Now it's your turn to teach me how to write patient charts." Lu Wenbin's jaw practically hit the floor. "No way, Doctor. Ling, after all those surgeries, seriously doesn't know how to write patient charts. The hospital just got a patient with a ruptured testicle." When Ling Ran reached the treatment room, he saw the guy trembling on the bed. Ling Ran was also pretty stunned by the wound. Just then, the senior resident beside him was about to ask Ling Ran, "For the exam, what problems can you spot just by looking?" Ling Ran carefully observed the patient's bloody wound and replied, "Right side. The right side is torn. The testicle is exposed. I can see small dust and pebbles stuck to the surface of the testicle and soft tissue. The wound reached the outer testicular membrane, but the membrane itself is still intact." As Ling Ran spoke, the patient shivered again, clearly terrified that his happiness for the latter half of his life was about to go up in smoke. Zheng Pei then told Ling Ran to examine it thoroughly and present each finding. Ling Ran then donned gloves, stepped closer, and carefully examined the wound. Irregular, deformed, non-linear, infected. Doesn't look like a traffic accident. Zheng Pei chuckled twice and said, "I already asked." He was trying to skateboard on the park's iron railing, and he ended up smashing his entire body into the iron railing, and that railing wasn't even round. Ling Ran chimed in. "Then we need to consider tetanus. Give him tetanus antitoxin." The patient's bleeding wasn't too serious. As for the testicle, Ling Ran hesitated. What does a normal testicle even look like? If you handed Ling Ran a complete male testicle and a scalpel, he could totally tell normal from abnormal. But this current situation was pretty unique. It wasn't a familiar anatomical structure, so he couldn't make a definitive call. Zheng Pei hadn't even checked this far either. Hearing Ling Ran, he also looked closely, muttering to himself, "If it's not normal, the first thing to check is for testicular torsion." The patient heard that and finally couldn't stay still anymore. "What the heck is testicular torsion? Got to do with Little Swallow. I'm seriously messed up here, and you guys are just casually chatting about some 20-year-old drama." Zheng Pei saw the patient was anxious, so he told Ling Ran to explain to him. Ling Ran rattled off an explanation to the patient. The spermatic cord is a structure that supports the testicle and transports nutrients, including blood vessels, the vas deferens, lymphatic vessels, and nerves. We're currently discussing if your spermatic cord is okay. If there's an issue there, like testicular torsion, we'd need surgery to fix it.
Of course, there's also a chance we might have to remove the testicle entirely. If that happens, then no need for sutures anymore. The patient heard that and started shaking like a leaf. My future happiness, gone. Just then, Zheng Pei took another close look, and saw the spermatic cord had only prolapsed a little, not enough to require removal. He then told Ling Ran to suture the patient up, reminding him to be gentle with the minor wound and not separate the tissues too much. At this point, the patient desperately tugged at Ling Ran's sleeve and pleaded. "My future descendants are all in your hands," Ling Ran nonchalantly said. "No problem," then got to work performing professional-grade vertical mattress sutures. The vertical suturing technique finally showed its true power. Zheng Pei had never seen such smooth suturing before. Ling Ran truly gave him an eye-opener. The patient, meanwhile, bit his lip tightly, not daring to open his eyes, secretly praying that his little buddy would be okay. A few minutes later, the surgery was complete, and the system chimed in. Mission complete. Patient treatment, reward, professional incision technique. The patient was discharged after just 1 day in the observation room. Zheng Pei curiously asked Ling Ran, "How are you so good at suturing? Have you done it before?" Ling Ran, too lazy to come up with an excuse, replied, "Oh, I've done it at my family clinic," Zheng Pei scoffed. "A backwater clinic, right? I heard Dr. Ling comes from a long line of family medicine practitioners, but do you really have that many ruptured testicle patients in your boondocks clinic?" Ling Ran replied, "You don't necessarily need ruptured testicles to practice vertical mattress sutures. Suturing old folks' bellies works just as well. Do you guys even have an operating room?" "So you only do winning surgeries then?" Zheng Pei had initially just asked casually. But now, realizing Ling Ran's attitude, he just smiled without saying a word. Ling Ran also stood up and went with Lu Wenbin to check on patients. As they walked, Lu Wenbin introduced the patient's condition. "Patient in room 5 is recovering really well. The swelling has completely subsided. It's just that there are a few too many scars." "Oh, never mind that. I haven't been able to practice my handiwork with Dr. Ling these past few days. My skills are getting rusty. Are you free today? Want to practice together?" But Ling Ran replied, "Nah, I have surgery tomorrow. Gotta keep my mind sharp." Even with his master-level suturing technique, Ling Ran wasn't about to get complacent. Lu Wenbin watched Ling Ran walk away, shaking his head and thinking to himself, "Doctor, Ling is still way too arrogant. Instead of resting, he should practice incisions a few more times. That way, he won't embarrass himself on the operating table tomorrow like last time." Then he suddenly thought, if Dr. Ling has given up on practicing incisions, then it'd be sweet if I got to do it instead. Then Ling Ran would have to come to me and ask for tips on incising. Thinking this, Lu Wenbin couldn't help but burst out laughing. Little did he know, the very next day, reality slapped Lu Wenbin right in the face. The patient had a complete rupture of the extensor tendons of both the index and middle fingers. A pretty complex situation, Dr. Huo Kongjun knew this surgery would be a challenge for Ling Ran, but today, this was the only patient he could find. This no man's land is where 2 tendons are densely packed, with deep and superficial tendons constrained within a small tendon sheath. Therefore, severe adhesions are common post-surgery, and functional recovery isn't always ideal. Moreover, deep and superficial tendons being injured together means the more activity, the higher the chance of adhesions. But none of this was a problem. For Ling Ran, who possessed master-level ladder suturing technique, simultaneously dealing with deep and superficial tendons was just basic stuff. Ling Ran performed a quick check and prepared to start the tendon repair surgery. Huo Kongjun knew Ling Ran had absolutely no idea how to make an incision. He initially wanted to offer to do it himself, but then reconsidered, ultimately keeping silent. He couldn't keep helping Ling Ran with incisions every time. Eventually, the kid had to practice on his own. Thinking this, he glanced at Lu Wenbin beside him. Lu Wenbin performed quite well in the last surgery. Maybe let him do it. Lu Wenbin felt Dr. Huo's gaze and was overjoyed. He thought to himself, am I finally going to get a chance to make an incision? But what he really hoped for was Ling Ran to voluntarily give up the incision work and hand it over to him, or better yet, have the chief put in a good word. Suddenly, Ling Ran pulled the tension tight, snapping Lu Wenbin back to reality. Only then did Lu Wenbin realize that Ling Ran had already drawn the incision lines, and chosen a really good spot too. Next, Ling Ran picked up the scalpel and used a standardized incision technique to cut the patient's hand. This incision technique was very basic, nothing fancy, but extremely effective. In just a minute or two, Ling Ran had opened up the desired surgical area. Lu Wenbin was utterly flabbergasted. This incision is definitely senior doctor level. Just 2 days ago, Doctor Ling needed 2 tries to incise. How did he suddenly become a master? Huo Kongjun was even more stunned, his words stumbling. Ling Ran, have you been practicing your incisions lately?
Ling Ran nodded and replied, "Yep." Hearing that, he fell silent, completely speechless. He thought he'd seen enough crazy stuff already, but nope, not even close.
So what about those previous incisions? Was it just an off day? Meanwhile, Lu Wenbin at the side just felt his spirits sink, remembering yesterday's scene and what just happened, worrying for Ling Ran, even wanting to step in and take over.
But now, this is just embarrassing. Lu Wenbin looked up, forcing a chuckle, and said, "Dr. Ling, with this speed of yours, anyone watching would think you're totally flexing."
Huo Kongjun, standing nearby, let out a snort. What others think, who cares?
Right now, our emergency department needs exactly this kind of talent, like Ling Ran. He suddenly changed the subject and asked, "Ling Ran, I heard you often buy pig trotters to practice with." Ling Ran replied, "That's right, Dr. Huo."
He figured that as a current intern, Ling Ran's monthly stipend of a few hundred yuan wasn't even enough to buy pig trotters. Plus, practice materials shouldn't be self-funded. But reporting, pork trotter, expenses wouldn't look good. So, he proposed transferring some of the surgery fees from his own card to Ling Ran. Ling Ran didn't plan to refuse, acknowledged it with a sound, and continued with the surgery.
Lu Wenbin, listening from the side, felt a pang of jealousy. He secretly resolved that he had to master this ladder suturing technique. The snip of the sutures echoed, and the surgery concluded. It was only then that Dr. Huo realized Ling Ran had completed the surgery in just 2.5 hours, and had even used his own money to buy pig trotters to hone his surgical skills. Ling Ran's intern stipend was already so meager, it wasn't even enough to buy pig trotters. After Dr. Huo learned this, he proposed giving Ling Ran a portion of the surgery fees.
He found Dr. Zhao to give Ling Ran a talk, and Dr. Zhao rambled on, but Ling Ran only managed to catch one crucial sentence: "You can earn 500 yuan from 3 surgeries. If you can consistently do 3 surgeries a day, that's 15,000 yuan a month. A comfy life is totally within your grasp."
Just then, a new system quest popped up. Complete 10 ladder suturing procedures each month to receive a beginner yang item. This quest came at the perfect time. Now he could both complete quests and earn money. Ling Ran's ladder suturing technique also made Yunhua Hospital famous.
With many patients suffering muscle and tendon injuries being brought in one after another, Ling Ran glanced over the patient charts and said, 5 cases today. Huo Kongjun was stunned. No matter how skilled you are, you can't do 5 cases in a single day. So he suggested Ling Ran do 2 cases first, and if things went well, they could continue.
But in less than 2 hours, Ling Ran flawlessly completed the first surgery. And the second surgery was even faster than the first.
Following Ling Ran, Lu Wenbin also continuously pushed past his own limits, challenging himself, but by the third case he was starting to break nearly 7 hours without eating, drinking, or even a bathroom break. Yet Ling Ran showed absolutely no signs of fatigue.
Until the surgery was over, and Lu Wenbin was dead on his feet. Wang Jia, though she didn't look tired, was also clearly struggling to hold on.
Huo Kongjun told Ling Ran, "No more patients today. If you want to operate, you'll have to wait until tomorrow."
Ling Ran held up 5 fingers, signaling that he'd do 5 more cases tomorrow.
Lu Wenbin and Wang Jia turned pale upon hearing this. If they had to assist Dr. Ling for 5 more surgeries tomorrow, they'd probably need to prepare a few things in advance. Just then, 2 people arrived, interrupting Lu Wenbin's thoughts. One was resident Dr. Ma Yanlin, and the other was intern nurse Zheng Yuham. They brought specialties for Ling Ran, and said they wanted to assist him in the ladder suturing surgeries.
Ma Yanlin even added, "Lu Wenbin's practically dead on his feet, so he should rest." Hearing this, Lu Wenbin couldn't take it anymore. It was absolutely outrageous that someone wanted to snatch his spot. He stopped being silent, bursting out with a shout, "I'm not tired, okay Ma Yanlin, I'll call you before I'm dead on my feet." Just to keep up with Ling Ran's surgeries, Lu Wenbin even wore adult diapers today, saving him time from having to go to the bathroom. The first surgery proceeded like that. Time flew by, and the third surgery also concluded. But by this point, Wang Jia was utterly exhausted and couldn't take it anymore. She had continuously assisted in many cases yesterday, doing 3 in one go, and now it was 3 more today. She asked Ling Ran, "Can someone else assist with the next case?" Ling Ran understood Wang Jia very well, that even though a nurse's work pressure wasn't as great as the primary surgeon's, the sheer workload was still immense. Especially for Wang Jia, as a scrub nurse, maintaining full concentration was a serious test of her physical and mental stamina. Thinking of this, he agreed to Wang Jia's request. As she left, Wang Jia cautioned Ling Ran, "The relief nurse isn't too familiar with the ladder suturing technique, so you'll have to slow down a bit. You can't go as fast as you do with me, okay?"
Ling Ran said he knew, and would start slow, after Wang Jia left.
Ling Ran suddenly remembered, "Wait, Have I not heard Lu Wenbin all this time? He looked up and saw that Lu Wenbin had already fallen asleep standing up.
Ling Ran stood up to support him and told him to go rest for a bit.
Lu Wenbin opened his bloodshot eyes wide and hurriedly said, "I'm not tired, and I don't need to rest. We absolutely have to finish this surgery with Dr. Ling today." Ling Ran saw that he was completely worn out, so he suggested Lu Wenbin go rest for a bit while the next patient hadn't arrived yet. He just needed to set an alarm, estimate the time, and come back.
Lu Wenbin remembered that back in school, a deep 10-minute nap was enough to keep him awake for the entire afternoon. So he quickly set his alarm and went to catch some Z's.
When Lu Wenbin was woken up by his alarm and returned to the operating room, he was stunned. The 5th surgery was already in its final stages, and Ma Yanlin was beaming beside Ling Ran. Lu Wenbin looked at Ma Yanlin taking his place, screaming internally, "I just closed my eyes for a bit, Dr. Ling. You've already moved on to someone else." But he was already there anyway. Even though only the finishing touches remained, he couldn't miss out on Ling Ran's experience.
The surgery was completed, and the system panel displayed a mission accomplished notification.
He received a primary chest, but this time it wasn't an essence potion, but rather the specialized diagnostic skill, physical examination. The so-called physical examination refers to the procedures doctors perform during a health checkup,
which involves methods like tapping, listening, and smelling to gather patient information. This can uncover many patterns of disease onset and prevalence,
and is highly effective in developing preventive measures. Even doctors who spend all their days in the operating room need some diagnostic skills. Ling Ran's skill could also be leveled up by accumulating experience. At this moment, Ling Ran was in a taxi, patting himself all over. The driver in front broke into a cold sweat. "This passenger looks kinda weird, huh?" When they reached the alley leading into Xiagu village, the driver saw the pitch-black road ahead and absolutely refused to go in.
Fearing this strange passenger had some peculiar preferences, he quickly lied that the car was out of gas and dropped the passenger off to walk the rest of the way.
But even after getting out of the car, the passenger kept patting himself.
At this point, the driver concluded that this passenger was definitely a pervert.
He was so scared that he didn't even care about the fare, stomping on the gas and speeding off. Ling Ran held the money in his hand, watching dazedly as he thought to himself, "This driver is really strange." The next morning, Ling Ran received a call informing him, "Due to all hospital beds being occupied today, the surgery will be postponed until tomorrow." Ling Ran figured since he wasn't working today, it was a perfect chance to help patients at his clinic. At 9 a.m., the clinic opened, and Dr. Miao arrived, followed by several female patients. Turns out, Dr. Miao was a part-time doctor who rented Ling Ran's clinic when he wasn't home.
Not only could she suture, but she also knew how to give cosmetic filler injections.
Dr. Zhang saw Dr. Miao arrive and said, "Ling Ran is here for checkups today. Dr. Miao just needs to handle sutures and injections."
Ling Ran looked up and saw quite a few patients today. It was a perfect opportunity to test out his new physical examination skill. But before he even started, all the female patients gravitated towards Ling Ran.
After their checkups, the patients went to Dr. Miao for injections and medication. At this moment, Ling Ran asked the system, "Has my physical examination skill ranking increased?" The system displayed, "Just completed 18K. Your rank has risen to 1127 in Yunhua City." Ling Ran was extremely surprised. Who knew examining 18 patients would already increase my rank?
Two girls nearby, captivated by Ling Ran's good looks,
then said they also wanted a health checkup. But at this moment, Dr. Miao suddenly ran up to Ling Ran, wanting to take over his checkups.
Seeing that they were about to be switched to another doctor, the two girls quickly said, "Oh no, I rushed out too fast. I forgot to turn off the faucet." With that, they seized the chance and bolted.
The next day at work, Ling Ran, still not satisfied, called patients to wake them up for checkups even before noon. He felt the patient's body, combined with their medical history, and knew that due to prolonged work with a bowed head, the patient currently suffered from severe chronic gastritis, and both their abdomen and neck/head had some minor issues.
Wang Jia also spoke up and asked,
"Dr. Ling, you took yesterday off, and today you're here so early again. Don't you need time with your girlfriend?" Ling Ran turned his head and said,
"Still single. Currently only have energy for surgeries."
Wang Jia's face flushed when Ling Ran said he didn't have a girlfriend, but she automatically skipped the next sentence. Early this morning, Ma Yanlin gave Ling Ran a medical journal, saying his name was on it. Ling Ran took it, opened it up, and it was the essay he had written before on the topic of bloodless liver resection. At the same time, the system refreshed the task prompt. Publish a completed essay. Reward is a medium-level treasure chest. Immediately afterwards, a silver-white skill book slowly appeared, on which was written, 3000K Surgical Experience Book. What is this? Ling Ran curiously clicked on it. At this moment, surgical scenes flashed through his mind one after another. Those monotonous, repetitive, and boring surgeries had brought him a wealth of surgical knowledge. 3,000K of upper limb surgical experience is on par with perfect level bloodless liver resection. A doctor must devote their entire life's effort to achieve this knowledge. He raised both hands and silently observed. Information jumped into his head in the form of complete hand anatomy images. Seeing Ling Ran looking at his fingerprints, Wang Jia thought he was reading palms. So she held out her hand, wanting Ling Ran to read hers too. Ling Ran also wanted to find someone else's hand for comparison, because the information on his own hands was too simple. So he took Wang Jia's hand and began to examine it carefully. Being held by the handsome Ling Ran, Wang Jia's cheeks turned slightly red. All she could think about was holding hands, and holding hands. But Ling Ran examined it carefully and found that Wang Jia's hand had no deformities, nor was it special. There was nothing worth studying. He let go of Wang Jia's hand and sighed. Wang Jia regained her senses and asked, "What are you sighing about?" Ling Ran said with some regret. "Before, I noticed that your little finger was shorter than normal, and I suspected you had brachydactyly type D, but after testing just now, it didn't meet the standard." Hearing this, Wang Jia just wanted to pounce on Ling Ran and bite his head. "Dare me to bite you into brachydactyly type D right now." At this moment, Lu Wenbin came over and said, "The surgery has been arranged. The first case is a simple hand laceration." In the operating room, when the scalpel touched the patient's skin, all kinds of information appeared in Ling Ran's mind. The skin on one side of the palm is thicker, so the little finger position is thinner than the palm, and the ring finger position is thicker. If you only want to cut the skin, you need to adjust flexibly. According to the cutting position, Ling Ran didn't expect that 3000K of surgical experience would be useful in such a surgery. The incision was so smooth, and the surgery went very smoothly. At this moment, the operating room door suddenly opened, and it was Dr. Huo, leading Dr. Bai from the Health Protection Hospital to survey the implementation of their Tang's suture technique. Dr. Huo gestured for Ling Ran and the other doctors to continue working. "Don't be distracted." Dr. Bai looked with a provocative gaze. "I think Huo Kongjun is bragging. Let's see how good he really is." "What? Saying you can do a Tang's suture surgery in under 2 hours? Isn't that a joke?" Thinking of this, they all went over there, but everyone was mesmerized when they saw Ling Ran's surgery. The movements were smooth, and every stitch was steady. Just when they were absorbed in watching, Ling Ran's voice pulled them back to reality. "Lu Wenbin, close the skin, surgery complete." Everyone was stunned. "That's it, that was so fast." Seeing that Dr. Bai was still not satisfied, Dr. Huo asked Ling Ran, "When is the next surgery scheduled?" Ling Ran looked at his watch. "The next patient has a lacerated finger. We'll do it now, but it's estimated to only take about 30 minutes. We can arrange the next patient." The people present looked at each other. They couldn't believe that someone could complete such a difficult surgery in 30 minutes. Dr. Bai smiled meaningfully at Dr. Huo Kongjun is putting on a big show. Hearing this, Dr. Huo was also stunned for a moment, and then he continued, "We are foreign aid. You must see a few more cases before you can fully understand the capabilities of our emergency department before we can discuss further matters." In the blink of an eye, they arrived at operating room number 2, and Ling Ran was suturing very quickly. Dr. Bai thought they were seeing things, but still refused to believe that Ling Ran could complete the finger laceration surgery in 30 minutes. After all, Tang's suture technique is different from ordinary tendon and muscle repair. The usual tendon and muscle repair technique is to thread a suture into one end of the tendon, then thread it into the other end, and then pull them tightly together, gradually connecting the tendons and muscles together. But the Tang's suture technique uses 3 sutures, and in order not to damage the tendons and muscles too much, there are also other considerations for pulling the 3 sutures. So the M-Tang technique requires at least 3 times more time and effort than a regular technique. If it wasn't the no-man zone, someone might be able to finish it in 30 minutes. But this is the no-man zone, and they're using the M-Tang technique. Ling Ran shouldn't be able to do it at all. But then Ling Ran surprised everyone, completing the surgery in just 21 minutes. But Dr. Bai still tried to argue, saying that Ling Ran and the patient were both actors hired by Huo Kongjun. Dr. Huo, hearing this, cried foul, "If I'm acting, I'll eat everything on the operating table for you to see." Dr. Bai didn't believe a small intern doctor could be this skilled. Dr. Bai wanted Ling Ran to do a few more surgeries, figuring that being fast once doesn't mean he's always fast. Maybe this time was just a fluke. At this point, Dr. Hu's expression immediately turned cold. He asked Ling Ran, "Still got the juice to keep going?" Ling Ran said, "Sure." Dr. Hu's waved his hand. "Let's go, we're heading to operating room 3. So Ling Ran did a few more surgeries to prove himself. He pulled out a tendon, the needle went in, and Dr. Bai took a deep breath. A normal doctor takes 20 to 30 minutes to prep before they can grip a tendon to make it easy to work with. This Ling Ran just stabs right in without even thinking. But next, Dr. Bai's jaw dropped. As soon as Ling Ran held the tendon, he put it in the right place and adjusted it to the best condition. That alone is something most surgeons can't do. Dr. Bai looked up again and found that the surgery was about to end, but only 17 minutes had passed. Seeing this, he couldn't hold back any longer and started yelling until he calmed down. He suddenly had a bold idea. Turning to Dr. Huo, Lao Huo called Dr. Ling to attend the conference. Hearing this, Dr. Huo grinned. He teased, "Dr. Bai, isn't Ling Ran not qualified enough?" Dr. Bai was so angry he almost spat blood. "If this technique isn't qualified, then us old geezers are even less qualified. Besides, you can't just lock a doctor who's this handsome and skilled in the operating room all day." Ling Ran, who had just finished the surgery, was stunned when he heard these words. At this time, Dr. Huseo spoke up. "If you say so too, then let's put him on a new stage." It was 4:00 a.m., and Ling Ran and the others were still busy. Taking the opportunity, Dr. Huo led people to inspect, and with the large number of patients, they took this opportunity to accumulate a lot of surgical experience. When he left the operating room, the system panel appeared as well. The system displayed, "M-Tang technique training task completed, exceeded 5 times. This time the reward is still stamina pills." Ma Yanlan said to Ling Ran with a smile. "Dr. Huo is letting you get a good night's sleep, then dress nicely, and wait for him at the Wendamu Hotel at noon." Inside the Wendamu Hotel, there was a large, eye-catching poster that read, "Yunhua International Medical Forum on Emergency Medicine," and below were some photos of famous figures in the medical field. But this time, on the left side of the poster, there was an unfamiliar young doctor. As soon as Ling Ran arrived at the forum, he became the focus of everyone's attention. In a flash, he was surrounded by many girls, and even Mao Huangqi, the director of the emergency department of the Provincial Children's Hospital, wanted Ling Ran to be her son-in-law. The big shots in the medical field on the upper floor saw this scene clearly. Some of them criticized Huo Kongjun for unfair competition. Daring to play the trick of bringing a gigolo to sway the votes, Huo Kongjun just smiled without saying anything when he heard this. At the same time, in the hand surgery department of Yunhua Hospital, the director of the hand surgery department, Manhwa, suddenly returned from Japan, also bringing a Japanese doctor with him. On the surface, it was said to be an exchange, but in reality, it was to cause trouble for the emergency department. After all, the emergency department had snatched a lot of patients from the hand surgery department. Hashimoto Hiro didn't beat around the bush, wanting to see Ling Ran's M-Tang technique as soon as he arrived. Director Jin heard this, and the smile on his face immediately disappeared. "It seems like this is a showdown with Huo Kongjun," he slowly said. "Dr. Hashimoto, if you want to see the surgery of the emergency department, I can arrange it for you." But Hashimoto's hero wanted to see the patients who had finished the surgery. After all, the results best reflect the surgical process. Director Jin immediately refused. "The emergency department and the hand surgery department are not related. The hand surgery department cannot decide the work of the emergency department, and even less can they go to the emergency department to examine patients." But Manhwa proposed, "We can invite a few patients to have the hand surgery department examine them." Hearing this, Director Jin's face darkened. He warned Manhwa not to cause trouble, but he snorted. "I heard that some patients with rehabilitation are in our department, which is not in accordance with the regulations. If anyone is causing trouble, it is the emergency department who is causing trouble first, because Huo Kongjun wants to cause trouble, so I shouldn't be polite either." Just as the two were at odds, neither yielding to the other, Hashimoto Hiro suddenly spoke up. "Although I don't know what you two are arguing about, your actions are tarnishing the reputation of the no-man's zone M-Tang technique," Wang Haiyang said uncomfortably. "What do you mean?" Hashimoto was clearly prepared, continuing. "The first no-man's zone M-Tang surgery consumed a lot of medical resources in Japan, and it took a long time to discuss before deciding to proceed with such a surgery. But you guys are carrying it out casually, and doing dozens of cases in one go, just to increase the number of surgeries in the hand surgery department, is based on a large number of M-Tang surgeries, which is very unhealthy and a wrong way to develop." This made even Manhwa cringe, reminding Hashimoto Hiro to watch his words, but Hashimoto Hiro didn't give a damn. He went on. "We should stick to the less is more strategy. That way, we lighten the load on medical staff and boost the success rate and effectiveness of limb replantation. You can't just operate for the sake of operating. If too many patients need surgery, you gotta ruthlessly chop off the limbs of those who aren't good candidates to save medical resources for those who truly need it." Wang Haiyang chuckled twice. "Saving lives and healing the sick is a doctor's calling. We should be offering hope to those who are desperate.
Hashimoto Hiro didn't argue, he proposed.
Before we debate ethics, let's go see the Chinese doctor's replantation surgery.
Then everyone headed to the rehab room of the hand surgery department.
Here they found emergency room patients who'd undergone replantation. But Hashimoto's Hiro just glanced around and declared, at least half of these patients won't fully regain hand function.
Wang Haiyang was pissed.
He hadn't even examined them. How could he jump to conclusions? Hashimoto Hiro arrogantly tilted his chin up.
Examining them won't change a thing. Go ahead and try if you don't believe. Wang Haiyang wanted to say more, but Director Jin pulled him back. He wouldn't let his doctors argue with a foreign expert. Besides, Hashimoto Hiro's assessment matched his own. Director Jin figured this Hashimoto Hiro was no pushover. He could assess the surgery's outcome just by looking at the patient's hands. Then, Hashimoto Hiro smugly said,
you should increase the amputation rate of coochie. That's how you improve patient satisfaction. A doctor's got limited energy. Instead of wasting 6 hours on 2 failed surgeries, you can spend 4 hours on 1 successful one. Then, he pointed at a patient next to him and asked, are these all emergency department patients?
Manhwa said,
currently, there are 2 emergency department patients in the rehab room. The rest are from hand surgery. Hashimoto Hiro, hearing this, confidently wanted to take a guess, then looked at the patients with a fake smile and started observing. He's got killer logical reasoning skills and is known as the Sherlock Holmes of the medical world.
But this time, his guess bombed.
Hashimoto Hiro went for the safest bet, pointing at 2 patients and saying,
these must have been done by a master with skills on par with Dr. Manhwa.
But then he noticed Wang Haiyang and Dr. Jin were smirking for some reason.
Seeing their faces, Hashimoto Hiro was taken aback.
Did I guess wrong?
Director Jin chuckled. Those 2 patients were done by a young doctor from the emergency department.
Hashimoto Hiro's face instantly changed. He'd been playing this guessing game for years, and even when he was wrong, it was never this embarrassing. Now he just wanted to save face ASAP. Hashimoto's Hiro turned to Manhwa and asked, can I examine those 2 patients? After Manhwa agreed, he immediately used the Kinzi-yoku method to examine the 2 patients. The Kinzi-yoku method is the first examination method developed by Japan to check the movement of the upper limbs. The more subtle the control, the better the recovery. But no matter how he tested, both patients had perfect control over the tiniest rods. At this point, Hashimoto's Hiro couldn't take it anymore. These patients are assessed to be able to reach at least a good level. It's unbelievable.
At the same time, the medical forum at the Wendae-mu Hotel was wrapping up. Huo Kongjun was giving his closing speech, but Dr. Zhao got a text saying that the director of hand surgery, Manhwa, was back and had brought a Japanese doctor to stir up trouble. Soon after, Huo Kongjun's group of 4 pushed the door open and walked in. Hashimoto Hiro's eyes lit up, thinking,
the young head surgeon of the emergency department is here. I've been dying to meet him and see if he's got skills like Manhwa and Director Jin Shi.
He stepped forward and asked, Dr. Ling, is Chiwa Sheng here? Before anyone could answer, Hashimoto Hiro's bad habit kicked in again. He told everyone,
don't tell me. Let me guess who Ling Ran is. Hashimoto Hiro's eyes slowly scanned the 4 of them, finally landing on Lu Wenbin. He smiled and said, I bet you're Dr. Ling, right?
Director Jin Shi didn't hesitate and quickly pushed Ling Ran forward.
Hashimoto Hiro stared at Ling Ran's handsome face, his suspicions growing.
This young doctor is not only young but also skilled in medicine, and he's super good looking.
People like him usually only show up in TV dramas. He's practically a perfect star doctor. But then he thought for a moment. Could Ling Ran be the star that Yunhua invited? And in reality, he doesn't know anything about medicine, relying on the media to hype him up. A dignified Japanese medical doctor being defeated by a young doctor, Yunhua Hospital, will also become more famous thanks to this.
This will make everyone think of Yunhua Hospital when they get sick.
Even the fact that he was invited by Manhwa could be a trap. Thinking of this, he sneered inwardly.
Does he think Hashimoto Hiro like me is so easily led by the nose? So he walked up to Ling Ran and said in a not-so-friendly tone,
if I have the opportunity, I would really like to see Dr. Ling's Tang technique up close.
Manhwa standing next to him looked like he was constipated. He really thought this Hashimoto Hiro was suspecting him. How could this Manhwa be in cahoots with those guys in the emergency department?
To dispel Hashimoto Hiro's suspicions, Manhwa suggested arranging surgery for Ling Ran as soon as possible.
Director Jin Ji, standing beside him, coughed lightly twice and said, Dr. Hashimoto, there are many opportunities to watch. We will notify you after we have arranged it.
But Manhwa insisted that Hashimoto Hiro's time was very tight. Hashimoto Hiro also cooperated. He bowed deeply to Ling Ran. At this moment, Huo Kongjun hesitated in his heart. Hashimoto Hiro is not wrong. Yunhua Hospital is likely to use his appearance to create a star doctor, but Ling Ran is still too young now, and he is very likely to make mistakes during surgery due to too much pressure.
So Director Huso had to refuse on the grounds that there were no patients now.
Dr. Zhu Hao, standing next to him, saw Director Huo's concerns and immediately stood up and said, "It's okay if we can't operate now. We can watch Ling Ran's previous surgery videos."
Director Huo was overjoyed in his heart. This guy is lazy, but he really has a lot of good ideas.
Hashimoto Hiro thought for a moment and accepted. Watching the video is fine too. Everyone quickly went to the meeting room. Lu Wenbin introduced the video. Hashimoto Hiro stared intently at the screen. He discovered that Ling Ran's operations were not only without problems, but also very precise. But surgery videos should focus on the operations. Why is the camera always on the doctor? Then, his eyes stopped at the nurse, Wang Jia. Thinking in his heart, Chinese nurses are really beautiful, unlike in Japan where they are all old aunties. This nurse even flirted with the doctor during the surgery. Seeing this scene, Hashimoto Hiro's pupils dilated in surprise. He asked, "What are you guys doing during the surgery?" After hearing Ling Ran explain that they were wiping sweat, Hashimoto Hiro, who has been practicing medicine for many years, really admired. "So you can wipe sweat like this." The others left after watching the video, but Hashimoto Hiro and Manhwa stayed to study it carefully many times. At this time, Hashimoto was so tired that he was covered in sweat and couldn't stand it anymore. He said to Manhwa, "You've watched it over and over again for hours. Do you still want to keep watching?" But Manhwa insisted. "We must keep watching. He must find flaws of that kid Ling Ran." But after watching all night, Manhwa not only did not find any flaws of Ling Ran, but also developed admiration for him. Also a specialist who has studied the Tang technique. Every time Ling Ran makes a decision, he can often guess 70 to 80%. Only doctors who have performed the Tang technique know these details. But what he admired even more was that Ling Ran's surgeries were mostly smooth and without obstacles. Even if he occasionally encounters new problems, he can quickly find new ways to solve them and avoid trouble, and his level also increased rapidly. Because of this, Manhwa took a deep drag of his cigarette. If he hadn't watched the video over and over again, he really wouldn't have dared to believe that someone could learn so quickly and so well. Although he didn't want to admit it, Ling Ran's level might actually be higher than his. Manhwa suddenly felt very anxious. Originally, he was the only expert in the Tang technique in Yunhua. Now there is Ling Ran. Manhwa's number of patients will definitely be reduced. This time, Manhwa rushed back to the country from Japan because he was afraid that Ling Ran would perform too many Tang technique surgeries in Yunhua and then kick him out of his current position. It seems that coming back now is too late. Therefore, Manhwa made a decision that went against his ancestors' advice. He suggested to Hashimoto Hiro that he wanted to stay in the country for a while and postpone his study abroad, but Hashimoto Hiro saw through Manhwa's move and reminded him, "People who panic often make the wrong decisions." Immediately after, Hashimoto gave his judgment. He knew Manhwa wanted to stay in Yunhua Hospital to compete with Ling Ran, but that thought of his was completely wrong. Judging from the video and the patient's post-operative recovery, Manhwa was far behind Ling Ran in tendon repair. If he stayed, he'd only be left in the dust by Ling Ran even faster. Seeing Manhwa silent, Hashimoto Hiro knew he was wavering. Then, Hashimoto stood up and continued. "Your best choice now is to quickly return to Japan after the 3-day trip for further training with me, improve your existing skills, learn new techniques, and then return to China to crush Ling Ran with your peak strength." Manhwa clenched the ashtray in his hand, thinking of his opponent Ling Ran, who could be crushed with just a little effort, so he quickly made a plan. The next 3 days, Hashimoto Hiro and Manhwa went to Yangtze Orthopedic Hospital, performed a hip replacement surgery, and received praise and applause. Although participating in the surgery as an assistant to Associate Professor Hashimoto didn't sound very glorious, at least Manhwa became acquainted with the leaders in Jiangxi province. Back in the office, Manhwa recalled the tiring but fulfilling 3 days, and felt extremely happy. He realized that to become a top doctor, building relationships was also extremely important. If you only knew how to do tendon sutures, even if you did it well, you'd only be a good specialist. Let that Ling Ran be high and mighty for a few more days. Thinking of this, the anxiety in his heart lessened a bit. Manhwa didn't forget to instruct some of his subordinates in the department. "When I return to Japan to continue my studies, you guys keep track of how many patients the emergency department has snatched while I'm gone." Several surgeons immediately flattered him. "Dr. Pan, don't worry. When you come back from studying abroad, Ling Ran will have nothing to do." This was music to his ears, Manhwa suddenly asked. How many tendon repair surgeries has Ling Ran done in the past 4 days? The entire department suddenly fell silent. Manhwa had to specifically call out Xiao Tai to answer.
Xiao Tai showed a look of embarrassment and said 24K. This number immediately tightened Manhwa's heart, which was just being soothed.
An average of 6K a day. This speed is unbelievable, although he knew from the videos that Ling Ran could do 5K surgeries a day.
Manhwa thought he was just trying hard like him, but unexpectedly, in just a few short days, Ling Ran was one step ahead of him in speed. Moreover, his hair is still so dark and thick. This terrifying rate of progress made Manhwa unable to sit still.
He immediately got up and went to the operating room to observe.
Seeing Manhwa appear, Ling Ran glanced at him but was not affected by him at all. Manhwa's purpose was not to observe the surgery, but to see where Ling Ran was stronger than him. Sure enough, his current technique was even more exquisite than in the videos, and even the medical team cooperating with Ling Ran was extremely coordinated, which helped him make even greater progress. Seeing this scene, Manhwa lowered his head and pondered. It seems that not only does he need to study abroad, but everyone in the hand surgery department has to catch up. Just recently, Ling Ran was still stitching 15 fingers a day, constantly breaking his surgery count.
We don't even have enough hospital rooms. But Ling Ran is muttering, why are all the rewards for the tendon suture training mission stamina pills?
He had drawn 10 times in a row, but didn't get a single good item. After a long time of nothing exciting happening, Ling Ran decided to slack off a bit, preparing to rest for a while and play a game.
Nurse Wang Jia worried. Is Dr. Ling working too hard? I'm even thinking of cooking him a 10-ingredient tonic soup. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the system gave Ling Ran a new mission. Complete 2 bare-handed hemostasis procedures. Artificially reduce blood loss by 1,500 cc, and receive a primary treasure chest. No wonder the previous training mission wouldn't change no matter what he did. It turned out the system was waiting for him to see that there was a new mission so he could continue fighting.
Ling Ran decided to end his rest there, and he continued to operate. During this time, Ling Ran hadn't even finished a game.
Lu Wenbin reminded him, how about resting a little longer? You'll get penalized if you quit a game halfway through. Ling Ran decisively handed the phone to Wang Jia so she could continue playing. It won't hurt my teammates that way. But he didn't know that this small act made her as happy as if she'd won the lottery. Wang Jia only felt that the happiness was too sudden. Has her relationship with Dr. Ling become so close that they can look at each other's phones now? Ling Ran didn't think so much. He went to the nurse's station to pause the next line of appointments and started looking for a mission target. The mission requires reducing blood loss by 1,500 cc. A patient with so much blood loss should be sent to the emergency room immediately.
So he went to the emergency room to wait. But after 2 hours passed, he still didn't find anyone who needed barehanded hemostasis.
Seeing Ling Ran just standing there, Dr. Zhu Hao called him over, saying, don't just stand there. We've got some real problem patients headed our way. One needs a bone removed from his butthole, and another needs a nail taken out of his prostate. These surgeries are pretty wild, but I'm keeping it cool. Word is, there's another patient that only a god could save. This dude's immune to all meds after a heat stroke, so now we gotta do CPR. But, to make it better, his heart already stopped like 3 minutes ago.
Even if we revive him, there's like a 0.1% chance he won't be a vegetable. And even if a miracle happens and he wakes up, he'll never be the same.
Though the ER is way more likely to have patients kick the bucket compared to other departments, this old guy was the first death Ling Ran had seen.
Doctor, Zhi Hao advised,
don't sweat it. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are all part of life. Doctors are just doorkeepers. Save who you can, but you can't seal the door completely. But Ling Ran kept blaming himself. If Dr. Zhao had done the CPR instead of me, maybe there would have been a glimmer of hope. But everyone knew that in a situation this extreme, the outcome would be the same. No matter who did it. Dr. Zhihao even echoed Director Huo's words, treat the urgent first, the illness second, because there are plenty of lives you just can't save. To cheer Ling Ran up, he broke protocol and asked him to grab a drink after work. After finding out that Ling Ran was Dr. Zhao's colleague, Boss Xiao politely offered him a VIP card. Even though he looked healthy, Ling Ran immediately saw, looks like his health isn't great. Doctor, Zhu said, be more confident. Ditch the, looks like. Boss Xiao's had congenital heart disease since he was born. He broke his ankle jumping high in elementary school, had a kidney wrecked in a fight when he was older, and now that he's old, he's got rheumatoid arthritis, making him a regular at the rheumatology department. Basically, he's old news at Yunhua. The fact that he's still kicking, despite all those illnesses, is all thanks to his chill attitude. Got a problem? Go get it fixed. Fixed. Keep running the shop. Just as the two of them were having a good time, they suddenly heard cries for help from outside the shop. Then they saw a thug stabbing someone outside with a knife. In the chaos, a nearby patrol officer stepped forward to try and subdue the thug, but he got stabbed and the thug bolted. Seeing the cop collapse, Ling Ran couldn't just sit there. He called Dr. Zhao and rushed out to help. Luckily, the cop was still conscious. He told them, "There's a kid hurt over there too, doctor." Zhao immediately handed things over to Ling Ran and ran over to the kid. Ling Ran took a close look at the cop's wound. Just one stab wound. Needs to stop the bleeding. ASAP. This is a night market, not a hospital. He quickly asked Boss Xiao for a bottle of white liquor. Unexpectedly, Boss Xiao was even more knowledgeable than him. White liquor won't do much good in this situation. He immediately ran back to the shop to grab iodine and a first aid kit, but the situation was still serious. The wound was inside the abdominal cavity, and you couldn't see the bleeding. You could only guess. Ling Ran poured iodine for fatto over the wound, rinsing and disinfecting it. Usually, ER doctors, when they don't know the specifics of the wound, will waste a ton of supplies to reduce the risk of infection for the patient. Then he pressed on the wound to stop the bleeding. But this is only suitable for normal people without emergency training. Not to mention that internal bleeding is hard to control, it is very dangerous. Pressing on the wound can cause secondary damage. The injured person can only pray that they are lucky enough to avoid hitting any vital parts. But for Ling Ran, it was much easier. He used his professional skills and checked the condition, starting to carefully observe the patient's wound. The procedure made the patient worried. He kept saying, "I have to go to the hospital." Yunhua criticized that this doctor only look at the wound and doesn't know what else to do. Have to go to Yunhua Hospital to find a doctor to be saved. At this moment, Ling Ran analyzed that the injured person had a ruptured spleen and couldn't delay until the ambulance took him to the hospital. Without saying much, he directly reached his hand into the wound. The pain almost made the patient pass out. Boss Xiao also hurriedly told him to let go. But Ling Ran had grasped the patient's condition, stopping the major bleeding in the spleen. But at this moment, there was an even more serious patient waiting for him. Someone ran over and said, "Doctor, Zhiao's in trouble. He can't stop the patient's bleeding. He might have to do surgery right on the street." Ling Ran didn't overthink it. He said he wanted to help, but his hands were still holding pressure on the patient's wounds, making it impossible to pull away. He could only trouble Boss Xiao to find a trolley to take both of them over there together. He figured that Dr. Zhu might be facing a similar situation as him, needing to cut open the abdomen only when the bleeding point couldn't be found. If their situations were similar, time was definitely running out. Sure enough, Dr. Zhu could only temporarily stop the bleeding with his hands, but it wasn't working. Due to massive blood loss, the patient had started mumbling, his face panicked, and he was developing a stutter. Clearly, this guy was on his last legs. If the bleeding point wasn't found soon, it would be too late. Dr. Zhao immediately told Boss Xiao to borrow 2 kitchen knives, high-proof liquor, and white towels, preparing to perform surgery right on the street. But doing so was a huge risk. If this patient couldn't be saved, he wouldn't be able to explain it. If the kid's parents made a scene, he'd probably lose his job over this. But Dr. Zhu was a doctor. He couldn't just stand by and watch him die right in front of him. So he told Boss Xiao to be his assistant, open the bottle of liquor, and prepare to sterilize. After pouring 2 bottles of white liquor, Dr. Zhu prepared to make the incision, when Ling Ran shouted, "Stop! Get someone to give me the rest of the white liquor to wash my hands. Then have everyone carry both injured guys over to me." Ling Ran started examining the other patient's condition. Discovering that he had lost too much blood, his liver was damaged, Ling Ran didn't say much. After sterilizing his hands, he directly used the knife to cut open the injured guy in a holding position. Because it was a one-handed operation, he could only make a slightly larger incision. After sterilizing his hands again, he slowly inserted his hand into the injured man's wound. This scene made Dr. Zhu break out in a cold sweat. He initially thought Ling Ran was cutting open the abdomen to find the bleeding point, but he didn't expect that he wanted to use both hands to stop the bleeding barehanded. Ling Ran quickly felt around, searching for the bleeding point inside the patient's body. It hurt so much that he trembled. To prevent him from moving around randomly, everyone immediately rushed up to hold his limbs down. Ling Ran quickly found the exact location. After he was done, he was so tired that he was sweating like crazy. Now he held 2 lives in his hands, and holding on like this was exhausting. Even though he was stopping the bleeding barehanded, the perfection was only able to slow down the rate of blood loss. The patient had to be taken to the hospital quickly, but the entire street in the night market was full of businesses, occupying the road. An ambulance would probably have a hard time getting in. He had no choice but to temporarily mobilize people's private cars. It had to be a car big enough to fit 3 people at once. A female boss at the scene volunteered her truck. Ling Ran finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally saved. After taking the patient to the hospital, Ling Ran felt relieved. Although he really wanted to participate in the abdominal surgery, his arms were so tired now that he couldn't even lift them.
So he went to the nurse's station and said he wanted to take a day off. The head nurse told him to go home and rest easy. After all, people need rest.
As soon as Ling Ran got home, his parents treated him like a VIP.
It turned out that the video of him saving people had spread online, and the praise from neighbors made his parents overjoyed. To reward his hard work, his parents decided to give him a car as a reward.
Ling Ran said that as long as they were happy, he would go back to the bathroom to wash up and prepare to go to sleep. As soon as he finished showering, he suddenly saw a system notification. Barehanded hemostasis mission completed. Received a new reward. He had lost all hope.
According to the system's personality, it would probably open another bottle of stamina potion. Unexpectedly, this time it opened up Master-Level Limb Resonance Magnetic Field Reading Technique, unlocking a new skill.
Ling Ran was extremely surprised.
After learning it, he discovered that, combined with his previous experience in upper limb anatomy, he could see more information in the magnetic resonance map.
Even, through reading, he could see the uneven magnetic field of the nerves on the arm, whether the contrast was high or not. Through the magnetic resonance image, he could clearly distinguish each structure. This was equivalent to opening half of a clairvoyant eye. But later, if someone asked where he learned this move from, he wouldn't have a good reason anymore. Although Ling Ran was very excited, his body was too tired to bear it. He thought for a while, and then fell asleep. The next morning, he was woken up by his mom rushing him like crazy. Turns out she was urging him to go downstairs and check out the car. The garage door slowly opened, and Dad lifted the white cloth under the car, revealing a surprise. The trendy black old car, as promised, had turned into a brand new red Volkswagen Beetle. Xu Feng kept apologizing when he saw it. "I must have grabbed the wrong one. The wrong one. This is the car Dad bought for Mom and me to go get tea."
Xu Feng suddenly felt like he shouldn't have been here, catching all this dirt. The car that actually belonged to him was parked in front of the house, meeting all the necessary criteria.
After a relaxing day off, Xu Feng drove to the hospital early in the morning and went straight to the nurses' station to request 5 surgeries.
Gotta say, Xu Feng's surgery speed was way faster than before.
The nurses saw him drive in today, and the group of Xu Feng's fans immediately updated their statuses. Still in residency, and already driving to work. Must mean his family's loaded. But now that Dr. Xu has a car, will he get scammed out of his money and heart by some gold digger? Xiao Shu became alert. When she heard this, she thought, "Gotta make my move first." Then she suggested everyone ask Dr. Xu to hang out. But as soon as she got to the door, she was stopped by someone who said Dr. Xu was focused on reading films.
Xu Feng took a pen and drew a line on the patient's palm, meaning he would make the incision from the outside today.
Ma Yanlin was startled. Incision on the palm, that's not common. Even though he had seen related cases, theory and practice ain't the same thing. He tentatively asked, "Why is the opening direction different than usual today?" Xu Feng explained. Based on the MRI, if the patient is sutured from the palm after recovery, the tendon strength will be a bit greater. But Ma Yanlin found it even weirder. In his impression, Dr. Xu was a very rule-abiding surgeon, completing surgeries step by step in the correct order. Today's surgical style clearly exceeded the standard. When the surgery started, Xu Feng really didn't do it the normal way. Ma Yanlin couldn't help but worry. What if something goes wrong? At this moment, Xu Feng successfully flipped the tendon. He discovered that, if he still opened it from the front as usual, the entire surgery would take longer, and the effect after suturing would be completely different. This was all thanks to his MRI reading ability, which allowed him to immediately come up with the perfect surgical plan. When the surgery was about to end, Wang Jia finally mustered up the courage to ask, "Xu Feng, can we go eat hot pot together after work?" Xu Feng replied without hesitation.
Sure. When it was time to get off work, Wang Jia had changed into nice clothes.
At this moment, a nurse suddenly told her, "The emergency department has a surgery. Xu Feng can't go. He told me to tell you he'll definitely go next time." Wang Jia almost burst into tears when she heard this.
The Conquering the Male God guide in her hand also fell to the ground. The plan to date the male god for hot pot in the past had vanished into thin air. While Xu Feng and Lu Wenbin did a few more surgeries, he found that the condition of the tendon rupture was indeed similar to what he saw on the MRI. Lu Wenbin was even more surprised. He found that Xu Feng now sutured a tendon almost as fast as he used to suture a finger. After the surgery, Xu Feng changed clothes and headed towards the rehabilitation room. With experience in hand surgery, as well as the ability to read limb MRIs, surgery time is now shorter. Since he had free time, he went to examine patients himself. Arriving at the rehabilitation room, Xu Feng was praised by many patients.
thus completing many achievements. He also received a lot of basic yang rewards from the sincere thanks of patients.
The sincere thanks he received before were all due to Huo Kongjun challenging him, but now he could even receive them himself. So during the time he didn't go to examine patients, weren't the thanks of the recovering patients who were discharged wasted? Thinking of this, Xu Feng felt like he had missed out on hundreds of millions. Now that he had received 10 basic yang treasures, he could finally open a 10 yang draw. He went to a deserted place and gave the order, and the 10 basic yang treasures were opened one after another.
Out of the many energy potion bottles, a skill book suddenly appears. BOM. Xu Feng receives a branch skill. Microsurgical epineurial suture technique at the Grandmaster level. A nerve suture technique used to repair completely or partially severed nerves due to various reasons. Xu Feng flashes a satisfied grin. This technique looks kinda OP. This case, the patient accidentally fell, and a hard object pierced her palm. Xu Feng asks, puzzled. Nerve damage. After grasping the technique, Xu Feng muses to himself that his newly learned nerve suture technique is a perfect fit for this surgery. Previously, ladder sutures were all fixed procedures and operations, unrelated to anything else. Now adding epineurial suture surgery is like turning a simple bridge into a complex interchange, requiring much more consideration. He heads to the operating room and announces,
finger function reconstruction surgery combined with epineurial suture technique will now commence in a playing the piano incision style.
Seeing this, Lu Wenbin thinks this surgery must be super difficult. The larger the incision made by the same chief surgeon using the same incision technique, the more difficult the surgery.
Xu Feng quickly completes the familiar flexor tendon suture, followed by the epineurial suture technique. Nerve suture techniques usually involve suturing both the inner and outer membranes simultaneously, but epineurial suture, which only sutures the outer membrane, is most commonly used. However, Xu Feng is now using the epineurial suture technique. Although it offers better control, the difficulty is significantly higher.
Epineurial sutures are usually visible to the naked eye, but epineurial sutures are completely invisible. Because Lu Wenbin isn't wearing a microscope, he can't clearly see Xu Feng's operations, and can't even fully see the movement of the sutures. Absolutely no idea. Lu Wenbin can't help but break a sweat. After assisting Xu Feng in so many surgeries, he can't even tell what stage the surgery is at now. At this moment, Xu Feng suddenly says, the epineurium is really tough, almost like the pigskin you used to make.
Hearing Xu Feng still in the mood to give him examples, Lu Wenbin is even more amazed, which also indicates that the surgery is completely under Xu Feng's control. As the final knot is perfectly tied, Xu Feng announces that the surgery is complete.
Lu Wenbin didn't expect such a difficult surgery to go so smoothly. He asks in disbelief, how many nerve fibers were there? Did you suture them all? Xu Feng replies, all sutured. Dr. Zhao, upon hearing that Xu Feng performed epineurial suture surgery on a patient, rushes over to ask about the suturing effect. Xu Feng says that the effect is pretty good,
which puts Dr. Zhu at ease, and he waves goodbye before reminding Xu Feng, Director Huo will probably come ask you about it soon. Xu Feng's new surgery will immediately attract the attention of Dr. Zhu and Huo Kongjun,
not only because epineurial suture technique is the most difficult of the 3 nerve suture methods, but also because previously, among patients with tendon injuries in Zone 2 of the hand, many also had combined nerve injuries, and even combined bone fractures.
The emergency department, because no one could perform nerve suture surgery, flatly refused them. If they knew how to perform nerve suture surgery, the scope of surgeries they could perform would immediately be elevated to another level, and these patients would obviously be treated in time as well.
Before Dr. Zhao had gone far, Director Huo rushed over to find Xu Feng. Without saying a word, he dragged him to see the patient immediately. At this time, the patient had already woken up, and seeing a group of doctors staring intently at her, she panicked and struggled while shouting, I want to change rooms.
Director Huo frowns. Could our department's first nerve suture have failed? The nurse steps forward and asks,
what's wrong with her? Why does she want to change rooms? She says. The fortune teller said my 5 elements lack wood, and I can't touch green. Your room is way too green, you have to change my room. If you don't change my room, my illness definitely won't get better. Then, her eyes light up. Or you can repaint the walls for me. I want pink. Pink brings money. What I lack the most is money.
Director Huo sighs, and turns to tell Xu Feng, take her for an electromyography, to analyze the patient's nerve recovery. Xu Feng pushes the patient to the neurology department, reminding the doctor there, this patient is quite special, pay attention to her.
The neurology doctor, Cao Yu, says, don't worry, leave it to me. But before she can start, the patient asks,
is there something wrong with my nerves? Cao Yue says. We won't know until we've examined them.
Hearing this, she gets flustered. patting her chest and saying, "I'm not afraid of death. Normal people don't go for nerve exams, so wouldn't that mean I'm mental?" At this time, Cao Yu notices something strange about the patient's clothes, and she pauses for a few seconds. Wait, why does this look so familiar? Seeing the doctor noticing her clothes, the patient immediately took off her coat, revealing the clothes she was wearing underneath. Kao Yue exclaimed in horror, "Holy SHT! Are you wearing morning clothes to the hospital?" Unexpectedly, the patient became serious and said, "If you find something wrong with my brain later, I'll wear this outfit and jump from the rooftop, so as not to implicate my family." Kao Yu was caught in a dilemma. If the examination reveals that this patient has neurological problems, wouldn't she jump from the hospital rooftop? Afterwards, Dr. Cario ran out and found Ling Ran and the others to help. An hour later, the examination was finally completed. Cao Yu said, "The patient's nerve anastomosis is in good condition, and the tendon anastomosis is also fine, but she has psychological problems." Everyone felt relieved after hearing the report. Huo Kongjun suggested that Ling Ran could also do combined injury patients. Moreover, as far as he knew, in the entire province, the number of doctors who could independently perform flexor tendon repair and nerve sheath repair surgeries could be counted on one's fingers. Once Ling Ran performs combined nerve injury surgery, their hospital will not be far from a level 1 trauma center. Afterwards, Director Huo happily patted Ling Ran on the shoulder and said, "Pay attention to your health. Once patients with combined nerve injuries are admitted, the number of surgeries will increase dramatically." At this moment, Huo Kongjun's phone rang, and the other side reported, "The director's daughter's foot was scalded by boiling water and has been brought here." Afterwards, he and Ling Ran went to the ward, but Director Hao had a request. That was for Ling Ran to examine his daughter. Director Huo looked embarrassed. Ling Ran wasn't good at treating burns. Hao Pei, Director Hao's daughter, said, "That's not a problem, just take a picture with me." Director Huo saw that Hao Pei was a teenager, so he turned to Ling Ran and said, "Give Director Hao some face, at least pretend to do something." Ling Ran rolled up his sleeves and went to treat Hao Pei's foot. Hao Pei held her phone and posed, snapping a series of photos. Soon after, Ling Ran finished treating the wound, and he said, "I'll come back for a checkup later." Hao Pei looked very reluctant and asked, "Can't Ling Ran stay with me forever?" The nurse advised Hao Pei, "Don't be so clingy. Ling Ran still has other patients." But she didn't care. Posting a status on her QQ page, "There's happiness in misfortune, there's happiness in meeting a handsome guy." The next day, Hao Pei went to physical therapy and brought Ling Ran a cup of hot milk tea. But Ling Ran didn't have the habit of drinking milk tea, so he gave it back to Su Mengshu, since she had bought breakfast anyway. Hearing this, Hao Pei began to scrutinize the nurse standing next to her. "This woman looks cuter than me, has bigger boobs than me, and is even taller than me." Hao Pei was furious. "Why do you think I didn't go to the central hospital and came here? Isn't it to report the enemy's situation to you?" Ling Ran asked suspiciously. "What is the enemy's situation?" Hao Pei explained. "Dr. Manhwa and you are rivals, right? He's about to finish his residency, and will also bring a Japanese doctor to Yunhua Hospital to take office. And Director Pan is the current associate chief physician, and you are still an intern. Surely a large number of your patients will be taken away." Ling Ran felt the situation was serious after hearing this. The Japanese doctor can complete such a ladder surgery in just 30 minutes, and can sew 40 fingers a day. Director Pan's treatment team can also sew 30 fingers a day. Although there are many patients in Yunhua, it is impossible to have so many injured fingers available every day. In other words, if Director Pan snatches them away, you may not have any surgeries to do. Thinking of this, Ling Ran thanked Hao Pei and turned to leave. And Hao Pei, seeing Ling Ran's sincere thanks, calmed down. In the operating room, Ling Ran announced this news to everyone, and he also said, "Starting from now, we will increase the number of surgeries." Just like that, Ling Ran and Lu Wenbin, Ma Yanlin, Wang Jia, and Su Mengshu split into 2 groups, taking turns quickly accumulating 20 battle spoils. Luckily, I also received specialized ladder stitch techniques, and now my suturing skills are number 1 in Jiangxi province and 78th nationwide. At the same time, at the airport, a middle-aged man and a young guy stepped off the plane. The man took a deep breath. After more than a month, Manhwa is finally back. And that young guy is Ueda Hakato, the medical PhD that Manhwa brought back from Japan. Manhwa's eyes suddenly turned serious. He said, "Let's go to the hospital. After all, a doctor's battlefield is always the operating room." Afterward, the two arrived at the hand surgery department of Yunhua Hospital. The people in the department had organized a welcoming ceremony. Manhwa waved his hand and said, "Instead of doing these welcoming stunts, prepare some difficult patients for Ueda and me." Xiao Tai said, "We'll arrange it immediately." Then, Everyone took Ueda on a tour of the hospital. When Yunhua went to the examination room to check them out, he found that it was full of Ling Ran's patients. Manhwa looked disdainful. Although Ling Ran is pretty good at ladder-stitch surgeries, he's at most just an intern who knows a bit about high-level techniques. He turned to ask Zhao Tai, "How many surgeries does Ling Ran do every day?" Now I remember he used to do 5 cases a day. Zhao Tai said awkwardly, "Ling Ran does more than that now." Manhwa laughed out loud after hearing that. I thought Zhao Tai was just spouting nonsense. Ling Ran is currently suturing flexor tendons and nerve repair. Even if he's working himself to death, how many cases can he do? Zhao Tai stammered. He averages about 10 cases now. Ueda was shocked. Doesn't he need to rest? And Manhwa's expression completely darkened. He said coldly, "We'll start the counterattack tomorrow. These surgeries are Ling Ran's last supper. He's about to get sidelined." The next day, Manhwa and Ueda opened a joint expert consultation. Many patients who heard the name came to consult, and they admitted 12 patients in just one morning. That way, they wouldn't have to worry about not having patients. But Ueda found it annoying. "How are we supposed to finish so many patients?" Manhwa said. "If we can't finish, we can transfer the patients to Ling Ran. I am the deputy director of hand surgery. Returning from this advanced study, I can prioritize the selection of patients and the difficulty of the surgery. Next, I will do my best to surpass Ling Ran in the number of surgeries, become a legend in Yunhua Hospital, and then conquer the whole country." Ueda, hearing Manhwa's ambitious words, felt that he could also leave a legend in China. He said, "I will definitely follow Director Pan's arrangements." But for Ueda, basic tendon and muscle repair surgery was already a rare major surgery. Although he finally completed it, his speed was still much slower than Ling Ran's. The nurses and anesthesiologists operating with him couldn't help but complain. "If we keep working with you like this, we'll be dead tired." Although they said that, they still followed Manhwa and Ueda to perform surgeries all night. In the morning, the two walked out of the operating room, looking at each other and smiling. They felt that this time they could definitely surpass Ling Ran. But when they learned that Ling Ran had done more surgeries than the two of them, and still had no intention of stopping, Manhwa was furious. He gritted his teeth and said to Ueda, "Ling Ran must be exhausted after doing so many surgeries. Let's go take a look. I don't believe he's made of iron." The two hurriedly went to the emergency department's operating room to investigate the situation. At first, they thought that Ling Ran had been operating all day and night, and his physical strength and spirit must be unable to endure any longer. But at this moment, Ling Ran was still as relaxed and comfortable as if he had just done his first surgery. Moreover, with the experience accumulated from many surgeries, he can now make the ladder stitch close to the edge of the wound. Many doctors can't do this kind of wound closure technique, even if they do it for a lifetime. At this moment, he completely lost his composure. Not expecting Ling Ran's growth rate to be so fast, after leaving the operating room, he asked Ueda, "What do you think of Ling Ran's surgery?" Ueda said, "Dr. Ling's technique is on par with the top doctors in Japan, and his nerve bundle repair surgery is even better than mine." Hearing Ueda's high praise of Ling Ran, Manhwa became even more angry. No matter how excellent Ling Ran is, he is just a surgeon who only knows one type of technique. Eventually, he will gradually become mediocre. At this moment, Zhao Tai hurriedly ran over and said to Manhwa, "Your brother-in-law's right hand was injured by someone, and he's about to be transferred to our hospital." Hearing this, Manhwa almost collapsed. In the past, when his wife kicked him out of the house, he often stayed at his sister's house, so he had a good relationship with his brother-in-law, and his brother-in-law works as a designer. If his hand can't be used, it will be very difficult to make a living in the future. He thought for a moment and then ordered Zhao Tai, "Find a way to get your brother-in-law to Ling Ran, but don't mention his name. It's best to find a way to keep an eye on Ling Ran." Zhao Tai understood Manhwa's intention. Manhwa was worried he might lose control of his emotions and mess up the surgery. He was also worried Ling Ran might pull some stunts during his brother-in-law's surgery. In the ER office, Zhao Tai fibbed that the patient was his relative, adding that the hand surgery department was super busy today. So he wanted to hand over the patient's surgery to Ling Ran while he would just observe. Dr. Zhu didn't think much of it and agreed to Zhao Tai's request. Inside the operating room, Ling Ran, with his expert incision technique, held the scalpel like a flat-tipped pen, making one swift cut on the back of the patient's hand. Next, he decisively pulled out a muscle tendon. Zhao Tai watched, thinking it was like plucking a piece of fat from a lean cut of meat. Just then, Ling Ran suddenly announced, "First tendon sutured." Zhao Tai looked up. Holy moly, it only took 2 minutes to suture the first tendon. Geez, if it were me, I'd probably need 20 minutes to finish it. Next, Ling Ran fished out another tendon and continued suturing. Zhao Tai watched, gulping hard. But then, Ling Ran said, My condition's not too great today.
Xiao Ti was instantly brought back to reality, his face tense, thinking, the patient's Director Pan's brother-in-law. Such an important surgery, so no mistakes. Seriously, if you're not feeling well, don't even take it. Ling Ran took off his microscope, looked at Lu Wenbin, and said, did something go wrong with the trotters I ate for lunch?
Hearing Ling Ran, Xiao Tai's whole body went limp. What in the world is happening? What's with the trotters now? Don't mess things up at such a crucial moment.
Lu Wenbin heard Ling Ran and suddenly shot up, emphatically declaring, there's no way the trotters could have a problem. Every single pore was scrubbed clean, I swear.
Lu Wenbin misunderstood, thinking Ling Ran was explaining that he hadn't eaten enough trotters for lunch and was now a bit hypoglycemic.
Su Mengshu heard this and immediately pulled out some dextrose for Ling Ran to take a sip. After drinking, Ling Ran also got serious again. He noticed a ruptured blood vessel in the patient, his voice sounding pretty unstable, and told Su Mengshu to press on it with a gauze pad. Xiao Tai silently screamed in his heart, this is way too unstable. When the chief surgeon gets mad, it means the operation isn't going smoothly.
But soon enough, the surgery gradually returned to normal, and Xiao Tai's heart, which had been hanging by a thread, finally stabilized.
Now recalling Ling Ran's surgery, the more Xiao Tai thought about it, the scarier it seemed.
Young, talented, and with amazing skills. Could this be why Director Pan sought out Ling Ran to take on his brother-in-law's surgery? At this point, Ling Ran took off his microscope and announced,
nerve suturing complete. Skin closure will be handled by Lu Wenbin.
Lu Wenbin gave a thumbs up. Xiao Tai, looking dazed, grabbed Ling Ran's arm and asked, can you just do the skin closure too? My family's in business, they need to look decent when they're out and about. Ling Ran looked at Xiao Tai, then reluctantly agreed. But after the surgery concluded, based on Xiao Tai's erratic behavior, Lu Wenbin felt, this patient is no simple case. So, he secretly went to a nearby patient room to investigate. Lu Wenbin gently woke the patient up. The patient, in a daze, kept calling out, Manhwa. Hearing this, Lu Wenbin knew his intuition was spot on. There really is something fishy going on here. After that, he asked the patient, do you know Director Pan? The patient replied, he's my brother-in-law. After getting the answer he wanted, Lu Wenbin immediately ran to report the news to Director Huo. At 5:00 a.m., Manhwa had already arrived at the ER's rehabilitation room to check on his brother-in-law's wound. But his older sister, Pan Jinyu, gave him an earful, saying, that doctor he recommended is totally unreliable. How can he start rehab just 12 hours after surgery? Manhwa told his sister. Keep it down. He sighed and said, if Ling Ran's surgery wasn't good, why would I have gone through all this trouble to arrange it? Although Manhwa didn't want to admit it, when it came to suturing flexor tendons and nerve membranes, Ling Ran was genuinely better than him. But Pan Jinyu still wouldn't let him off the hook. Just look at your brother-in-law. He hasn't slept since yesterday's surgery, and now he's up doing rehab before dawn, looking completely sluggish, Manhwa hastily explained. Doing this can reduce the risk of tendon adhesion. The chief surgeon understands the patient's condition better than I do.
Manhwa left the rehabilitation room, sighing. He was utterly helpless against his troublesome older sister. Suddenly, Huo Kongjun's voice rang in his ear. Manhwa was startled and turned his head, only to see it was Director Huo and Ling Ran. Huo Kongjun asked him with a smile. Visiting relatives? Manhwa knew he couldn't hide it anymore, so he had to admit it. After hearing this, Director Huo laughed loudly. Director Pan's relatives are also the relatives of the entire Yunhua hospital. Then he turned to Ling Ran and said, go and check up on our relative. Ling Ran entered the examination room. Without a word, he started the examination carefully. He found that the tendon problem had been basically resolved, but it was too difficult to fully restore the hand to normal. The patient was shocked after hearing this. The patients around him were in similar situations, but their functional assessment results were all good. Ling Ran explained that his assessment result could also be good, but good did not mean completely like a normal person. It only meant that he could take care of himself simply, but could not do heavy work or work requiring dexterity. After hearing what Ling Ran said, the patient hurriedly asked if he could write, eat, and use a computer. Ling Ran replied that he could. After hearing what Ling Ran said, they were finally relieved. They sincerely thanked Ling Ran. Ling Ran smiled contentedly. You got thanked again. The reward is finally here. Immediately afterwards, the system announced that he had received sincere thanks from the patient, and the reward was a primary treasure chest. Ling Ran immediately opened the chest, unexpectedly opening 2 skill books this time. It was a master-level head massage technique manual and a cervical spine massage manipulation. the most commonly used, non-surgical method for treating cervical spine diseases.
As soon as Ling Ran returned to the office, he began self-experimentation. He massaged and tried it on himself. At this time, Huo Kongjun came to inform Ling Ran that he had helped Ling Ran apply for a health check quota for urban management cadres, which meant going to a nursing home to check the health of patients. The job was very easy. But Ling Ran looked very disappointed. He only wanted surgery. Director Huo got angry. "I got this quota, you have to go even if you don't want to." Today, Ling Ran and Dr. Zhu went to the nursing home to check the health of the elderly. After checking for a while, Dr. Zhu felt a little tired. He sat down and started massaging his neck. Ling Ran discovered that the curvature of Dr. Zhao's cervical spine had changed. To treat this degree of injury, the newly learned cervical spine massage and manipulation method was required. Ling Ran started massaging Dr. Zhao, and a cracking sound came out. Dr. Zhao screamed, but then he felt relaxed all over. The cervical spine injury caused by overwork in the past 2 months seemed to have recovered. He stood up and asked Ling Ran, "What is this method?" Ling Ran was tired of explaining, and said directly, "Master-level massage technique." Dr. Zhao gave Ling Ran a thumbs up. "Master is indeed worthy of the name. I will call it the best massage technique in Yunhua." At this time, a female doctor happened to pass by and said that her neck was not very good either, so she wanted Ling Ran to help her take a look. Ling Ran used the same massage method to press down on her neck. After a cracking sound, the female doctor felt like she was floating, and the stiffness in her neck disappeared, like a withered flower blooming again. After finishing the work, the female doctor kept praising Ling Ran's method. Other doctors and nurses who saw this scene also wanted Ling Ran to massage them. After that, unbearable screams echoed in the nursing home. At this time, the director of the nursing home angrily came out and asked, "Why are they screaming in broad daylight?" A nurse with a flushed face came out and said, "Ling Ran's massage technique makes people too comfortable." Hearing this, the director was even more angry. "How comfortable can it be? I think you are just messing around." Dr. Zhao and the female doctor, seeing that the director didn't believe it, invited him to try. Just one crack, and it's done. The director only felt his whole body floating, followed by a feeling of comfort like a relaxing weekend with his wife and children, sitting leisurely on the sofa. The director couldn't bear it either, and he almost screamed like the others. After the massage, he also waved his hand and told them to continue but to keep it down. Seeing the dean acknowledge Ling Ran's massage technique, the others watching also swarmed forward, wanting Ling Ran to massage them. Dr. Zhu stepped up to maintain order, asking them to line up one by one. But at the end of the line, a strange woman was covering her mouth, snickering, her eyes full of greed. "Who knew I'd find a treasure trove here? This young, handsome boy, I can't wait to get my hands on him." She introduced herself as Li Lei, a representative from Lanxing Entertainment. She asked Ling Ran, "Want to become a big star?" Ling Ran refused. Without hesitation, Li Lei scratched the back of her head, still looking mysterious. "The day after tomorrow, you can come to the stadium. Meng Shui will be holding her tour concert there. I believe you'll definitely like it." Then she gave Ling Ran 2 VIP tickets. Ling Ran was about to refuse, but Meng Shui was his mother's idol, so it seemed like he had to go to this concert. 2 days later, Ling Ran and his mother went to the concert. Seeing Ling Ran arrive, Li Lei greeted him enthusiastically. But at that moment, some bad news arrived. Meng Shui and her dance partner cramped up while warming up. Hearing this, Li Lei felt extremely uneasy. "There's only half an hour until the show starts. What do we do?" She suddenly remembered that Ling Ran knew massage, so she turned to him and asked if it could cure cramps. Ling Ran said it could alleviate them. After that, Li Lei hurriedly dragged him to the dressing room backstage. Meng Shui and her dance partner were kneeling on the floor, massaging their calves with all their might, so painful that tears were streaming down their faces. Ling Ran took a closer look. Both of them had cramps in their legs. Li Lei dragged Ling Ran straight to Meng Shui. Ling Ran was originally going to say that he could treat both of them at the same time, but before he could even speak, Li Lei interrupted him. "Meng Shui is the one who needs to be treated first. Do you understand? People have different levels. If you want to treat someone, you have to treat Meng Shui first." Hearing this, Ling Ran suddenly stopped in his tracks. He expressed his opposition. "The injured don't have class distinctions. In my eyes, they are both the same. Moreover, I can treat both of them at the same time." After that, he brushed off Li Lei's hand and used his master massage technique to treat both of them. At this moment, Li Lei realized how foolish she had been. Perhaps, in Ling Ran's eyes, she and Meng Shui were no different from ordinary people. Moreover, his eyes were full of responsibility and love for his profession. It was the look of a born doctor. Just as the treatment ended, the system suddenly sent a treasure chest and opened it automatically, without him having to click on it. Ling Ran received the perfect grade severed finger replantation technique manual. Ling Ran's eyes widened. This reward is the bomb. At this moment, a staff member rushed over and reported. A spectator fell and is covered in blood. The doctor we arranged can't stop the bleeding, and the injured person said they have a long-term illness, requesting to go to Yunhua Hospital.
Ling Ran suddenly thought of an acquaintance. He went to check it out, and sure enough, it was Boss Xiao.
As soon as he saw Ling Ran, he was about to say something, but Ling Ran said, "Don't." Then, he used iodine to disinfect his hands, performing barehanded hemostasis to stop Boss Xiao's bleeding, which was quickly achieved. Boss Xiao tried to sit up, asking Ling Ran, "Now that the bleeding has stopped, do I still need to go to Yunhua Hospital? The tickets to this concert were so expensive, I have to try to watch the whole thing." But Ling Ran discovered that Boss Xiao's complexion was even worse than before, so he told him, "Wait a moment." Then, he began to examine his physical condition. He examined Boss Xiao's abdomen and discovered that he had internal organ bleeding from the fall and had to be taken to the hospital immediately.
The ambulance quickly took Boss Xiao to Yunhua Hospital.
Ling Ran walked into the changing room to change his clothes, intending to personally perform the surgery for him. Unexpectedly, a large hand stopped him. Huo Kongjun said angrily, "I tried to give you a few days off. Why won't you listen? Is there no other reliable doctor in the emergency department? Now that you can perform nerve bundle anastomosis, Dr. Wang and I have discussed putting you on a severed finger replantation case. The reason we told you to rest for a few days was to find a suitable patient."
Hearing about the severed finger, Ling Ran immediately perked up. He immediately said that he wanted to do the surgery right now.
Just then, Dr. Wang rushed over, shouting, "A 5-year-old kid completely severed 8 fingers. We need to reattach them ASAP."
This 5-year-old lost all 8 fingers.
Gotta sew, back on. But each kid-sized finger takes about 4 hours, so 8 fingers. That's 32 hours. Ain't no doc who can last that long. Plus, the golden window for reattachment is under 24 hours, especially since 8 hours is the frickin' limit. After that, most docs just recommend amputation. Wang Haiyang was planning on running 4 teams simultaneously, but all the top hand surgeons are MIA on vacay.
He wants Xu Feng from the ER to join, so they have someone flexible for tendon, blood vessel, and nerve hookups. After getting the Chief Huo's OK, Wang Haiyang leads Ling Ran into the hand surgery OR. Dr. Wang tells everyone, "I borrowed Xu Feng for delicate stitching. Anyone gets tired, just tag him in."
No sooner had he spoken than the lead doc on Team 4, totally exhausted, flubbed a stitch. Wang Haiyang immediately tells the assistant to yank it out and says to the doc, "If you're beat, don't push it." Then he turns to Xu Feng, "You're up." Xu Feng glances over the MRI and X-ray. With his god-tier MRI reading skills, he quickly gets the gist of the severed digits. Next up, the hardest jigsaw puzzle ever. With the nurse's help, Xu Feng puts on the microscope and gloves, then takes over as lead doc on Team 4. Ma Yanlin, still in super focused mode, doesn't even notice the switcheroo until Xu Feng calls out to him. After giving Ma Yanlin a heads up, Xu Feng jumps right into surgery. While the other lead docs are still prepping the wounds, Xu Feng is already done with the bone work, getting ready for internal fixation. This speed has some of the attending physicians shook. Wang Haiyang can't help but reassure himself, maybe this Xu Feng kid's just good at minor lacerations and bone setting. Dr. Fei chimes in. The progress is solid. Good start, keep it up. Ma Yanlin and Xu Feng are a well-oiled machine. Ma Yanlin's super familiar with Xu Feng's moves, so the surgery's smooth sailing. Before long, Xu Feng takes off his microscope and says, "Alright, suture the skin, it's all yours."
Everyone's jaw drops. They just finished half the work, and Xu Feng's already closing the skin. Wang Haiyang mentally sighs.
Looks like Xu Feng's skills go way beyond minor stuff and bone setting. Dr. Guo's the most gobsmacked. He's still sewing tendons, and Xu Feng's done. Surgeons usually compare speed, and faster is usually just 20 minutes max. This ER kid's an hour faster. His first thought is suspicion. No way this is legit. He turns to Wang Haiyang. "Hey Wang, should we double-check Ling Ran's Team 4? But Wang Haiyang thinks, now's not the time to diss him. The other 2 teams are only halfway done. They haven't even reached the crucial vascular anastomosis step. At their current speed, they need at least another hour and a half. But the patient's only 5. Every second counts if we want all 8 fingers working again. And Xu Feng's keeping up with the associate directors in the room. Since he can do it, we can't stop him." Wang Haiyang turns to Xu Feng. "Xu Feng, keep going, and do the left ring finger." Xu Feng scans the left hand's MRI. Looks like the tendons, blood vessels, and nerves are pretty similar to the previous finger. But the finger's severed mid-bone, so a bone shortening is necessary. The finger's going to be about 0.5 centimeters shorter than usual.
After reading the film, Xu Feng's got a plan.
Just then, Ma Yanlin finishes suturing the first finger, and immediately the duo starts on reattaching the left ring finger. With the assist of perfect level severed finger microsurgical reattachment technique,
Xu Feng wraps up the finger faster than anyone can blink. How's Xu Feng so damn fast? Wang Haiyang's already used to it, turning to Ling Ran with a smile.
Can you keep going? Xu Feng replies, yep. So, Wang Haiyang hands Dr. Fei's original pinky project to Xu Feng. Dr. Fei next to them is sweating bullets.
He reassures himself. What speed even matter? My reattachment quality's higher. Better recovery too.
But after doing 2 fingers, Xu Feng's acclimated to the perfect level severed finger microsurgical reattachment technique. It also integrated smoothly inside. Then, Xu Feng and Ma Yanlin start sewing the 3rd finger again. But at this point, they are all a bit tired. Today's surgery is definitely very difficult.
Before they were not tired when they did the 3-layer suture. Now they are tired before they finish 3 fingers.
But the surgery was critical. So Ling Ran drank an energy potion to dispel the fatigue. At that moment, Dr. Fei finally completed the 1st finger. After removing his microscope glasses, he triumphantly asked Wang Haiyang. Need any help? Wang Haiyang said. No need.
After being rejected, Dr. Fei thought to himself, I've got nothing to do right now, so I'll go watch Ling Ran's surgery.
Although he couldn't see the details under the microscope, Ling Ran's expression was relaxed, his movements were skillful, and without hesitation, which showed that his surgery was going smoothly. And more importantly, the surgical process was like dancing an elegant and gorgeous waltz. Such a surgery could be considered perfect. At this time, Wang Haiyang, who was next to him, was so tired that his head was covered in sweat. He looked up and asked Ling Ran, Is the 3rd finger done yet?
Ling Ran said,
The nerves are almost reconnected, but this little finger needs a skin graft. Wang Haiyang waved his hand at him. Leave the skin graft to Dr. Kang. Come over here and help me. Ling Ran switched battlefields again and started suturing the 4th finger.
With Ling Ran's cooperation, Wang Haiyang felt much more relaxed. The people around were all dumbfounded.
How did this kid make the surgery go from difficult to easy after teaming up with old Wang?
Half an hour later, Wang Haiyang was so tired that he was panting.
Looks like I can't underestimate old age. There's no way I can do both fingers.
So he had to hand over the arteries and veins to Ling Ran to suture.
Without much effort, Ling Ran sutured all 2 arteries.
Seeing this, everyone's eyes flashed with the same thought.
So handsome, cool, the best of the best, absolutely amazing. At the same time, the system sent 9 elementary Yang treasure pills. The praise of colleagues is the greatest reward for a doctor. After the surgery ended,
Ling Ran had just walked out of the operating room when he saw Huo Kongjun waiting for him for a long time. Director Huo Kongjun stepped forward and asked Ling Ran, Why didn't your mom come home in the middle of the night and even brought a celebrity to wait for you outside? You little rascal. What the hell have you been doing outside?
Ling Ran received a message that his mother brought a big star to wait at the door. He immediately ran over to see, and just as he got close, he heard his mother talking to the other person about Meng Shui's matter.
In the future, if anything happens, just let me know in advance. Arranging a spot for Ling Ran is definitely no problem.
Unexpectedly, the next second, Ling Ran appeared beside her. He asked his mother, What are you arranging for me again without my permission? Only then did Ling Ran notice that the celebrity his mother brought was actually Meng Zhu. Knowing that after the concert, her shoulders and neck seemed to have problems again, so she came to bother Dr. Ling for a massage. Ling Ran only found it strange. What kind of injury is that fast? Is the concert that strenuous? Seeing her son's suspicious expression, Tao Ping knew that her son must be thinking about strange things again. She put her hand on Ling Ran's shoulder and warned him, Don't embarrass me. She's already said that. Mom knows your skills. Less than 20 minutes will definitely make her feel comfortable.
These ambiguous words would make anyone surrender. Huo Kongjun, who was nearby, happened to see this scene.
He suddenly realized that this was a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. With support from celebrity sources, plus the major success of yesterday's severed finger replantation surgery, this was definitely a great opportunity to turn Ling Ran into a star doctor. The next morning, Ling Ran, who had not slept for a few hours, appeared at the hospital early in the morning. As soon as he arrived at the nurse's station, he was informed by the leaders that he should go to the meeting room as soon as he arrived at the hospital today. Ling Ran didn't even understand what was going on, when suddenly a patient came with fruit and banners. They came to thank Ling Ran for the tendon repair surgery he performed. The two even bought crawfish and insisted on showing him a hand-peeling crawfish performance. Under the urging of the nurse, Ling Ran and the patient's family went to the lecture hall together and saw Dr. Fei and Dr. Guo were also there.
The patient said immediately.
Awesome. Everyone can watch him peel the crawfish.
Seeing a patient coming to express gratitude, reporter Zhu Yaoan hurriedly recorded this scene.
Ling Ran was stunned when he saw this. It turned out that the severed finger replantation surgery he participated in yesterday had been reported in the news.
They sent someone to interview, and since a patient happened to come to express gratitude today, the reporter arranged for them to film the scene of giving banners.
The other doctors next to him were both jealous and envious, and had to eat crawfish in bitterness. At this time, Zhu Yaoan came up with an idea. She suggested that the patient personally peel the shrimp for Ling Ran to eat, so that everyone could feel the relationship between the patient and the doctor. Ling Ran felt it was a bit ridiculous.
Dr. Wang saw that he seemed uncooperative and reminded him, "All this is for Yunhua, just put on a show." The shrimp peeling scene had just wrapped up when someone burst into the meeting room looking for Wang Haiyang. He yelled, "This is bad." The chain-smoking patient's finger was severed, and now there's a blood clot, stopping circulation.
Wang Haiyang sighed. Looks like we'll have to prepare for an amputation. Ling Ran, however, said, "It's not time to sigh yet." With that, he prepared to head to the operating room to work his magic.
To reporter Zhu Yaoan, this was prime material. She already had a headline in mind: "Patient definitely needs amputation to survive." This is a bombshell.
Zhao Yaowen lugged her camera and followed. As she was about to enter the monitoring room, she was informed that outsiders weren't allowed, but Dr. Wang whispered to her, "If you want material on Ling Ran, you can ask at the nurses' station or find Lu Wenbin in the emergency department."
Zhao Yaowen felt like she'd struck gold.
She immediately went to the nurses' station and asked the nurses what kind of person Dr. Ling was in their eyes. Unfortunately, the on-duty nurse wasn't very close to Dr. Ling. She told Zhu Yaowen to go to the parking lot to find Lu Jingling, emphasizing that her relationship with Dr. Ling was definitely not simple. Zhao Yaowen suddenly caught a whiff of a juicy scoop. "If I can dig up some dirt on this male-female relationship, that'd be epic." Zhao Yaowen immediately went to the parking lot to interview Lu Jingling. Hearing that the interview was about Ling Ran, she surprisingly asked, "Is our Ling Ran getting famous?" Zhao Yaowen heard her intimate way of addressing him and immediately knew something was fishy. She immediately asked, "Dr. Ling is just an intern, but he's become a pillar of Yunhua Hospital in such a short time. Do you know his secret?" "Duh. It's because our Ling Ran is a genius among geniuses."
Then Lu Xingling began to tell Zhao Yaowen the story from their first meeting until today, talking for several hours straight to recount all of Ling Ran's heroic deeds. But there wasn't much newsworthy information.
Zhao Yaowen then sought out Lu Wenbin in the emergency department, but unexpectedly, Lu Wenbin was even more over the top than Lu Jingling. He said, "Dr. Ling only leads his team to do things other teams can't, while also not forgetting to praise himself a little. To keep up with Dr. Ling's pace, I have to wear diapers into the operating room, because assisting Ling Ran means there's no time to even go to the bathroom, but I've already mastered it now." Just then, a doctor came to inform Lu Wenbin that Dr. Ling was done, asking him to prepare for the next surgeries, and he specifically instructed, "Just in case something happens, Lu Wenbin, remember to prepare your diapers beforehand." Learning that Dr. Ling had finished the surgery, Zhu Yaowen immediately rushed over to interview him.
Seeing Wang Haiyang give Ling Ran a thumbs up, Zhao Yaowen understood that Ling Ran had once again saved a patient.
As Ling Ran stepped out of the operating room, Lu Wenbin was already brimming with enthusiasm, eager to perform severed finger reattachment surgery with him. He now felt that the latter suturing technique no longer fazed him. Ling Ran also had that intention. He patted Lu Wenbin's shoulder and said, "All right, let's do 50 cases first then." Because he had just been thanked by the patient's family, Ling Ran had received the specialized technique of vertical mattress reverse suturing. At the same time, a new quest appeared: reattach 50 severed fingers. The reward was a mid-grade treasure box, a basic-grade treasure box, and a new suturing skill.
These were still the usual items, but this was the first time he'd seen a mid-grade treasure box.
Ling Ran couldn't wait. After a day of continuous work, both finally returned to the break room.
Seeing Ling Ran return, Huo Kongjun, who had been waiting for a long time, suddenly woke up. Since Ma Yanlin had been transferred to the surgical department, Director Huo knew Ling Ran would be even busier.
So he found Ling Ran a new, reliable assistant, who also had excellent achievements in the department, Dr. Yu Yuan. Then he woke up. Yu Yuan, who was lying next to him, Yu Yuan groggily stood up, with bird's nest hair, and introduced herself. "Hello, Dr. Ling. I'm Yu Yuan, a specialist in anorectal medicine, graduated from Tongji University." Hearing this specialty, everyone was dumbfounded. Why is an anorectal doctor in the emergency department? Then Yu Yuan explained, "When I was getting my master's degree, I specialized in emergency medicine. but I was more interested in anorectal medicine myself. So during my master's, I always researched issues related to anorectal medicine. Even my graduation thesis was an investigative analysis of the relationship between female students' behavior and anorectal pathology.
Lu Wenbin, standing nearby, secretly thought, "It's past midnight, and she's still bringing up such stinky topics for discussion." The next day, Yu Yuan participated in Ling Ran's surgery as an assistant. While Ling Ran was reading the scans, Lu Wenbin curiously asked Yu Yuan, "What was the final conclusion of your graduation thesis?" Yu Yuan said, "It's related to hygiene habits. University restrooms are mostly squat toilets, and female students don't have the habit of cleaning themselves after using the restroom. Washing your anus properly is super important. People who only use toilet paper after going to the bathroom often don't get truly clean. Leftover feces can cause contamination, and over time it weakens local resistance, increasing the risk of anal and rectal issues." Lu Wenbin found this explanation incredibly realistic. At this point, Ling Ran finished reading the scans and had a surgical plan ready, he declared. The surgery officially begins. Unexpectedly, Yu Yuan caused a stir right then. Right at the start, she kept shouting, "Stop!" She thought the patient had severe crush syndrome with extensive soft tissue damage, making microsurgical reattachment extremely difficult. Even if successful, the chances of full functional recovery would be very low. Ling Ran curiously asked, "Have you worked in orthopedics before? Why are you so familiar with this?" Yu Yuan explained that she'd previously had an interest in the emergency department, where most crush syndrome cases are seen. She then detailed what to look out for and how to handle such situations. Lu Wenbin, standing beside them, exclaimed, "Whoa, I didn't expect Yu Yuan to be such a hidden gem, just like Ling Ran used to be. No showing off, no flashy moves, but when she acts, she strikes hard. I guess I'm about to get demoted to second assistant." Ling Ran was also genuinely impressed by Yu Yuan's specialized knowledge. Even though he had mastered the perfect level severed finger microsurgery reattachment technique, his knowledge of crush syndrome specifically wasn't as extensive as Yu Yuan's. Her understanding of this condition was truly comprehensive. It seemed like working with her would be super easy. Then, he told Yu Yuan to bring the forceps to try a test pull. To his surprise, Yu Yuan took just one look and instantly realized, "You're looking for the vein?" This speed even made Ling Ran look at her in a new light. As for Lu Wenbin, it went without saying, he'd already sealed his fate as the second assistant. Yu Yuan explained, "Just now I saw Dr. Ling loosen the tourniquet, and the artery had already been sutured, so of course he'd be looking for the vein now." Ling Ran found this girl incredibly useful, so he assigned Yu Yuan the task of rinsing. Since blood vessel suturing takes a long time, it needs to be regularly rinsed with saline solution to prevent drying. This was a super basic maneuver, but to everyone's surprise, Yu Yuan poured it out like she was washing feet, spilling it everywhere. Both of them stared at Yu Yuan with puzzled expressions. "Why are you suddenly acting like such a newbie? So clumsy." What on earth was wrong with Yu Yuan? She quickly apologized. Lu Wenbin looked at her suspiciously. Ling Ran remained calm, continuing to suture, and told her to get another basin to rinse again. This time, Yu Yuan was very careful, but the water flow was too weak. Ling Ran repeatedly told her to speed up, yet the flow still wasn't adequate. After Ling Ran repeatedly emphasized the need to speed up, Yu Yuan unexpectedly just dumped the entire basin out. Ling Ran and Lu Wenbin were both dumbfounded by her bizarre actions. "Looks like Dr. Yu is all thumbs, she's only good in theory." At this point, Ling Ran noticed her gloves were stained with blood. Microsurgery demands extreme precision, as blood easily adheres to sutures, so a basic requirement is that gloves and instruments remain blood-free. Yu Yuan looked at her blood-stained gloves, completely unable to recall when she got blood on them. After she changed to new gloves, Ling Ran told her, "Here, take the BKY forceps. These are specially designed for clamping blood vessels. The gripping tips are specially crafted with small, rounded, concave convex serrations, ensuring that blood vessels and other delicate tissues experience only minimal pressure when clamped. When using them, absolutely do not clamp the intima of the blood vessel. The adventitia should only be clamped when necessary, and with extreme gentleness." With that, Yu Yuan began to practice clamping the blood vessels. But due to her extreme tension, she failed twice in a row. Ling Ran reminded her, "These forceps were chosen after many surgeries. You don't need to apply force, and they won't loosen easily." It was only then that Yu Yuan understood that these were forceps that didn't require force. After Yu Yuan learned how to use the BKY forceps, Ling Ran seized the opportunity to quickly complete the blood vessel suturing. Moving on to the next blood vessel, to keep up with Ling Ran's rapid pace, Yu Yuan didn't dare to let out a sigh of relief. Finally, the blood vessel suturing was complete, and they began nerve suturing. At this point, Yu Yuan reminded Ling Ran,
While nerve anastomosis technique is more effective than nerve sheath anastomosis, it takes too much time and isn't usually used for severed finger reattachments.
Also, nerve anastomosis makes it very easy to choose the wrong nerve. Once you pick the wrong one, you might as well just use the nerve sheath anastomosis technique. Just as Yu Yuan was still going on and on, Ling Ran suddenly looked up and said, "It's already sutured." Yu Yuan was so surprised her mouth fell open. Such a difficult surgery is already done.
After that, Ling Ran handed the task of skin suturing over to Lu Wenbin, concluding the surgery. After Ling Ran had left, Lu Wenbin praised Yu Yuan.
"Seriously smooth. You clearly know Ling Ran is a whiz at nerve suturing, but you deliberately emphasized how difficult this surgery was. Isn't that just showering him with praise?" Yu Yuan quickly tried to explain,
saying she didn't do it on purpose. But Lu Wenbin said it didn't matter, because now they were all a team. "I think there's something I should tell you first." Yu Yuan still thought she had just offended Dr. Ling's sensitive spot, but Lu Wenbin said this.
"What's 1,000 times scarier than any taboo is Dr. Ling doing surgeries non-stop, one after another, endlessly." Hearing this,
Yu Yuan was so scared she was almost in tears, then blurted out, "I definitely need to write a good summary when I get back." But Lu Wenbin advised her not to bother with such useless efforts. "We only have half an hour to rest, we gotta cherish every moment of it. When you follow Boss Ling for surgeries, a lot of things are unpredictable. And besides, you won't need to summarize, because soon enough, it'll become your muscle memory." Just then, a nurse called them to operating room number 2, where Dr. Ling was waiting for them.
It was then that Yu Yuan finally understood. Dr. Ling doing surgeries non-stop wasn't about him having many surgeries to do, but the literal meaning of non-stop, meaning he would frequently perform back-to-back surgeries. Lu Wenbin and Yu Yuan entered operating room number 2. He asked Ling Ran, "Is it an emergency case?" Ling Ran said, "This case was referred by Dr. Wang from the wrist surgery department. The patient has spinal cord compression, is right-handed, and their right thumb was crushed. Without a thumb, life would be very inconvenient later on, so I want to take the big toe from their right foot for a thumb reconstruction surgery." What's called thumb defect reconstruction is basically cutting off the big toe, then attaching it to the thumb position on the hand, thereby restoring the thumb's gripping function. Generally, the second toe is most suitable for reconstruction. But this patient's second toe is too small, and its thickness doesn't meet the surgical requirements, so Ling Ran decided to use the big toe from the right foot for the surgery. "The first task right now is to cut off the toe." Ling Ran said, "Have Yu Yuan and Lu Wenbin be responsible for wound cleaning, while I proceed with the cutting." But he forgot that Yu Yuan was a clumsy doctor. She had barely started, and was already messing up repeatedly. Lu Wenbin suggested, "Just let her handle the wound cleaning for now, no more practice for Yu Yuan." Ling Ran nodded, then instructed Yu Yuan to take charge of using the wound cleaning instruments. After cleaning, Ling Ran drew a line on the patient's toe, then cut off the toe. When cutting the toe, a lot of blood flowed out, and Ling Ran told Yu Yuan, "Don't panic, suction first." Then he looked up and asked Yu Yuan, "Any thoughts on the surgery?" Yu Yuan said that according to the MRI results, the patient's big toe was deformed, and it would be better to cut the bone after slightly loosening the joint. Hearing this, Lu Wenbin looked at Yu Yuan with surprise, thinking to himself what on earth she was thinking. Doing that would definitely increase the difficulty of the surgery. Someone who couldn't even manage wound cleaning and suturing properly dared to make demands on Dr. Ling's surgical technique. Ling Ran, however, strongly agreed with Yu Yuan's point of view. Although doing so would increase the difficulty a bit, it was truly the optimal solution for the patient. So he began the first step, extensively loosening the surrounding soft tissue. With the coordination of multiple people, the toe amputation surgery was successfully completed. Next was connecting the blood vessels in the hand. Another hour passed, and Ling Ran announced, "The thumb reconstruction surgery is now complete." Yu Yuan stepped forward and asked, "When does the next surgery start?" She still wanted to follow Ling Ran to keep learning. Yu Yuan knew her practical skills were a mess, and that she would very likely bother Ling Ran, so she asked Ling Ran, saying it was fine even if she didn't get to practice. Ling Ran said, as long as she wants to, she can follow any time. However, before that, Lu Wenbin needs to guide Yu Yuan to practice more, just like how they used pork trotters to practice suturing before. So, after work, Lu Wenbin will guide Yu Yuan in practice. During work hours, Ling Ran's team will coordinate with each other. A few days later, Ling Ran's mission to reattach 50 severed fingers was smoothly completed. While waiting to open the Yangzhong level, Ling Ran seemed tense, thinking to himself, "Please don't let it be another essence potion again, right? Like a high-grade essence potion, where you wouldn't need to sleep for half a year after drinking it." But when he opened it, he only saw a red bottle of medicine.
At the same time, the system announced, potion received, all skills will be boosted by 1, able to raise all skills by 1 level, effect lasts for 2 hours. For skills not yet acquired, after drinking they can reach the entry level and can be upgraded to the legendary level. Ling Ran was curious and wanted to try it immediately, but then thought again, it'd be such a waste to use it all just to see what happens. Better save it for now, who knows when it might come in handy. This patient can eat 2 bowls of rice, but hasn't had a bowel movement in over 10 days.
After examination, Dr. Zhu suspected it was a bowel obstruction, requiring surgery. It turned out that because the beds were full these past few days, Ling Ran had done very few surgeries,
so Dr. Zhu dragged him to the reception hall to look for a special patient. They found a patient experiencing severe abdominal pain, the patient's family said. She just had acute appendicitis surgery, and in the past few days, she suddenly experienced abdominal pain, with irregular bowel movements.
Dr. Zhu found the patient's bowel sounds were very weak,
highly likely indicating senile bowel obstruction. He told the patient's family to get a detailed examination for the patient. As soon as Ling Ran heard that the patient had a bowel obstruction, he called the colorectal expert, Yu Yuan. Yu Yuan ran over, excitedly asking, "Where's the obstruction?"
Dr. Zhao gave her a thumbs up, saying,
"I'll try my best to let her get some practice. It's a tough case, after all. The test results are in."
The patient has not only an intestinal obstruction, but also a narrow intestinal obstruction. It's a serious condition, looks like surgery is needed, but she's not in the operating room yet. Dr. Zhao handed out masks, telling everyone, "Put these on first." Ling Ran, unaware of the severity, asked, "Why wear masks so early?" Dr. Zhao just said, "This is the most dangerous type of intestinal obstruction." He didn't elaborate on how dangerous. Yu Yuan excitedly asked,
"Can I be the assistant?" Dr. Zhao sighed. "We'll talk after the incision. Anyway, this patient hasn't pooped in days. Plus, I heard this old lady can eat 2 bowls of rice in one sitting. There must be a ton of inventory inside." As Dr. Zhao opened the abdominal cavity, a foul odor rushed out. Ling Ran finally understood why everyone was told to wear masks so early. That was the reason. Dr. Zhao checked things out.
Found out the situation wasn't as serious as predicted, so it's easier to handle. Then he asked Yu Yuan, "You've been observing, right? Do you know the next step?" Yu Yuan confidently replied,
"Now it's time to get all the poop out." Dr. Zhu cracked a sly smile. "That's right. There's a week's worth of poop accumulated in here, not to mention the old stuff." Excited, Yu Yuan's eyes lit up, saying, "Of course, I'm excited." Hearing that, Dr. Zhao sighed again. "Yu Yuan, we have to take the poop out now," Yu Yuan said. "I know."
She had previously read a document specializing in this issue. During the process of taking out the feces, the abdominal cavity and incision are often soiled, so a nylon bag can be used to wrap the fiber optic cable and insert it into the abdominal cavity, tie one end, then insert a plastic tube into the intestine, place it in the plastic bag in front, so that the feces in the intestine can be put into the plastic bag. Dr. Zhao thought to himself, Yu Yuan is so knowledgeable, she should do it. Yu Yuan never expected to be the main doctor. She was ecstatic, but still asked if Ling Ran wanted to do it. Ling Ran quickly waved his hand.
"No need, you do it." So Yu Yuan started removing the feces. After a while, she had already taken out 2 full bags of feces. At this time, the nurses couldn't stand it anymore. They asked, "Dr. Yu, how much more is there?" Yu Yuan, with a flushed face, replied, "It's still early. This is just the digested stuff." Then she continued to take it out enthusiastically. "Seems like this old lady likes to eat rice. There's still a lot of undigested bamboo shoots here. She just had appendicitis surgery and ate this stuff. No way it could be digested." After Yu Yuan cleaned up half of it, she turned to ask Dr. Zhuao, "I'll handle the lower part first, then I'll run along from the upper intestine to the lower one to clean it all up. Is that okay?" After Dr. Zhao agreed, Yu Yuan started taking out the poop again. Watching Yu Yuan work so hard, Dr. Zhao couldn't help but complain. She's addicted to taking out poop. This silly girl thinks the operating room is an exam room or something, so he urged the intern to hurry up. The patient still hasn't had her abdomen cut open yet. Hearing that, Yu Yuan unconsciously sped up and finally took out 4 full bags. After the surgery, the 2 nurses immediately ran out of the room, complaining as they went. "The smell is deadly. Gotta go wash my hands and change clothes ASAP." Seeing that, Dr. Zhu couldn't help but laugh. What a bunch of rookies. They can't even handle an elderly person's intestinal obstruction. If you were in general surgery, encountering patients like this is a daily occurrence. Learn from their resilience. Ling Ran secretly rejoiced. "Good thing I got into microsurgery first. Although the work is a bit tiring, at least it's cleaner than general surgery.
Seeing that Ling Ran wasn't too interested in general surgery, Dr. Zhu then recounted the time when he was a student and went to the dissection room with the anatomy teacher. Dr. Zhu said, "I wasn't afraid of anything, just did what needed to be done. The younger generation now is really not like before." The so-called anatomy teacher is the respectful way in medicine to refer to those who donate their bodies, also known as silent teachers.
Yu Yuan stood beside, very surprised. "Aren't you scared even at night?" Hearing Yu Yuan ask that, Dr. Zhuhao glanced at her. "What are you surprised about? Compared to what you're doing, what I did is normal, okay?" Afterwards, they all went back to the break room. Yu Yuan bought pig trotters for everyone to eat and regain their strength. But when Ling Ran saw a tray of golden brown pig trotters, his face turned pale. He said, "I'm not hungry right now, so I'm good." Dr. Zhao suggested, "Let's wait for another patient. Neither of you have done an appendectomy, right? Let's go wait for a patient with acute appendicitis to come.
It's better to be there at the right time than to be there early." Not long after, a patient with acute appendicitis arrived. Dr. Zhao waved his hand, indicating that he would take the patient, and then performed a simple examination on the patient. It hurts when pressed down, but the stabbing pain isn't obvious. Suspected appendicitis, he suggested.
"Let's get an X-ray first. It's not reliable to just observe it after all." Not long after, the radiology department sent the X-rays, but Dr. Zhao and Ling Ran realized something was wrong after reading the film. This is another intestinal obstruction. Hearing that, Yu Yuan immediately perked up. Dr. Zhao and Ling Ran looked at each other, then stepped back, giving the surgery to Yu Yuan. At this moment, she felt incredibly happy. What a truly blessed day. Sent from the heavens. Both were interns, but while Ling Ran had already become an attending doctor, his buddy Wang Zhuangyong was still stuck with menial tasks. With the new department rotation, he transferred to the emergency department. This time, Wang Zhuangyong swore he would definitely seize the opportunity and become someone who could take charge, just like Ling Ran. But just as he was hyping himself up, another intern snatched his spot. "Seriously, bro, you're gonna snatch even that?" As the lowest-ranking intern, diligently doing the grunt work was the only way. "You got this, Wang Zhuangyong. Don't let anyone outgrind you." But before he could even take a few steps, he bumped right into Lu Wenbin.
Seeing this tall, burly guy, Wang Zhuangyong was so scared he kept apologizing. Lu Wenbin rubbed his shoulder and asked, "Are you an intern?" Wang Zhuangyong was flustered and stammered,
Yes, sir." Lu Wenbin took his hand and told him to help with something. After that, the two went to the training room. Wang Zhuangyong looked at the room full of pig trotters and chicken feet, and he couldn't help but wonder, what are they going to do with so many pig trotters and chicken feet? Lu Wenbin told him to wash them all clean, pluck out all the hairs, then clip the chicken claws. He even let Wang Zhuangyong use a microscope to pluck the pig hairs. Wang Zhuangyong was incredibly excited to hear he could use a microscope. He'd been interning at Yunhua for so long and had never gotten to use one. 2 hours later, Wang Zhuangyong had thoroughly cleaned the pig trotters. Lu Wenbin saw this and was very satisfied, thinking to himself, "This kid might look a bit silly, but he's really diligent."
At this moment, Wang Zhuangyong suddenly asked him if he knew Ling Ran.
Lu Wenbin suddenly had a bad feeling, so he asked back, "Do you know him? More than just know him? At school, we shared a dorm. We're so close, it's like we shared a pair of shorts." Wang Zhuangyong's answer left Lu Wenbin dumbfounded. Of course, what you fear most always comes true.
Thinking of this, he immediately reached out to snatch the chicken foot from Wang Zhuangyong's hand, saying, "You don't need to clip the claws anymore." But Wang Zhuangyong thought Lu Wenbin was complaining he was too slow. To finally get his hands on a real surgery, he had only one thought in his mind. Absolutely couldn't let Dr. Lu abandon him. Seeing Wang Zhuangyong had no intention of letting go, Lu Wenbin completely despaired. "Oh, you big bro who shared shorts with Boss Ling? If you keep this up, how will I ever face him?" At this moment, Lu Wenbin felt as if he could see Ling Ran questioning him about why he was making his classmate run such trivial errands. Lu Wenbin snatched the chicken foot from Wang Zhuangyong's hand, telling him he didn't need to clip the claws anymore. It was enough. Wang Zhuangyong saw Lu Wenbin sweating profusely and quickly offered him a towel. This action made Lu Wenbin blush again, thinking to himself, "Why didn't I ever meet such a considerate guy before? And now I'm stuck in such an awkward situation." Lu Wenbin sighed. He asked, "Wang Zhuangyong, what do you hope to learn by following me in the emergency department?" Wang Zhuangyong replied shyly, "I've never done surgery before. I want to perform surgery." After that, Lu Wenbin took him to the treatment room, where there were some patients with minor injuries that he could practice minor surgeries on first. Lu Wenbin showed Wang Zhuangyong a quick run-through of sterilization, disinfection, and suturing. Everything was performed with practiced skill. Unexpectedly, Wang Zhuangyong fainted just from seeing it. This isn't like what I learned in school, Lu Wenbin turned back and said. How long have your anatomy teachers at school been soaking in formalin? This stuff here is fresh, alright? Hearing that,
Wang Zhuangyong immediately pictured the fresh anatomy teacher in his mind, his stomach churned, and then he promptly spit out a rainbow.
Intern Ling Ran hadn't been there long when the chief of hand surgery wanted to take him on an emergency surgery trip. An emergency surgery trip meant flying to another hospital to perform a surgery. Generally, people who pay to invite surgeons for these emergency trips are either for medical exchange or because the patient's condition is too complex and requires external assistance. Therefore, those who can perform such emergency surgery trips are usually well-known figures in the medical field.
But Ling Ran thought he had just started gaining recognition and wasn't qualified enough to go on an emergency surgery trip.
Wang Haiyang chuckled and said, "They only invited me, but I'm too tired, so I'm bringing you along. The surgery will be much easier with you, the tickets are bought, the patient has 2 severed fingers, and we can split the emergency surgery fee."
Ling Ran thought about how he didn't have his practice certificate yet, but following the old man could broaden his horizons, so he agreed.
2 hours later, the two took the high-speed train to Yinchuan County Hospital. Kong Hangming, the director of the 2nd Orthopedic Department, led the reception, but when they saw Ling Ran looking like a scholar, they assumed he was just someone Wang Haiyang brought along to pad his resume. They were judging a book by its cover, but Kong Hangming still greeted them with a bright smile.
After some greetings, they went to the conference room to discuss the patient. Half an hour later, they came up with a plan to reattach the severed finger, but Ling Ran said that he wanted to add a few words.
Kong Hangming immediately looked at him with disdain, thinking,
"You're just here to pad the resume, what are you pretending to add? Do you even have the skills?"
Ling Ran slowly stood up and said,
"I think the patient's dorsal digital artery arch has signs of vascular rupture. It should be cut open and sutured then." Everyone was shocked.
Looks like this guy isn't just a pretty face. Although some blood vessels of the dorsal digital artery arch may or may not need to be sutured, many experienced doctors can't see vascular rupture just by looking at an MRI. Kong Hangming broke out in a cold sweat. Looks like this guy isn't here to pad the resume, but a partner helping old Wang. He immediately changed his attitude, hurriedly giving his seat to Ling Ran, and then told people to take them both to change their clothes.
When changing clothes, Wang Haiyang instructed Ling Ran. Opening the blood vessels in this hospital requires a low-risk approach.
Ling Ran understood what he meant. The so-called low-risk approach is to connect more blood vessels, because the core of reattaching severed fingers is blood flow. As long as the blood flows, the severed finger can survive.
But connecting more blood vessels also means prolonging the operation time, or finding ways to save time in other aspects.
During the operation, Wang Haiyang and Ling Ran cooperated seamlessly. Matching like this with an old doctor, there's nothing more comfortable than having a supportive partner.
It's even more comfortable than someone carrying you through the entire marathon.
Everyone who watched
was amazed and learned something new. They didn't expect there to be such a thing as substitute medical skills in this world. This is the ultimate flattery in the medical field. But when the surgery was halfway through,
Wang Haiyang suddenly handed the scalpel to Ling Ran to let him be the main surgeon.
This made everyone even more surprised. If an emergency surgery fails, the main surgeon's reputation will suffer. Kong Hangming didn't believe that someone as shrewd as Wang Haiyang would let Ling Ran practice during an emergency surgery. There must be another reason. So, he stepped forward and asked, "Ling Ran, Dr. Ling, what's your main vascular suture strategy?"
Ling Ran replied,
"The patient's blood vessels are a bit hard, so I'll suture them according to the blood vessels of the elderly."
Hearing Ling Ran's answer, Kong Hangming was shocked. He didn't expect Wang Haiyang to give the harder to suture hard blood vessels to Ling Ran. In other words, this Dr. Ling is actually better than Wang Haiyang. Dr. Ling is the real head honcho of Yunhua Hospital.
Ling Ran held the scalpel and sutured quickly, so fast that there were even after images.
Kong Hangming panicked and thought to himself,
"This guy isn't just sewing randomly, is he?"
Soon, Ling Ran finished suturing the blood vessels and nerves. He turned to ask Kong Hangming, "Do you want to suture the skin?" Usually, doctors who are invited to perform emergency surgery won't let others touch the operation, but Ling Ran meant to let Kong Hangming confirm that there were no problems with the operation. Otherwise, it would be more troublesome if problems occurred later. Kong Hangming observed carefully through the microscope. The blood vessels were sutured in the correct position, the nerves were sutured in the correct position, and the severed finger was reattached in the correct position. Ling Ran had really done everything. Only the skin suture was left. After Kong Hangming sutured the skin, the surgery officially ended. But just as Ling Ran and Wang Haiyang were about to leave, he kept them to eat in the cafeteria. Wang Haiyang looked at him with a puzzled look.
Usually, doctors who perform emergency surgery leave immediately after the surgery. Now Kong Hangming asked them to stay for dinner. Obviously, there was something he wanted to ask.
Sure enough, as soon as they sat down, Kong Hangming asked the two to estimate the results of the surgery. Ling Ran said,
"The rate of achieving excellent results will not be high. The probability of good results can only be a little higher. And there is a certain rate of necrosis." Kong Hangming was shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect that such an expensive emergency surgery would have a low success rate. Wang Haiyang also couldn't calm down. After hearing this, he asked Ling Ran, "What's wrong with you? Is it because you're not used to the equipment?" Ling Ran explained while eating.
"The patient's blood vessels and nerves are quite poor,
so we can only estimate according to the survival rate of severed fingers of a 70-year-old. Wang Haiyang felt quite uncomfortable after hearing this. He didn't expect the patient's blood vessel condition to be so bad. If the surgery fails, it will be troublesome. I shouldn't have accepted this emergency surgery.
Kong Hangming was also restless, but right now the important thing was to ask about the worst-case scenario so he could arrange an escape route in time. He raised his head and asked Ling Ran, "What's the approximate probability of being excellent?" But Ling Ran said, "The chance of being excellent is about 90%. Kong Hangming's face was full of question marks. "Didn't you just say the rate of excellence wasn't high?" Ling Ran explained.
"I said the rate of excellence wasn't high, but the rate of being good is very high. Moreover, the patient's blood vessels are very poor, so it's not surprising if something unexpected happens, and necrosis is also possible."
Furthermore, we should be a little more humble when explaining to the patient's family. Hearing what Ling Ran said,
Wang Haiyang and Kong Hangming finally breathed a sigh of relief and burst out laughing. "You're too humble. You scared us old guys half to death. Don't be so humble in the future." The next day, when Ling Ran returned to Manhwa Hospital, the nurses gradually came to take photos with him. It turned out that the news of his emergency surgery had spread at the nurses' station. Just as everyone was taking pictures, a nurse hurriedly ran over. A construction worker accidentally cut off 2 fingers while cutting ceramic tiles. "They'll be here in about an hour." At this time, the patient's wife arrived at the hospital, desperately pleading with Ling Ran to cure her husband, saying their family would collapse without their pillar. The woman hugged her daughter tightly, earnestly begging Ling Ran to save her husband. Her family had successively passed away from cancer, leaving behind a large debt. The husband's name is Yuan Wei. To pay off the debt, he worked day and night, but accidentally cut off 2 fingers. If he's not cured, this family's life will be very difficult in the future. After understanding everything, Ling Ran's nose tingled, and he immediately told the imaging department to get ready, so they could do an MRI as soon as the patient arrived. At this moment, the system issued a mission: display your perfect severed finger replantation skills, and restore the patient's fingers to their original state. The reward is an intermediate treasure chest. Not long after, the patient arrived, and the MRI scans were also available. At this time, Ling Ran thought for a moment, what exactly is considered a perfect severed finger replantation? Stitching without leaving scars, or bone pus without cutting off. But these 2 things are fundamentally impossible to do, so we can only consider it from the perspective of perfect function. Although I have a skill-enhancing drug that can reach the legendary level, it's a bit of a waste to just reach the perfect level to protect my title. To make this surgery perfect, Ling Ran called the team members who had cooperated well before, based on the MRI scans. The patient's injury was caused by a cut at the most basic level, so there wasn't much room for improvement. So I have to do every detail well, and try to improve the completion of the surgery. Then consumable materials and tools are also a very important link. Thinking of this, Ling Ran called Huang Maoshi from Chengxi Pharmaceutical Company and told him to bring the best consumable medical supplies and medical equipment here within an hour, and it would be even better if he could try them out because he had no money. The sentence, "I have no money," scared Huang Maoshi out of his wits, but he still said, "No problem. Anyway, Yunhua Hospital is the largest hospital in the city, so it's normal to let them try it out." In less than 20 minutes, Huang Maoshi delivered the necessary equipment. Now, there are no other lingering problems with perfect severed finger replantation. Just as Ling Ran was fighting in the operating room, Yuan Wei's wife didn't dare to imagine what the days would be like if her husband was disabled. Not to mention the family's huge debt. Even the gossip of the villagers would be unavoidable. She and her husband could endure it. But what about their child? She's still too young at this time. Surgery complete. Yuan Wei was pushed out. She immediately rushed over and asked, "How did the surgery go?" Before Ling Ran could say anything, Huo Kongjun, who had just arrived, said with a smile, "The surgery was very successful. I watched it in the monitoring room. Now he only needs to rehabilitate to be able to use his fingers." Hearing what Director Huo said, Yuan Wei's suspended heart finally returned. She told her daughter to bow to the doctor. Early the next morning, Yunhua Hospital posted a notice. Academician Zhu Tongyi of the Academy of Engineering and his delegation will visit Yunhua Hospital. The department suddenly became busy. Meeting an academician of the Academy of Engineering can be considered the highest reward a Chinese doctor can receive.
Moreover, they also have a voice that holds the right to speak in the medical industry. To put it bluntly, whoever shows their face in front of him, says a few nice words, will become the darling of the hospital, and may even be promoted rapidly.
Huo Kongjun thought to himself, if I can get the support of old Zhu, then the dream of a larger emergency department may be easier to realize. The man couldn't feel any pain when needles were stuck into his 2 fingers. Ling Ran carefully observed the 2 fingers, and muttered to himself, the wounds have healed, and the recovery is very good.
Before Ling Ran finished speaking, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. Calculate it as grade A healing. Ling Ran turned his head to look at the smiling old man and asked,
may I ask who this doctor is? He didn't answer, but instead told Ling Ran to show him the patient's film. After watching the films, he repeatedly praised, the surgery is very good. Just then, Director Huo barged in, yelling, Lao Zhu, why are you at the rehab room already? The director and everyone else are waiting for you.
It was then that Ling Ran realized this old man before him was academician Zhu Tongyi of the Academy of Engineering.
Lao Zhu chuckled and replied, I was curious about the severed finger replantation project you guys are working on, so I came to have a look first.
Director Huo didn't expect Lao Zhu to be interested in his department's project. He immediately felt incredibly honored and quickly invited Zhu Tongyi to the meeting room for a thorough discussion. Lao Zhu also didn't expect the surgery Ling Ran performed 7 days ago to have recovered so well. He said he wanted to hear about the surgical process. Ling Ran stood up and recounted the entire process.
After listening, Zhu Tongyi was incredibly amazed by Ling Ran's technique and methods. It was thanks to his superb skills that he could perform such a perfect surgery, but the look on his face, as he looked at Ling Ran, was a bit strange. Then, Zhu Tongyi said, Dr. Ling, I have a case of sports injury for a sports star. The requirements for the chief surgeon are quite high. Would you like to give it a try and solve it for me?
Before Ling Ran could speak, Huo Kongjun stepped forward and asked, Lao Zhu, are you planning to be the surgical director? Lao Zhu nodded.
I've already prepared the plan. I'm just missing a suitable scalpel-wielding doctor. But I heard that Ling Ran's Tang-style suture technique is also very good. Just a little practice at my place, and he'll be qualified to be the chief surgeon. Although Lao Zhu was old and hadn't performed surgery in over a decade, he could still design the plan and participate in the surgery with a position higher than the chief surgeon to direct the chief surgeon.
Director Huo couldn't keep his cool when he heard Lao Zhu say that. So that's why he came to Yunhua, and the first thing he did was run to my emergency room. Turns out he came here to poach talent.
At this moment, Huo Kongjun couldn't help but worry. Although Yunhua was a top hospital in Jiangxi province, it was only average nationally. What if Ling Ran couldn't resist the temptation? At this moment, Ling Ran finally spoke. Yunhua has very good conditions. I don't want to go anywhere else. The practice conditions are just as good. The moment he finished saying this, the system suddenly issued a reminder. Complete the perfect wound suture mission. Reward a mid-level treasure trove. Ling Ran opened the trove and found a perfect Achilles tendon suture technique inside. Then, streams of information poured into his head, and in the blink of an eye, he completely understood Achilles tendon suture.
At this time, Lao Zhu was still constantly trying to persuade Ling Ran, promising him that as long as he practiced at his place for a few months, he would definitely let Ling Ran become the chief surgeon. But before he could finish speaking, Ling Ran interrupted. If it's a ruptured Achilles tendon, I can do it. But if you want me to become the chief surgeon, you don't need a few months. But I have to practice some things at Yunhua first. Please trouble you, Mr. Zhu, to help me find some patients with ruptured Achilles tendons.
Hearing this, the other doctors all looked at Ling Ran with disdain. This is surgical director Lao Zhu. Do you even have room to bargain?
But Director Huno was so moved to tears when he heard Ling Ran say that he still wanted to stay at Yunhua to practice. He thought to himself, good. Ling Ran is still on my side. Then there's nothing to be afraid of. Just let him go and train. Huo Kongjun agreed to let Ling Ran go to Lao Zhu's place for training, but he couldn't let him go alone. Then, he pointed to Lu Wenbin and said, let him go to Shanghai with Ling Ran for training and be a good assistant to Ling Ran. 2 days later, Ling Ran and Lu Wenbin arrived at Fu Yuan Stadium in Shanghai. Greeting them was Lao Zhu's student, Shui Haochu. Shui Haochu told Ling Ran to rest for a day or two first. Ling Ran looked unhappy when he heard this.
Am I here to rest? Would I deliberately come to Shanghai to rest? Seeing that Lao Dai wasn't giving Shui Haochu any face, Lu Wenbin immediately stepped forward to mediate. Resting for 2 days isn't a bad thing, just consider it getting used to the environment. But after 4 days passed, Ling Ran couldn't take it anymore. It had been many days since he last performed surgery, and he felt uncomfortable. Ling Ran told Lu Wenbin to go find someone at the research center and ask what the situation was. Lu Wenbin went to the research center, found the information room, and said, "If we don't get to do surgery again, our Lao Da is going back to Yunhua." Dr. Kwai next to him sneered coldly when he heard the words, "going back," and Lao Day, a small intern acting like a big shot. When Lu Wenbin heard someone say that about his Lao Day, his face immediately turned gloomy. He asked, "What do you mean, Dr. Kwai? The director's proposal to have an intern perform surgery is already ridiculous. There's nothing to hide. I've been deliberately ignoring him these past few days. Moreover, I've also watched Ling Ran's surgery videos. His finger tendon repair surgery is pretty good, but has he ever done foot surgery?"
Shui Haochu tried to smooth things over for Ling Ran. "Please give Ling Ran a chance, Dr. Kwai. Let him perform 2 surgeries first, and if there are any problems, we'll discuss it further. After all, Ling Ran is the person my teacher invited." Dr. Kwai thought it over. If he just left Ling Ran here forever, he wouldn't know how to explain it when Lao Zhu returned, so that's why he called Ling Ran over. As soon as Ling Ran walked in, he immediately asked, "Any surgeries need doing?" Dr. Kwai lightly patted a thick stack of medical records on the table, saying, "Take your pick." He wanted to use the sheer number of surgeries to discourage Ling Ran, but little did he know, Ling Ran was overjoyed. At Yunhua, even though you could choose the surgeries you wanted, usually the number of available surgeries was just a few. Here, it's different. The number of surgeries you can choose from is endless. But since it's my first time here, and I need to adapt in all aspects, it's better to play it safe. So he chose the simplest and most common case, a patient with a ruptured Achilles tendon. Afterward, Ling Ran followed Dr. Kwai to the operating room. The patient was a 38-year-old woman with a closed Achilles tendon rupture, requiring a ladder suture surgery, after which the treatment plan would be decided. After overcoming a series of obstacles, Ling Ran's first surgery in Shanghai finally began. But what happened next shocked Dr. Kwai. Ling Ran and Dr. Kwai simultaneously instructed the nurse to expand the structure. Dr. Kwai didn't expect that 2 people operating together for the first time could coordinate so perfectly. The nurse also coordinated with Ling Ran flawlessly, and Ling Ran's operations were impeccable. At this moment, Dr. Kwai had a strange feeling, but he couldn't quite put his finger on where the strangeness lay. As the surgery continued, that strange feeling grew stronger and stronger. He carefully recalled from the beginning of the surgery until now, and he hadn't once wanted to scold anyone. Dr. Kwai carefully recalled the surgical process, realizing that it was because the surgery was going so smoothly. Basically, as soon as he thought of something, Ling Ran had already done it. Such a surgery could be said to be comfortable to the extreme. If he had to make an analogy, it would be like when you want to pick up food, someone has already picked up your favorite dish and put it in your mouth. But even though the surgery was comfortable, Dr. Kwai wasn't happy at all, because he liked surgeries with a high degree of difficulty, then conquer them step by step, surgeries full of a sense of accomplishment. In this surgery, Dr. Kwai even hoped that Ling Ran would make a small mistake. After all, the authority of senior doctors is built on the mistakes of junior doctors. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the crucial wound suture. At this moment, Ling Ran was ready, and once Dr. Kwai made a move, the Achilles tendon would be laid out. At this moment, Dr. Kwai had a bold idea. What if I suddenly changed the plan during the surgery? Would this kid make a mistake because he couldn't adapt in time? But immediately afterward, he denied the idea. He couldn't put the patient in danger just to see his assistant make a mistake. So he reluctantly sighed and said, "Pull the Achilles tendon out." Afterward, Ling Ran pulled the Achilles tendon out, and Dr. Kwai began to suture the wound. Looking at Ling Ran's easy coordination with him, Dr. Kwai was a little incredulous. He picked up a tendon dissector and asked Ling Ran if he knows how to use it. When he said he did, he handed it over to him, and Ling Ran took the tendon dissector smoothly. In Dr. Kwai's expectant gaze, he just went click-click twice and separated the Achilles tendon. This operation stunned Dr. Kwai. An ordinary doctor would take at least a dozen minutes to complete it. How did Ling Ran finish it with just 2 clicks? He stepped forward to check it repeatedly, but no matter what, he couldn't find a single mistake. Afterward, with the cooperation of the two, the official wound suture began, and Ling Ran could guess every step of Dr. Kwai's, whether he accelerated or decelerated, went clockwise or counterclockwise. Ling Ran could easily coordinate smoothly. When the last stitch was cut off, the surgery was officially completed. At this moment, Dr. Kwai realized that the cooperation of the two had created an effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. This surgery was obviously much better than previous surgeries, and the entire surgical process was recorded by Shui Haochu and broadcast live on the screen. In the afternoon, after the surgery,
Ling Ran went to the stadium alone. He sat in the stands and began to review the surgery.
The Achilles tendon is the largest load-bearing tendon in the human body. In other words, the core difficulty of the Achilles tendon suture technique is that the high-intensity exercise of professional athletes leads to fear of tendon rupture. They have used their bodies to the point of almost reaching the limit of the Achilles tendon's intensity of use.
Of course, it is much larger than ordinary people. Although Ling Ran has perfect Achilles tendon suture skills, when facing top athletes, he still feels insufficient. It seems that I have to thoroughly reorganize today's surgical experience to find the places that can be optimized and improved.
Just at this moment, Ling Ran suddenly received a call from Shui Haochu, saying that Zhu Tongyi had returned. So he called Ling Ran over for a while to check Ling Ran's abilities.
Zhu Tongyi assigned him to perform surgery on a patient with a severe Achilles tendon rupture and invited the famous orthopedic surgeon Ji Tianlu to assist. On the surface, Ji Tianlu was assisting Ling Ran, but in reality he was there to check for any slip-ups to prevent any unexpected incidents.
Right after, the radiology department doctor explained the patient's MRI scans to Ling Ran,
but Ling Ran wanted to personally verify them. After all, this was a surgery where he was the lead, so there was no room for error. Ji Tianlu watched Ling Ran from the side with an amused expression, thinking to himself, "Let's see what qualifications you have for me to assist you." Ling Ran took a deep breath, silently chanting in his mind, "Activate master level MRI reading function."
The extent of the injuries between type 1 and type 2, use basic suturing, make the incision from this side. Ling Ran explained his surgical plan while comparing it with the scans, which utterly astonished Ji Tianlu. Not only was the information Ling Ran deduced completely accurate, but he had even formulated the surgical plan. This Dr. Ling indeed possessed some skill, just as the director had mentioned. After finishing the plan, Ling Ran and Lu Wenbin stood up to change into their surgical scrubs.
News of the new intern acting as the lead surgeon quickly spread throughout the research center. Everyone flocked to the observation room, eager to witness this intern's abilities.
Inside the observation room, there were numerous screens connected to high-definition cameras in the operating room. The panoramic cameras allowed them to observe almost every detail of the surgery.
After everything was prepared, Ling Ran first drew a black line and a white line on the patient's heel. The black line marked the incision, and the white line indicated the exact location of the ruptured Achilles tendon.
Ji Tianlu broke out in a cold sweat. He hadn't expected Ling Ran to extract so much information just from the MRI images. It seemed the guy wasn't just a little skilled after all.
Then, Ling Ran pointed to the patient's injured area and explained, "From the MRI, at the T1L and T2 lie positions, the internal muscle tendon shows high confinement, and the internal muscle tendon is relatively thick. This is characteristic of a partially damaged area. From T2 lie, when its signal significantly increases, that's where the most obvious rupture is." After finishing his explanation, Ling Ran picked up the scalpel and made the incision along the black line. The incision was completed in less than a second. Ji Tianlu stared dumbfounded at Ling Ran's movements. Damn, how is he so fast? While he was still hesitating, Lu Wenbin had already pulled the Achilles tendon open. Then, he glanced at Ji Tianlu, who was still spaced out, knowing he wasn't used to Ling Ran's pace.
Unlike surgeons who lack confidence and constantly need to confirm this or that with their assistants, Ling Ran always just does things his way, a typical lone wolf doctor. At this moment, Ling Ran gave his first command, end-to-end suture. Then he straightened the tendon himself. This was the modified Kessler repair technique that Dr. Kuei had used the day before yesterday. Ji Tianlu now regretted not listening to the radiology department's explanation. Otherwise, he could have also judged the exact position. Now he was a step behind Dr. Ling at every turn. Having snapped out of it, he couldn't let Zhu Tongyi lose face. He had to catch up with Dr. Ling. The end-to-end suture was the simplest form of stitching. Starting from here, he finally caught up with Ling Ran's pace. At this point, Ling Ran had also found his rhythm, quickly suturing the wound. Continuous gasps of astonishment erupted in the observation room. Why are there after images on the screen? Is the camera broken? Only Dr. Kuai knew that this was the truly terrifying aspect of Ling Ran at this moment. Inside the operating room, Ling Ran suddenly told Lu Wenbin, "Thread a size 10 suture." Ji Tianlu was a bit flustered. Previously, they had used size 4 sutures, and this size 10 was 3 times thinner than size 4, Ling Ran explained. Because the patient's Achilles tendon end is uneven, using a size 4 suture for the surgery would cause damage, and separating it to operate isn't as effective as using a size 10. Furthermore, due to the high elasticity of the Achilles tendon, if the ruptured Achilles tendon is uneven, and we only use one suture to stitch it, it will be more prone to tearing when the Achilles tendon springs back. Therefore,
I need to divide it into different Achilles tendon segments with different knots and use the appropriate sutures for each. Everyone in the observation room gasped in realization. Such tiny sutures are completely imperceptible. How did Ling Ran even notice the uneven tendon end? Even if he did, how would he know which suture size to use? This is entirely a gamble. Zhu Tongyi also didn't understand. He turned on his mic and asked, "What's going on?" Ling Ran simply replied, "I can feel it by pulling with my hand." Dr. Kwai broke out in a cold sweat after hearing that. "How can a feeling be the basis for surgery?" Ling Ran continued. "I frequently give massages to people for their tendons or muscle bundles. I press with my hands, so I can estimate that the tensile force won't be off by much." Then, he held out his hand, telling the nurse to hand him a size 3 suture, and continued stitching. Ji Tianlu looked up at Ling Ran's confident demeanor, now 80% convinced in his heart. Because when he did Achilles tendon surgeries, he also operated based on feel. But his accuracy was a little worse. At this point, Dr. Quay, who had never operated based on feel, was absolutely livid. He twitched and yelled, "Dr. Quay, do you remember your responsibilities, or should we stop the surgery now?" Here, Ji Tianlu didn't even bother with Dr. Quay's words, just told him, "Watch closely, learn carefully." Ling Ran didn't even bother to look up, just kept operating. For a simple Achilles tendon suture like this, he only cared about how beautifully he could sew it up, not even thinking about the possibility of failure. Now, it was the cleaning stage. Ling Ran did his best to suture in a ladder pattern, making the suture area flat and smooth. Ji Tianlu watched for a while, then was stunned. He couldn't help but ask, "How did you practice this suture technique?" Ling Ran, of course, couldn't reveal that he had a system. He just said, "Practiced by suturing bananas." After the surgery, Ling Ran checked carefully again. After confirming there were no problems, he handed the casting over to Ji Tianlu and Lu Wenbin, and he left the operating room. Everyone in the monitoring room was cheering for Ling Ran's amazing skills. Zhu Tongyi smiled and asked Dr. Quai, "Did Ling Ran's performance exceed expectations?" Dr. Quai knew that once he nodded, Liu Weiken could have the surgery. But he couldn't lie in front of so many people. He suddenly came up with a delaying tactic. "We need to observe a few more surgeries." But Zhu Tongyi didn't agree. Because Liu Weiken's surgery had been delayed for too long, continuing to delay it would affect the surgery's effectiveness and the recovery process. So the two invited Liu Weiken to ask if he wanted Ling Ran to be his main surgeon. The decision was up to him. Liu Weiken was a movie star and a sports star. But because his Achilles tendon was ruptured, he couldn't compete anymore, because his surgery was very complicated. Dr. Quai hoped Ling Ran could perform a surgery of equivalent skill, then based on the results of the surgery, decide whether to entrust Liu Weiken's surgery to Ling Ran. Dr. Quai did this with his own calculations. As long as Ling Ran had one failed surgery, the right to treat Liu Weiken would fall into his hands, and fame, fortune, and money would be easily obtained. Even failure wouldn't matter, because as long as it wasn't a medical malpractice incident, it wouldn't cause a fatal blow to a doctor. Ling Ran waved his hand and agreed. Ling Ran was about to go to the cafeteria for a meal when Dr. Quai saw this and called him back. "Don't you want to know the specific requirements for allowing you to operate on Liu Weiken?" "I don't want to know." "Why?" "Because I'm good with anything. Zhu Tongyi invited me here to operate. If the patient doesn't want surgery, I won't force it. My goal is just to operate. Any surgery is fine." Liu Weiken, who was nearby, heard this, and his eyes widened. Since he was injured, many doctors wanted to operate on him, but never had a doctor been so nonchalant. At this moment, he also really wanted to witness Ling Ran's skill. Then he turned to ask, "So, when will Dr. Ling start?" Ling Ran waved his hand and said, "I don't know, it's still important to see Dr. Qua. When will you arrange 10 similar cases for me?" After returning home, Liu Weiken didn't sleep all night. Even in his dreams, he could still see Ling Ran's figure, especially the way he said, "I'm good with anything." Liu Weiken jumped up and shouted, "You're good with anything, but I'm not. I want to heal my Achilles tendon to return to the field." But to complete the best surgical plan, even the world's #1 orthopedic hospital, the Mayo Clinic, can't do it. The doctor gave him a suggestion. Use a recovery time of 1 year to exchange for tendons and muscles with high mobility for more than 3 months afterward. It's up to fate. Or, use a recovery time of half a year to exchange for tendons and muscles with high mobility for less than 3 months, and finally retire on schedule. But neither of these options was what he wanted. Liu Weiken really wanted an Achilles tendon that could compete on the field for 2 years without being crippled. Speaking of this, he immediately texted his manager. "Get up, let's go to the research center." At dawn, inside the research center, Ling Ran had been fighting on the operating table all night. At this moment, his adrenaline was pumping like crazy, his movements were so smooth. Before coming to Shanghai,
he could only do 1 or 2 surgeries each day. Now, suddenly, 10 cases were arranged. This made him extremely excited.
As for Liu Weichen, in the monitoring room, he had also watched Ling Ran operate all night. At this moment, he had made the decision to have Ling Ran be his main surgeon. Dr. Kwai immediately panicked after hearing this. Telling him to reconsider carefully, he said,
"The department leaders and teammates may put pressure on Liu Weichen."
But Liu Weichen sneered, "I don't care about the leaders, I only need Dr. Ling." Liu Weichen's decision immediately exploded across all social media. Right before the surgery, the entrance of the research center was packed with fans who came to cheer for Liu Weichen. Zhu Tongyi also reconfirmed Liu Weichen's physical condition before the surgery. At this moment, Ling Ran, having just finished his previous surgery, rushed over. Liu Weichen saw the bunny hat on Ling Ran's head and couldn't help but laugh. "You're doing surgery wearing that hat." Ling Ran also laughed. "Looks like you're in a good mood." Ling Ran asked Liu Weichen if he was using Zhu Tongyi's surgical plan and if he understood the risks of the surgery. Liu Weichen nodded, saying he understood. Then, Ling Ran told him to lie down and activated his specialized skill to check Liu Weichen's health. All indicators are normal, ready for the OR. Just then, the system suddenly issued a new mission. Restore the function of patient Liu Weichen's Achilles tendon to the maximum extent, 5% for each successful restoration. Reward: a primary Yang report. After verifying the patient's identity, Ling Ran told the anesthetist to administer anesthesia. Liu Weichen heard the doctor say, "Drink up," and then drifted into unconsciousness. After that, Ling Ran made a U-shaped incision on the inside of the calf. Then, Ji Tianluo pulled out Liu Weichen's foot, using forceps to expose the Achilles tendon. Ji Tianluo frowned upon seeing this, not expecting the end of the Achilles tendon to be in a horsetail shape. Among Achilles tendon ruptures, the horsetail type is the worst.
If the patient was a normal person, it could even be used as a reinforcement suture material.
But for an athlete, it's completely insufficient to support high-intensity training, rendering it useless.
Therefore, Ling Ran and Zhu Tongyi decided to cut off this horsetail Achilles tendon.
At this time, the doctors in the monitoring room began to discuss about 3 centimeters of the Achilles tendon is being cut off. If we want the patient to run again, we probably have to use the most difficult method. That's twist it. A nurse asked, "Why do you say it's twisted?" "Because the blood supply inside the Achilles tendon comes from the posterior tibial artery, which then divides into 3 to 4 perforating arteries, barely visible to the naked eye. But its shape and origin are not much different from the extratendinous perivascular network. If the Achilles tendon wants to ensure its blood supply, it must ensure that the surrounding blood vessels are intact. At least 8 small blood vessels must be avoided, and there are countless other blood vessel branches. The idea is good, but it's too idealistic to achieve. With this level of difficulty, even if it's postponed for another 10 years, I'm afraid no one will be able to do it." At this time, a young doctor rubbed his chin and said, "Actually, it's not a big deal if you accidentally cut off a blood vessel, because small blood vessels have the ability to compensate. Even if they are cut off, the human body will automatically adjust the blood vessels after a period of time, and the small blood vessels will reconnect. But the chief thinks that the compensation ability is too slow, which will affect the speed and quality of the athlete's recovery, so he decided to avoid these small blood vessels."
If you accidentally cut off a blood vessel, you have to suture it. And Liu Weichen's surgical site is in the area with the poorest blood supply in the human body. Performing high-difficulty surgery here, and having to recover quickly and with quality, it's impossible without a surgeon who can create miracles. While the doctors were discussing, Ling Ran had already finished suturing the Achilles tendon. Next is the most difficult part, the blood vessel network. At this time, Ji Tianluo's expression was very serious. These broken blood vessels are too complicated. The difficulty of suturing them accurately is too high. But suturing blood vessels was already a very familiar task for Ling Ran. He started suturing rat tails as soon as he arrived at Yunhua, and then he had to suture blood vessels after cutting off his fingers and reattaching them. Although not as many as now, the accuracy was higher. The blood vessels around the original Achilles tendon don't require such high precision. Zhu Tongyi's plan is to have 2 perforating arteries on each side and ensure a certain amount of small blood vessels. Therefore, even if 1 or 2 blood vessels are not sutured successfully, it will not lead to the failure of Achilles tendon suture. The people in the operating room quietly stared at Ling Ran's operation, even more nervous than him. But Ling Ran's outward expression remained unchanged, and in his heart he was so happy he wanted to fly. In the past, he could only operate on 2 or 3 blood vessels.
and the opportunity was rare. Today, he was suturing an entire network, all thin and difficult small blood vessels, which are the most important part of reattaching a severed finger, compared to being able to operate multiple times. At this time, Zhu Tongyi reminded Ling Ran that the key point of the surgery was to pay attention to dynamic balance, but Ling Ran wanted to add an extra backup route. Zhu Tongyi asked suspiciously,
"Is there enough time? The expected plan is to restore 3 or 4 parts of the blood vessel network completely."
"Actually, we didn't cut off many small blood vessels. Wouldn't it be better to restore a little more?" Liu Weishan's surgical plan is estimated to take 4 hours. This time was calculated by Zhu Tongyi. If the time is too short, the chief surgeon will not be able to complete the surgery, and if the time is too long, the effect of the surgery will be greatly reduced. Doing so will definitely increase the amount of surgery by nearly double in a limited time.
At this time, Zhu Tongyi realized,
it turns out this kid isn't thinking about how to complete the plan, but instead he's thinking about how to exceed the plan. It's good for young people to be ambitious, but they can't go too far.
Zhu Tongyi reminded Ling Ran to try to ensure quality. The risk of spasm still exists. Only patent blood vessels are useful blood vessels. Ling Ran naturally knew why minimally invasive Achilles tendon surgery could be discharged and recover so quickly. It's because the blood vessels after suturing are of good quality that the Achilles tendon can recover quickly. Zhu Tongyi's plan is to suture Liu Weishan's Achilles tendon into a sutured Achilles tendon and vascular graft, the difficulty of which is 10 times higher than the previous plan. Looking at Ling Ran's confident expression, Zhu Tongyi also breathed a slight sigh of relief.
He was too concerned about this plan. Ji Tianluo has always been observing Ling Ran's operation. This plan requires maintaining a certain level of blood vessel network, and at the same time, the surgical time must be shortened. In fact, it requires the chief surgeon to be fast, accurate, and ruthless. Before that, Ji Tianluo surveyed everywhere at home and abroad. The doctors who could not meet the requirements were all major surgeons.
Skilled doctors who heard Liu Weishan's surgery was a guided procedure all refused. They weren't exactly hurting for cash after all.
Just then, Ling Ran's voice cut through his thoughts, as he calmly stated, "Connecting it here. One pathway is practically done," Ji Tianlu asked in surprise. "It's done. That's just the first of 2 pathways. We still need to keep stitching," Ling Ran said calmly as he reached for the forceps, but the moment he touched them, he suddenly felt a slight change in sensation. Ling Ran told Ji Tianlu to check the pathway first, while he went to wash his hands. The sensor pad, when he'd held the forceps earlier, had shown a change in the physical properties of the surgical glove. Simply put, it no longer fit properly.
Furthermore, bacteria on the doctor's hands were constantly accumulating. If the glove were to tear at this moment, it would be even more problematic.
When Ling Ran returned after washing his hands, Ji Tianlu had finished checking and confirmed there were no issues with the vascular suture. But he believed this one pathway was already safe enough. Ling Ran instructed the nurse to put on new gloves for him, while also telling Ji Tianlu to release the clamp and observe.
Ji Tianlu then loosened the arteriovenous clamp, and blood flowed smoothly without obstruction.
This recovery rate was considered pretty good, but for an Achilles tendon at this level, it certainly wouldn't be enough to compete in world-class events.
With that thought, Ling Ran said without the slightest hesitation, "Proceed with the contingency procedure."
Everyone was startled. If they ended now, the surgery would be quick, the results good, and the patient's benefits would be at their optimal point. Proceeding with a contingency procedure would raise suspicions of overtreatment. Ji Tianlu stepped forward to persuade him. "Dr. Ling, I think the pathway you've stitched is already sufficient. Would you consider ending the surgery early?" Ling Ran countered. "The maximum blood supply from our vascular sutures is only equivalent to that of 2 fingers. Are you sure that's enough?" Seeing Ji Tianlu remain silent, Ling Ran continued. "Ensuring blood supply is always the top priority. Later complications can be managed with medication, but if the blood supply isn't enough, what other measures can we use to compensate?"
Hearing Ling Ran's words, the entire team was startled again. Zhu Tongyi immediately said,
"Continue the surgery." But not long after, the system suddenly issued a warning. Task completion rate is decreasing. Ling Ran looked up, surprised to see it had already dropped to 70%. He immediately told the anesthesiologist to reconfirm the patient's condition. The anesthesiologist reported, "Everything is normal." Ling Ran felt uneasy, but couldn't quite pinpoint why. At this moment, Ling Ran thought for a bit. If the surgery ends now, 70% Achilles tendon function, while not enough for Liu Weishan to undergo high-intensity training, would be sufficient for daily life. However, this isn't what Liu Weishan wants. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dragged out this surgery until now. At this moment, whether it's perfect Achilles tendon repair or perfect limb reimplantation surgery, both remind Ling Ran that blood is always the most crucial factor. But the information on site isn't enough. So now I can only rely on theory and persevere. Liu Weishan wants to return to the arena. I absolutely cannot let him lose hope. Then, Ling Ran turned and said, "We're continuing."
40 minutes later, the Achilles tendon's recovery level had dropped to 55%. Now, let alone high-intensity training, even daily activities would be quite difficult.
He then told the anesthesiologist to recheck the patient's condition, but there were still no issues. So, where was the problem? The surgery had only extended by 2 hours. It shouldn't have decreased so much.
The only possibility was that constructing the contingency pathway itself was negatively affecting the patient. With that judgment, Ling Ran continued the surgery under immense pressure.
Although the others didn't know what was happening, they felt an invisible pressure snip. The suture thread snapped, and the second contingency pathway was completed. Ling Ran stared intently into the microscope, then released the artery. Blood flowed continuously, rapidly filling the newly sutured perforating artery, then spreading throughout the surrounding vascular network. The system also issued a notification. Task completion rate soared to 85%.
At that moment, Ling Ran finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Liu Weishan's Achilles tendon was severely ruptured. Just the excised portion was the size of a thumb. Recovering to this extent was already considered a success. While an Achilles tendon like this still carried risks with high-intensity training,
it was certainly good enough.
At the very least, he could maintain an active lifestyle. 85% isn't the final value. The completion rate is still increasing. It's time to end this lengthy surgery. Ling Ran no longer hesitated, immediately declaring the second pathway a success. After the patient's incision was closed, Ling Ran's mood was finally at ease. He handed over the post-op instructions to Zhu Tongyi. Seeing Ling Ran's relieved expression, Zhu Tongyi quietly asked, "Curious,
Dr. Ling, how do you feel now?"
Ling Ran looked at the 18 primary yang treasures that were ready and said with a sigh, "It's the feeling of a good harvest." However, at this moment, outside the research center, a black car screeches to a halt at the gate, and two pissed-off middle-aged dudes hop out.
They're shaking Liu Weishan, trying to wake him up, but the dude's totally unresponsive. Zhu Tongyi's like, "Hold up," and steps in to stop them.
The anesthesia hasn't worn off yet. Even if he wakes up, he can't talk. "Just chill outside." Director Wang from the Sports Bureau sighs and says, "Let's talk outside." So everyone heads to the living room. Seeing those two guys looking like they're ready to throw down, he knows explaining the medical stuff will be a lost cause. So Zhu Tongyi just gives a knowing smile and keeps mum to their accusations. After a long rant, Director Ma finally asks, "Where's the main surgeon? Can we get him to explain things?" Jin Tianlu says, "Doctor Ling is swamped, currently operating on another patient." Director Wang's like, "We can wait," and tells the director to call the media and some experts. Soon after,
a reporter and a rehabilitation specialist from the Sports Bureau, Han Wenlin, arrive in the living room. Just then, Ling Ran finishes his surgery and pushes the door open. The reporter sees the young, handsome lead surgeon, and her eyes light up instantly, snapping photos like crazy. Han Wenlin, though, sees the lead surgeon's just some young punk, and a smirk creeps across his face. Old dude's looking to flex on Ling Ran. "Can this young surgeon give us a rundown of the surgery?" Ling Ran retorts instantly. "Is it even necessary?"
Hearing that response, Han Wenlin feels disrespected. He points at Ling Ran and barks, "Of course it is. Liu Weishan is a key athlete for us, a sports star the whole country cares about. His physical condition needs to be under our control at all times." Ling Ran doesn't even bother with the old geezer, turns to Zhu Tongyi and asks, "Is this cool?" Zhu Tongyi chuckles. Expert Han wants to know the situation, you gotta explain it a little bit. Han Wenlin hears Zhu Tongyi greenlight it, immediately jumps in. Why did Liu Weishan suddenly decide to have surgery? Ling Ran gives him a look like, "WTF, why are you asking me that? You're the main surgeon. Don't you know why Liu Weishan had surgery?" Liu Weishan had surgery because his Achilles tendon was busted. Why the sudden decision? You gotta ask the guy himself. This ain't a clinical issue.
Han Wenlin's pissed by that answer, and he explodes. "Dr. Ling, stuff like that is only going to cause distrust from the Sports Bureau, and eventually we can't cooperate anymore."
In Han Wenlin's mind, Ling Ran and most doctors are the same. They operate on athletes to boost their rep. But Ling Ran thinks Achilles tendon repair is mostly for normal folks. Athletes, while there's a big demand, the numbers just aren't there. Not to mention his unit ain't even in Shanghai, and even if it was, he wouldn't team up with the Sports Bureau anyway. At that moment, Ji Tianlu laughs, trying to smooth things over. Our cooperation with the sports bureau has always been great. Liu Weishan's surgery went really well too. If that's the case, Dr. Ling, why don't you tell us how the surgery went down? Ling Ran gives a quick rundown of the procedure. Han Wenlin's jaw drops. Way too risky. How could you guys use such a risky plan?
Hearing Han Wenlin say that, the sports bureau leaders get tense. Ji Tianlu jumps in to reassure them. The plan was a bit risky, but the surgery was a total success.
The director hears this and turns to Ling Ran, asking, "Is a full recovery possible?" Ling Ran looks up, checks the system. The task completion is up to 91%. Then, he says, relatively optimistic, but not for sure.
Director Wang feels that this statement is ambiguous, like saying nothing. At this time, Ling Ran suggests,
"Let's watch the video." Then, everyone goes to the conference room to watch the video. When seeing Ling Ran stitching the second guide wire, Han Wenlin's heart jumped to his throat. Fortunately, the surgery was finally successful. He breathed a sigh of relief. He also realized that the surgery had far exceeded their expectations. Seeing this, Ling Ran sighed and said, "I still have patience. Time for my next surgery." Then, he turned and left the meeting room. Zhu Tongyi suggested, "Now that we've watched the video, let's head to the hospital observation room to watch Ling Ran's live surgery broadcast." But as soon as they reached the hospital's observation room, Zhu Tongyi overheard Ling Ran and Liu Wenbin's conversation. "Liu Weishan's surgery is done, we should head back now." Knowing Ling Ran was about to return to Yunhua Hospital, Zhu Tongyi tried everything to keep him in Shanghai.
Not only had Ling Ran successfully implemented a difficult surgical plan, but he'd also done it with remarkably good results and efficiency.
Now, they needed to seize the opportunity to perform more cases to facilitate further research. If this research technique succeeded, Zhu Tongyi might even get his name on it, practically guaranteeing a place in history. But to keep Ling Ran there, the most direct and effective way was to arrange a large number of patients for him.
So he called Ji Tianlu over and told him to sort this out properly. He also instructed Ji Tianlu to find a way for Ling Ran to meet the media, which would both promote their surgical plan and attract more patients. The next day, Ji Tianlu called Ling Ran in and told him, "Just agree to one interview, and I can arrange 5 patients for you. The surgery fees will be the same as at Yunhua Hospital." This was pure gold for surgery-obsessed people like Ling Ran. He agreed on the spot. Just like that, he was performing surgeries non-stop every day, with assistants and nurses rotating continuously. In just a few days, he accumulated over 20 treasure chests. Ling Ran opened 20 lucky draws consecutively, and this time, he obtained the master-level microsurgical nerve membrane suturing technique. But patients weren't an endless resource. Just a few days later, he had cleared out all the patients Jin Tianlu had provided. Today, Ling Ran sought out Jin Tianlu. Wanting to trade another interview for more patients, Jin Tianlu sighed, saying he genuinely had no more patients, unless we just happened to stumble upon one. Ling Ran looked disappointed after hearing that. He turned and said, "All right, I'll book a flight back to Yunhua tonight." Jin Tianlu was speechless. Doctors used to want money, good food, flattery, or comments on their papers. Those demands were easy to meet, but demanding a mountain of patients like this, that was just too difficult. Seeing Ling Ran about to walk out of the office, Ji Tianlu stood up and said, "Hey, I can find 5 more patients with ruptured Achilles tendons for you today. I really can't get any more than that." So Ling Ran worked from evening till dawn again. By early morning the next day, Ling Ran had once again completed all the surgeries. Influenced by Ling Ran, Liu Wenbin also seemed more invigorated than in previous days. Ling Ran noticed Liu Wenbin had no intention of resting, so he called him and went on rounds together. But as soon as they reached Liu Weishan's hospital room door, they heard a noisy crowd inside. The two peeked through the crack in the door, and inside, numerous male and female athletes were drinking and celebrating. Ling Ran announced, "Time for rounds," and pushed the door open to step inside. Liu Weishan awkwardly explained, "My friends came to visit me. We were talking a bit late. It's been a long time since we all gathered." Ling Ran said nothing, putting on his gloves to examine carefully. After so many days, the actual recovery rate had only increased by 1%. It seemed like it wasn't just a matter of surgery or post-op care. Ling Ran, while taking notes, told Liu Weishan, "I'll arrange another MRI for you." Liu Weishan wondered. "I heard Director Jia say I'm recovering quite well. Why do I need another MRI? Ling Ran sighed. "It's true you're recovering better than others, but it's still not as effective as I anticipated." Liu Weishan, somewhat awkwardly, said, "Maybe it's because I haven't been resting well these past 2 days." Ling Ran didn't say much and left with Liu Wenbin. This patient was a famous discus thrower from the capital city. Due to her advanced age, she was past her peak. If she didn't win a medal at the All-Sports Games next year, retirement was her only option. Currently, she was placing all her hopes on Ling Ran. The surgery began, and Ling Ran drew a long line on the patient's calf. Jin Tianlu asked, puzzled, "Why such a long incision?" Ling Ran explained. "Because the edge of the Achilles tendon has some extended strands, it's a bit safer." After stretching it out, he found that the patient's Achilles tendon wasn't completely ruptured. This could be considered a relatively minor injury. At this point, Ling Ran said, "First, dissect the Achilles tendon." Just as Ji Tianlu was about to begin the surgery, Ling Ran stopped him. He said, "I'll do this one. I've memorized the positions of the blood vessels, ready to avoid them as much as possible." Having operated on Liu Weishan, Ling Ran had already come to a conclusion. Many blood vessels that were cut last time could actually be avoided by simply dodging the smaller ones. This would reduce the complexity of vascular membrane reconstruction during surgery, and more blood vessels would remain to supply blood. Ji Tianlu pondered for a long time before finally understanding Ling Ran's meaning. He asked, dumbfounded, "Don't tell me you've memorized the positions of all the blood vessels." Ling Ran chuckled. "Not at all. I just remember the blood vessels around the Achilles tendon." After a while of surgery, the operation came to an end. At this time, Zhu Tongyi eagerly asked, "How do you feel?" Ling Ran replied, "Probably will recover better than Liu Weishan." Hearing Ling Ran's answer, Zhu Tongyi's eyes smiled so brightly they disappeared. 2 consecutive successful plans will greatly increase the value of the plan, but will Ling Ran stay? In the next 2 days, Ling Ran still hadn't found a suitable patient, he thought. Might as well go back to Manhwa first, and come back when there's a suitable surgery. He wasn't worried about being replaced, because Ling Ran was currently the only one who had performed this plan, mastering the technology at a strategic level. As long as Ling Ran didn't refuse, Zhu Tongyi's first choice would always be him. That afternoon, Ling Ran boarded a plane back to Yunhua. On Ling Ran's first day back at Yunhua Hospital, he was surrounded by many nurses. Because the news of his successful Achilles tendon repair on Liu Weishan had been published in a journal, Ling Ran modestly said, "That's thanks to the help of many people." Just then, the phone rang. After listening, someone's expression turned serious. "Level 3 public event outbreak. Everyone report to the emergency room." Hearing this news, everyone stood up and ran straight to the emergency room. Public events are graded. Level 3 is a major event in which there may be 3 deaths or critical injuries. Just as Ling Ran left the door, he met Dr. Zhao, who told him 3 people in a car died on the spot, and a seriously injured robber was brought in. At this moment, Director Huso called Ling Ran back with a serious expression and asked, "I heard that a robber is coming later, do you know?" "I've heard about it, I don't know if it's true or not." "It's true, the dude robbing the adult store got hit by a car. One leg is seriously injured but his condition is stable." "Do you want to treat him?" Ling Ran said. "Of course." Then he asked Director Huo, "What are your thoughts?" Huo Kongjun said, "I used to be a military doctor. When I received an order, I had to save even the enemy." At this time, a fat doctor angrily said, "Treating the enemy can still be propaganda. What's the point of treating a robber? Might as well just shoot him. Saving him is just wasting medical resources." But Director Huo didn't think so. He believed that a doctor's duty is to heal the sick and save lives. If you want to pursue justice, you can study law and become a judge. Soon after, the ambulance brought the patient. Director Huo checked the injury situation first, and then had people from various departments enter the operating room to prepare. According to Dr. Huo's arrangement, the robber who was hit while running against traffic was taken into the operating room. First, the brain doctor checked the patient's head. There was nothing that could cause general anesthesia, and then he hurriedly began abdominal surgery. The patient was normal and not hit too hard. The left arm was fixed outside, wrapped in 4 kilograms of plaster. The left leg was too badly injured to be saved, so it was amputated. Director Huo asked Ling Ran and the bone team to be responsible for the amputation so they could learn more. Amputation also requires attention to the remaining limb. It must be cylindrical to look good, and the wear resistance must be taken into account. The doctor in charge of the amputation saw Director Huo say this and joked, "No matter how much attention you pay, it won't be like a carpenter carefully holding a saw to split wood." Seeing that Ling Ran was ready, the bone doctor asked him to make an incision to create a flap. After creating it, he began to teach. "Now you need to cut off the internal muscle to expose the bone. After the tibia is exposed," he said, "use a saw to amputate it. Then cut off the muscles on both sides to expose the fibula." The bone doctor taught and practiced at the same time. At this time, the bone amputation was completed, and the rest was to create a skin flap, that is, to suture it. This was naturally done by Ling Ran. After the suturing was completed, Huo Kongjun asked Ling Ran, "How did you learn?"
Ling Ran didn't pretend to be modest and said, "Learned quite a bit." At this time, he was still sighing in his heart that Yunhua Hospital was indeed the best, and he could learn more new knowledge. At 6 o'clock in the morning of the second day, Ling Ran and Lu Wenbin went to check the ward together. Because the two had been on a business trip for half a month, the latter suture surgery patients had been discharged. Now there are quite a few empty beds. Ling Ran touched the patient's bedsheet and said with emotion, "I didn't realize the importance of the hospital bed before, and I didn't know how to cherish its use. I can't be so reckless in the future." But when the two walked into the next room, they saw a patient who had packed up. Ling Ran asked, "Is this uncle about to be discharged?" When the patient saw Dr. Ling coming, a bright smile immediately appeared on his face. The nurse said, "Since you're here today, I deliberately waited here for you. I could have been discharged yesterday."
My roommates who left earlier also asked me to be sure to send their thanks to Dr. Ling. Thank you, I am really grateful to the doctor.
As soon as the thank you was finished, the system panel appeared. Received sincere thanks from the patient and his family. Reward 11 elementary Yang Baos. This time, he unlocked 2 skill books, both for suturing skin, specifically cosmetic suturing.
This kind of stitching is usually only done in aesthetic clinics or hospitals.
Ling Ran thought to himself, "Next time I perform a limb amputation, I wonder if I could use this technique to make a perfect cylindrical stump." As Ling Ran got home from work, he smelled the delicious braised pork belly before he even stepped inside.
They usually only ate braised pork belly for special occasions, so Ling Ran asked, trying to butter them up.
"Mom, Dad, what's the happy occasion?" Ling Jieju replied. "Our clinic just started offering cosmetic injection services, and Dr. Miao has been doing pretty well with it lately."
Dr. Miao walked in then, bowl in hand, and said, "It's all thanks to Ling Ran, really. Your friend keeps sending patients our way at the clinic."
Only then did Ling Ran realize that Lu Jingling had been helping them out all along. Just then, a man and a blonde girl walked in. She was covering a wound on her mouth with her hand, muttering, "Is this tiny clinic even any good? Ugh, fine. I've had my eyes done here before anyway."
Seeing the blonde girl walk in covering her wound, Ling Ran immediately put on his white lab coat and went out. He first asked her if she had any allergies, to which she replied no.
Ling Ran then examined her wound. It was just a superficial cut, but being on her forehead, a bad stitch would really mess with her look.
Seeing Ling Ran had already cleaned off her makeup and disinfected the wound, Dr. Miao walked closer. He thought to himself, "Zhao Ran's normal suturing is pretty good, but I've never seen him do cosmetic work before. Even if it's not some super advanced technique, to stitch beautifully you usually need at least 2 or 3 years of training." When Dr. Miao snapped back to reality, he saw Ling Ran had already started choosing sutures. He grumbled, "So unprofessional. Why is he still picking out sutures right now?" Dr. Miao was about to rush over and stop him, but then he realized Ling Ran had already finished the basic suturing. From start to finish, it took only 3 seconds.
That was freaking fast. Next, Ling Ran began the intradermal suturing. Unlike his lightning-fast speed from before, this intradermal stitching was surprisingly steady, and what's more, it left no scars. Dr. Miao was totally stunned, thinking to himself that Ling Ran's cosmetic suturing skill had already surpassed his own. When he finished suturing, Ling Ran told the girl, "You're missing a small bit of tissue, so I'll stretch the skin for you. By stretching it during the stitch, there won't be a scar, and I'll do my best for a scarless recovery." She shyly nodded in agreement.
To reassure her, Dr. Miao said, "You won't find a second person in all of Yunhua who can stitch like this. I promise you, Zhao Ran is using this method to compensate for the damaged skin, and the effect is honestly even better than a skin graft." But that wasn't all. After he was done stitching and bandaging, the girl actually blushed and asked for Ling Ran's contact info. Ling Ran, however, just said, "I don't usually add normal people as friends, unless they're a patient with 3 or more severed fingers." Hearing Ling Ran's reply, the girl spread out her hand and counted her fingers. OMG, that's terrifying. The very next day, as Ling Ran walked into his office, Director Huo Kongjun rushed over to find him. He said, "A helicopter is bringing in a pretty important patient soon. You and I are going to meet it. Just do your work, don't say a word." "Got it," Ling Ran nodded. Yunhua Hospital's rooftop had a helipad. Zhao Luoyi pondered deeply. The patient has abdominal pain along with trauma. The trauma is easy to handle, but abdominal pain can be anything from mild to severe. If it's mild, it's probably just something she ate or she's on her period. But if it's severe, it could be a much more dangerous and complex condition. For a patient who arrives by helicopter, misdiagnosing abdominal pain would be a huge loss of face. It might seem like a small thing, but to hospital leadership and superiors, that person would forever be the doctor who misdiagnosed, risking their spot.
So absolutely no sloppiness with this patient.
A rumbling sound echoed as a helicopter landed on the rooftop.
The patient stepped out, ran a hand through her hair, placed her hand on her stomach, and greeted everyone.
Hey there everyone, my name is Tian Chi, and I'm literally the biggest eater you've ever seen.
In just 2 days, she traveled to 4 different countries just to enjoy their unique cuisines, which led to severe abdominal pain, and she'd also accidentally injured herself with a bottle opener.
Her attending physician, Zhao Luoyi, was about to treat her, but Tian Chi immediately set her eyes on Ling Ran, who was standing nearby, and specifically requested him to be her doctor.
And if that wasn't enough, she even recited a poem for Ling Ran. By the wall, a few plum branches, defying the cold, they bloom alone. Though not covered in snow, their subtle fragrance comes. Ling Ran's face was a total question mark. Did you drink some dodgy booze or something? Zhao Luoyi quickly lost his patience, telling the two of them to get to the treatment room, fast, before the patient's condition got any worse. In the treatment room, Tian Chi watched the handsome Ling Ran treating her wound, and she couldn't resist reciting another poem for him. The mountain has trees, the trees have branches, my heart delights in you, yet you do not know, Tian Chi then sighed. If we were in ancient times, I wonder if we would have met like this too. But Ling Ran was completely oblivious to such flirtatious words. He focused all his attention on stitching up the wound.
After finishing up, Ling Ran handed the bandaging over to the nurse and turned to leave.
Watching Xu Feng's departing figure, Tian Chi smirked, thinking, "You're not escaping my grasp." Afterwards, she asked her assistant, "Have you found any info on Ling Ran yet?" The assistant replied, "Xu Feng is incredibly talented at surgery. Some media outlets have reported on him. Turns out he lives in Xiagao village." Hearing this, Tian Chi immediately asked, "So that means he has to live with his mother-in-law. What's her personality like?"
The assistant, hearing Tian Chi start calling her mother-in-law, figured the young miss had fallen for him. She replied, "Those details haven't been dug up yet," and told Tian Chi, "You have several villas in Manhwa. If you don't want to live with your mother-in-law, you can just move out." At this moment, Tian Chi seemed to get an idea. She said, "Assistant, if Dr. Ling's car breaks down, wouldn't his only options be to call for a ride or take a taxi?" The assistant nodded. That's right. Hearing the assistant's reply, Tian Chi already had her next move planned. Sure enough, the next morning, when going to work, Ling Ran discovered that his car was broken and wouldn't start no matter what he did. Looks like I have to think of something else. At 4:00 a.m. in Xiagao village, it's impossible to catch a taxi, so Ling Ran had to call a rideshare, but in less than a few seconds, a black Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of him. Ling Ran took a closer look. Isn't this that poetry-loving patient? Tian Chi even pretended to be half asleep. "Oh, Dr. Ling, what a coincidence. I was just about to call a car to go home and rest." Ling Ran thought for a moment, and still decided to get in the car. It was really hard to get a ride at this hour, and there were patients waiting for him at the hospital. But as soon as he got in the car, Ling Ran received a call from Chief Physician Huo. He said, a major public safety incident suddenly occurred, and told Ling Ran to quickly get to the hospital. Tian Chi knew what was up, and told Ling Ran, "Don't worry, we'll be there soon." Immediately, she floored the gas pedal and sped towards the hospital. Dr. Zihao said seriously, "I heard that after the carjacking incident, the city is on high alert. We have to wait for the ambulance to arrive to know the specific situation. The current news coming back is that there is at least 1 death and 4 injuries," Dr. Zhu said. "Among them, there is a patient with serious bleeding. Chief Physician Huo plans to let Ling Ran take action." At this time, Ling Ran was a little worried. Hemostasis is to reduce bleeding, but for patients with a lot of bleeding, saving their lives still depends on blood transfusion. At present, the blood supply is very difficult. If there are 2 seriously injured patients with the same blood type, Yunhua Hospital is not sure whether it can provide enough blood products. Not long after, Chief Physician Huo came in with the case file. As far as we know, the seriously injured people are currently a police officer and 3 robbers. The dead person is the robber. The 3 injured robbers have been transferred to the Army General Hospital. The person transferred to our hospital is a frontline anti-drug police officer who is injured. The higher-ups require us to do our best to save the injured police officer. Then, Chief Physician Huo led Ling Ran away. Not long after, the car stopped, and the patient was escorted in by medical staff. At this time, the patient had transfused nearly 20 bags of blood, whole blood and crystalline blood. The pressure hemostasis effect was not great, and the cart was still dripping blood all the way. Blood keeps flowing like this. How much blood has been lost? At this moment, Chief Physician Huo shouted loudly. Ling Ran heard Chief Physician Husio's voice. Ling Ran quickly followed. Then he climbed onto the gurney, removed the bandage on his arm,
cut the bandage around his abdomen, then pressed hard on the outside, and pushed the patient into the emergency room. Chief Physician Hubio decided to re-examine without hesitation. He is currently the person in charge of the emergency, always monitoring the specific emergency situation, and always quickly arranging, "Have you done an arterial blood test? Are the results available yet? Control blood pressure and heart rate? Where's the CT scan report? Let me know when the results are available. See if a blood recovery machine can be used." During the abdominal examination, Zhao Lei has cleaned it. There are still a large number of blood clots inside. Dr. Zhu has gradually separated the ligaments of the spleen, revealing the splenic pedicle. He made a double knot, and then removed the spleen. After doing these things, the golden moment has passed long ago. But the hemostatic effect is not as expected. Chief Physician Huo asked Ling Ran to try manual hemostasis, and use his hands to check whether the lungs were broken. Otherwise, they will repair the lungs. Ling Ran checked it very quickly, and then checked it again, and found that the lungs were not broken. Chief Physician Huo immediately ordered the placement of a chest drainage tube. After the patient's lungs expanded, the diaphragm that was compressed just now was completely exposed. Dr. Zihao took the field again and performed intermittent sutures for the patient. After Dr. Zhao and Chief Physician Huo drained the chest cavity, they ordered the ribs to be sutured, even to the point of sealing the drainage again. Ling Ran, check again. After Ling Ran checked by hand, he said, "There is a 1 centimeter long wound." Next up, it was Zhao Luyi's turn to step up and do the internal sutures for the patient. Director Huo turned his head and asked, "Anesthesiologist, what's the current bleeding situation?" The anesthesiologist monitored the vitals and shook his head slightly. Director Huo remained calm on the surface, but was internally raging. "The bleeding hasn't stopped, which means there are still other bleeding points," Director Huo told Ling Ran. "Keep looking." Ling Ran reached into the abdomen again. There's a perforation on the lower right abdomen, but it doesn't seem to be the bleeding point, and the wound isn't here either. Director Huo had someone suture the 2 wounds they just found, then turned to ask someone to call the imaging department to take a look. Locate any possible spots. Ling Ran didn't know how to read the films, so his job was still just to stop the bleeding manually. 2 hours passed, but the bleeding point still hadn't been found. Both Ling Ran and Director Huo were dripping with sweat. Now was the critical moment, when a life hung by a thread. Time to use the red potion. So Ling Ran downed the small red bottle of medicine that he had been saving for a while. Immediately afterwards, the system notification popped up. All skills increased by 1 level, lasting for 2 hours. Severed finger replantation, Achilles tendon repair, and manual hemostasis have all reached mythic level. Perfect level manual hemostasis could accurately find the bleeding point in countless scenarios, so how strong would mythic level manual hemostasis be? At this moment, Ling Ran's heart was full of anticipation. He immediately activated mythic level manual hemostasis. Checking the patient's bleeding situation, he reached into the patient's abdomen and began to examine. He discovered a bleeding point with a very small wound, and he immediately sutured it with a size 7 suture. But the anesthesiologist said that the blood loss was still high, and the indicators on the monitor hadn't changed much. At this point, Ling Ran had an idea. The exposed parts have already been checked, so the remaining bleeding points aren't in these locations. Then we should consider other places, like under the organs. Then Ling Ran said, "I'll check the liver." He went along the liver, sliding straight in. But Zhao Luqi didn't agree with Ling Ran's thinking. He thought the bleeding point might be hidden deep inside or obscured by some structure, so he should carefully check the corners. At this time, Ling Ran checked the right side and found nothing wrong, so he planned to continue checking the left side. When Ling Ran was about to touch the left side, Zhao Luqi couldn't help but say, "Hey Ling Ran, the sutures were just done on the left side, don't touch it." But Ling Ran didn't intend to stop. Zhao Luyi quickly pulled Ling Ran's hand away, looked at Director Huo, and said, "Director, the left side was just sutured." Ling Ran, Huo Kongjun didn't need Zhao Luyi to remind him. He saw everything clearly from the side. He said to Ling Ran, be careful. This statement was considered an implicit acceptance of Ling Ran's actions. Ling Ran immediately gently lifted the left side, and a rush of blood spurted out. The monitor also screamed. Everyone realized the object that was pressing down had been removed, and the blood was being lost even faster, which meant they had found the bleeding point, and it was right under the left lobe of the liver. Ling Ran used one hand to press firmly on the bleeding point while reaching for suture material, then activated perfect suture technique, easily suturing the wound. After Ling Ran finished suturing, the monitor also went silent. At this time, Director Huo finally breathed a sigh of relief. With the left lobe of the liver sutured, the patient's life was basically saved. Director Huo told Ling Ran, "Check again, wash the abdominal cavity, and if there are no problems, we can close the abdomen." While checking, Ling Ran's eyes suddenly lit up. The rectum is a bit bigger than before,
A little bigger than when Dr. Zhao talked to me. Ling Ran pointed to the abdominal cavity. Did the blood clot clamp onto the rectum just now? Hearing Ling Ran say that, Director Huo reached for the rectum, and a stream of light red blood flowed out. Director Huo was shocked. If this hidden danger was left behind, the patient might not make it through the night. He immediately told Ling Ran to suture it. After Ling Ran sutured the rectum, and checked carefully again, and this time he was sure there were no more problems. Then Director Huo ordered the abdomen to be closed. Ling Ran took the instrument from the nurse and said to Director Huo, "The biggest problem has been solved. Just leave these 20-odd skin wounds to me." Ling Ran immediately activated simple suture technique and finished suturing in an instant. Done. Director Huo waved his hand, signaling them to send the patient to the intensive care unit. After several hours of high-intensity rescue, all the medical staff were exhausted and had to go back to the office to sleep for a while, but Ling Ran looked up at the system and found that the remaining time for the medicine was 28 minutes, which meant that the time for the 3 mythic skills was still 28 minutes. He had just experienced mythic-level manual hemostasis, and it felt great. He's done severed finger replantation a lot already, so he doesn't need it. But it would be a waste to not use mythic-level Achilles tendon repair, so he told Lu Wenbin to go find a patient with a ruptured Achilles tendon, and they'd go into surgery in 10 minutes. Lu Wenbin didn't disappoint. He found a patient with a ruptured Achilles tendon in the orthopedic department. In the operating room, a nurse was helping Ling Ran put on sterile clothing. The nurse curiously asked Ling Ran, "Doctor Ling, did you really suture Liu Weiqin's Achilles tendon?" Ling Ran hummed, then used perfect-level MRI reading technique to read the film. Compared to the previous master-level film reading, this one had so much more detail. Ling Ran unconsciously curved the corners of his lips upward. The patient lying on the operating table saw this and asked, "What are you laughing at, Ling Ran? Is my Achilles tendon funnier than Liu Weiqin's?" Ling Ran replied, "Liu Weiqin's Achilles tendon is a bit longer. It's twice the average length, while yours is only 2/3 of the average length." "What's the doctor saying? I'm embarrassed. Weren't you asking about the heel?" "I was asking, but why does it sound different coming from the doctor?" Hearing this, Ling Ran said to Lu Wenbin, "I think there's something wrong with his head. Check him out later." Lu Wenbin said, "Okay." He immediately went in front of the patient and asked, "Do you remember your name? Li Zhao, 29 years old? Do you remember how you ruptured your Achilles tendon? Chased by gangsters, Achilles tendon severed. My girlfriend wanted 300,000 for the betrothal gift to marry me. I borrowed money and had enough for the betrothal gift, but not enough for the wedding, so I had to borrow more, and couldn't pay it back, so the gangsters came after me. I ran for my life and fell down the stairs, rupturing my Achilles tendon." After hearing this, Ling Ran asked, doubtfully, "So the Achilles tendon was broken from the fall, not cut off?" The patient said vaguely, "It was broken from the fall." Ling Ran felt that this patient had a mental problem. He asked the anesthetist, "Can you do general anesthesia? If you do half-body anesthesia, it will give me false information, easily leading to the wrong surgery." After the anesthetist gave the patient general anesthesia, Ling Ran began the surgery. With the support of MRI reading technique and legendary-level Achilles tendon suturing skill, it only took him 18 minutes to complete the surgery. To get close to Ling Ran, Tianqi first pretended to be a patient for Ling Ran to treat, then drove him to work, and now is going all out to spend money to buy a medical company. She just went to the nurse's station to snoop around, and as soon as Ling Ran was mentioned, the nurses praised him for being handsome, super cool, normal stars can't compare. We all saw Ling Ran's surgery just now in the group. Hearing these words, Tianqi couldn't help but be jealous. "Your internal group is amazing," a nurse hurriedly explained. "This isn't exactly an internal group, a lot of pharmaceutical reps are also in it. Those pharmaceutical reps often come to see Drive, Ling, whether they have business or not." Hearing this news, Tianqi felt like she discovered a new world. Then, she secretly ran to the side and called her assistant. "Buy me a pharmaceutical company. The representative must be doing business in Yunhua, so I don't have to pretend to be a patient or drive him around anymore." At the training room of Yunyi Pharmaceutical Company the next day, the chairman was announcing an important decision. From today onwards, Yunyi Pharmaceutical will be held by the new chairman, Tianqi. "Please welcome Chairman Tian to speak." Tianqi walked in, but she didn't speak. Instead she asked, "Who was in charge of Yunhua's business before?" Hearing this, a freckled girl tremblingly stepped out. Her name is Mai Chun. She was indeed in charge of Yunhua's business before, but she didn't do very well. At this moment she couldn't help but worry. Did this new chairman want to fire her? But Tianqi waved her hand at Mai Chun, and then gestured for her to come closer, then whispered a top-secret mission in her ear. 2 days later,
Mai Chun knocked on Tianqi's office door and handed her a phone. Tianqi took the phone and opened the chat group. Inside there was only one group, called Ling Ran's feeding group. Tianqi looked at the messages inside and was extremely excited.
This way I can grasp the latest information about Ling Ran at any time. Truly, a move that can determine survival. Tianqi waved her hand to tell Mai Chun to go to the finance department to receive money and said, "Take an extra 13,000 yuan to buy a good phone."
As for Ling Ran, in the next 2 weeks, he would control the amount of daily surgery at about 2 cases, but there were still not enough beds to use. The emergency department had to leave some mobile beds, the number of patients was too large, and the nurses couldn't take care of them all. Ling Ran had no choice but to go to the emergency room to do some simple surgeries. After Director Huo found out about this, he felt extremely guilty. He felt that it was the director's fault that the facilities couldn't meet the doctor's needs. But at this time, Huo Kongjun received a call from Zhu Tongyi. Their medical center is very grateful for Ling Ran's help last time, so this international exchange conference wants to invite Ling Ran as a guest.
They called to reassure Director Huo. Huo Kongjun thought, anyway, Ling Ran doesn't have any surgeries to do in Yanhua right now, so he agreed to the vice president's request. 2 days later, Ling Ran performed many surgeries in the emergency room and was thanked by the patients, so he received a lot of elementary yang energy. Ling Ran activated all the systems he had, surprisingly unlocking a perfect tracheotomy technique manual. A policewoman was stabbed in the leg, but she still tried to save her dog first. Nurse, tell her not to move, to avoid worsening the injury. The policewoman, Shin Min, hugged her dog and sobbed. Sparrow, at only 8 years old, had already saved 3 people, and this time it was attacked for discovering drugs. Just then, Ling Ran happened to see the system also issue a new treatment task. Saving Sparrow would reward him with 6 elementary-level lucky draws. Without hesitation, Ling Ran stepped forward. "I'm here." Hearing this, Shin Min finally lost consciousness in relief. The nurse reminded Ling Ran. "She's passed out, but the dog is suffocating." Ling Ran looked down at the dog, which was already struggling to breathe. It needed an immediate tracheotomy. So they rushed it to the operating room. But now, the anesthesiologist was facing a problem. He'd never anesthetized a dog before and didn't know which anesthetic to use. At that moment, a doctor who owned a dog raised his head and said, "There are many types of dog anesthetics. Check it out first, and I'll go get the drugs." Ling Ran picked up the stethoscope to listen to its heart, then checked its pulse, followed by lung function, and counted its breaths. Even though it was a dog, the examination was the same as for a human. Ling Ran didn't know if there was a dog-specific exam, but in the current situation, it was breathing 14 times a minute. After hearing the breathing rate, Ling Ran blankly asked, "What's the normal breathing rate for a dog?" A nurse Googled it. "It's 10 to 30 times. Ling Ran was still confused. "So what does 14 times mean?" Dr. Zhu, standing at the door, laughed. "Ling Ran, your question is like a trainee's question." The surrounding medical staff burst into laughter. The dog-owning doctor ran back at this moment, raised a syringe, and injected the dog, then told the nurse, "Shave all the fur on its neck." After shaving and anesthesia, Ling Ran picked up the scalpel and began the tracheotomy on the dog. He ran along its throat, making a vertical incision downward, separating the muscles using blunt dissection, exposing the trachea, and then slowly cut open the dog's trachea. Dr. Zhao also put on gloves, ready to assist at any moment. But Ling Ran's surgery went so smoothly that he didn't have a chance to assist. A moment later, Ling Ran completed the surgery, inserted an oxygen tube, and finally, the dog's breathing returned to normal, and its life was saved. Next was suturing the wound. After suturing the dog's trachea, Ling Ran sutured the wounds on its 4 legs. With the sound of cutting the suture, the dog's surgery was completely finished. A few days later, Director Huo called Ling Ran and Yu Yuan into the office, telling Ling Ran to take Yu Yuan to Shanghai. Ling Ran was attending an international exchange conference, and Yu Yuan's mission was to bring Ling Ran back safely. Before that, Director Huo had met with Yu Yuan and given her a mission. "You must not let anyone approach Ling Ran. If Ling Ran doesn't come back, then neither do you." The next day, Ling Ran and Yu Yuan boarded a plane to Shanghai. But unexpectedly, the first person they met in Shanghai was Ling Ran's old patient, Liu Weiken. After arriving at the hotel, Liu Weiken said, "He's been recovering very well recently and is starting rehab, but he wants to know if, with his current Achilles tendon, he can participate in competitions at full strength." Liu Weiken had asked Zhu Tongyi, but he still wanted to hear Ling Ran's opinion more. However, Ling Ran didn't have any research on sports medicine. If he gave advice, he could only rely on MRI scans to make some judgments about the possibility of healing. Fortunately,
Liu Weiqan had prepared an MRI image taken with his mobile phone. Ling Ran examined it carefully and found that his Achilles tendon hadn't fully healed and there was still a chance of re-tearing. Therefore, Ling Ran's advice was that Liu Weiqan should focus on rehabilitation instead of participating in these small, high-intensity matches. If the Achilles tendon ruptures again, the consequences of the secondary injury are very serious, and his career is basically over. Hearing this, Liu Weiqan sighed deeply. "Thank you, Ling Ran." Then he left the car and driver for him after Liu Weiqan left.
Seeing that there was still time, Ling Ran invited Yu Yuan to take a walk around the sports center.
As soon as he arrived, Ling Ran was called over by Ji Tianlu. At this time, he was performing a hip replacement in orthopedic trauma.
This type of surgery is considered a highly difficult surgery with a large exposed area,
A large artificial joint, super complex instruments, and very high requirements for the doctor's technique. Ling Ran rarely performed this surgery, and he found it extremely fascinating.
Ji Tianlu saw this and asked Ling Ran if he wanted to be an assistant. Ling Ran honestly nodded in agreement, and then he asked, "What's the first step?" Ji Tianlu burst out laughing. Not like the impressive Dr. Ling from just 10 days ago. Then he started teaching, and Ling Ran watched and learned very carefully.
Ji Tianlu couldn't help but sigh. "You really are a born doctor. That look of wanting surgery is just too simple and pure." With Xu Feng as his assistant, this surgery was quickly completed. But Xu Feng seemed unsatisfied. He asked, "Any other cases we can try?" Ji Tianlu laughed and said, "I invited you here for a meeting. I wouldn't dare tire you out. Go and rest." Xu Feng had no choice but to go back. Before grocery shopping, he ran into Chestnut. Xu Feng was puzzled. Why is this service dog running around in Shanghai?
He took another look and realized that Lin Min was also in Shanghai.
After some polite greetings, Xu Feng and Yu Yuan returned to the hotel. Just as the two were enjoying some good food, they suddenly heard the clacking of high heels.
Yu Yuan remembered Director Huo's earnest instructions before they left,
and she immediately stood up, on alert. Unexpectedly, the person who pushed the door open was Tian Qi, dressed beautifully.
Yu Yuan immediately became vigilant and stood in front of Xu Feng. Xu Feng asked, "Tian Qi, why are you here?" Tian Qi replied guiltily,
"I came to Shanghai to help my family survey a food delivery company." Then, she changed the subject and asked what Xu Feng's plans were. Xu Feng looked up and pondered. "Probably gonna play some games? What games does Dr. Xu play? Honor of Kings? Want to play together?" Tian Qi thought that games were her weakness, and she definitely couldn't use her weakness to bring trouble on herself.
She stammered that she didn't play games and then left. After leaving the room,
Tian Qi thought that there must be something even more attractive to him than games, so she called some doctor and said she wanted to discuss some medical issues. The next day, Tian Qi gifted Xu Feng something he liked. As Tian Qi opened the car door, she said, "This is a fund led by my family towards some universities in Shanghai, and I've applied for a spot for you. But you have to do it in facilities and equipment that comply with the regulations."
Seeing Tian Qi being so mysterious, Xu Feng was a little confused. "What are you trying to say?" At this moment, Tian Qi had already opened the car door, gesturing for Xu Feng to see for himself.
After the car door was fully opened, Xu Feng and Yu Yuan were stunned. These are truly silent teachers. Only medical students understand how precious it is to be able to dissect a real cadaver. In front of them was the corpse that Tian Qi gifted. Xu Feng and Yu Yuan widened their eyes as they saw their expressions. Tian Qi knew she had succeeded. Then, she added, "I've contacted the person in charge of the sports center, and they're using the basement as a self-built dissection room, so you can use it with peace of mind."
Hearing this, the two people's eyes lit up as they looked at the corpse in the car.
In any era, being able to use these silent teachers for dissection is extremely rare.
Throughout the careers of Chinese clinical doctors, on average, only 1 out of 10 people has a corpse available for dissection, and one corpse is sometimes more useful than 100 surgeries. The two went to the dissection room in the basement, stood in front of the corpse, and took a deep breath. This is what dissection is. This is the real taste. But what Xu Feng needed most now was the guidance of the corpse. He was very lacking in knowledge of foot anatomy. If he had experience in foot dissection at that time, then the Achilles tendon repair surgery for the Zhu Tongyi program would have been performed better. And as for the knowledge of the whole body anatomy, it was even more lacking. Yu Yuan loved anorectal surgeries, so she focused on the abdominal area. Just like that, Xu Feng and Yu Yuan stayed in the dissection room all night. But the next day was the opening of the international sports training class, and Zhu Tongyi, who had just returned from the capital, discovered that Xu Feng was actually not here. Dr. Kuei scratched his head and said, Xu Feng went into the dissection room last night and hasn't come out yet. Zhu Tongyi was shocked after hearing this. Did that kid bring the corpse here himself? Is it compliant? What does it mean that he hasn't come out? Go and call him out now. Afterwards, Dr. Kuei went to the dissection room in the basement to find Xu Feng, and he said to Xu Feng with a smile, "Stop practicing. The director and the patient are about to come, so prepare for the surgery. After all, this is a fully recorded surgery, and it's also a showcase for the conference," Xu Feng said. "Wait a little longer, I'll finish studying it right away." 30 minutes later, Xu Feng arrived at the surgery room that had been prepared in advance. The patient was a 27-year-old fencer who was walking his dog when he was knocked down by the neighbor's husky, causing pain in his right Achilles tendon, restricting movement. A magnetic resonance diagnosis confirmed a rupture of the right Achilles tendon. Xu Feng asked the nurse to bring some thinner Edison surgical forceps. After confirming that the patient didn't need emergency treatment, he began the surgery. Edison hemostatic forceps are used to hold small tissues and scalp. The forceps have various specifications according to the needs of each doctor. If not specified in advance, the nurse will only bring the standard specification as the surgery progresses. Everyone in the observation room couldn't help but praise Ling Ran's superb skills. Dr. Brandon, who loves posting videos, even held up his phone to record. After all, it's rare to see a Chinese doctor perform this surgery so well. Just then, Ling Ran's surgery was completed. This speed stunned Ji Tianlu. No wonder they made us wait. This surgery took much less time than last time. I thought Dr. Ling just had scary technique, but it turns out his learning speed is the scariest thing. Ling Ran finished the surgery, washed up a bit, and left the operating room. But he noticed Dr. Brandon secretly taking pictures of him. At this moment, a voice rang out. "This area is off limits to photography," Ling Ran exclaimed in surprise. "Officer Shin, what are you doing here?" Shin Min said she had been promoted, and she's now in charge of this entire area. Brandon, hearing the name of a police officer, broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, Zhu Tongyi led a group of foreigners over. He said with a smile, "Let me introduce you to Ling Ran. These are the best doctors from abroad." But at this moment, a female doctor rushed forward and grabbed Ling Ran's hand. "Hello, Dr. Ling." This female doctor pulled out her business card without even asking. "I'm Kadira, an orthopedic surgeon from the Mayo Clinic. You're welcome to visit our clinic anytime." At this moment, all the doctors present were stunned. He even got an invitation from Mayo. Is Mayo that easy to get into? That's the #1 clinic in the world. Ling Ran took Kadira's business card and examined it carefully. Kadira also gave Ling Ran a charming smile. Qin Min, seeing this scene, based on her many years of police experience, felt that this woman's motives were not simple. She's trying to seduce Ling Ran. Then she signaled her police dog, Sparrow. To draw Ling Ran's attention back, Sparrow barked once, as if understanding, then ran over to fawn over Ling Ran. Ling Ran's attention was indeed drawn to Sparrow. Shin Min snorted triumphantly at Kadira. At this moment, Brandon stepped forward and said, "Dr. Ling's surgery was excellent. Will the doctor be performing another surgery next?" Ling Ran mentioned he might record a video. Brandon said with a smile, "It would be a pity if Dr. Ling couldn't demonstrate the surgery on the spot." Hearing these words, Zhu Tongyi glanced at Brandon. He thought to himself that surgeries broadcast on the big screen in the conference hall usually meant an expert lecture. Brandon having Ling Ran participate in instructing a group of international experts in surgery probably wouldn't be a good thing. Thinking of this, Zhu Tongyi waved his hand at Brandon unhappily. He said, "Surgery is not for performance." Then he told everyone to go to the conference hall first. But a moment later, Brandon hurriedly ran back. He shouted as he ran, "Dr. Ling, my teacher, Wallet, is very interested in the surgery you performed. He wants to ask you about the patient's condition beforehand. Can you tell us about it? It would be best if we could contact the patient for a subsequent MRI." Ling Ran took out his phone and called He Zhufen. He Zhufen also readily said she would come right over. The results of the MRI stunned Brandon. It's not just good, it's simply amazing. To the point that God would be astonished. Then he asked Ji Tianlu, who was next to him, "Did the patient just participate in a competition?" Ji Tianlu proudly said, "She not only participated in the competition, but she's also the national track and field champion." But at this moment, Brandon had a suspicious attitude. He believed that Chinese doctors couldn't perform such perfect surgery. It was probably related to the patient's physique. Then he took x-rays of other athletes, all previous patients of Ling Ran. Brandon held up the x-rays to look at them, and was immediately shocked. They're almost identical to the previous x-rays, stable condition, all recovering very well. As Brandon exclaimed, Ling Ran's system reminded him that he had received praise from colleagues. The task was completed, and the treasure chests had been collected. Without thinking, Ling Ran opened all the treasure chests he had accumulated during this time.
Luckily, he unlocked in-depth arthroscopic techniques and perfect knee meniscus reconstruction. At this moment, Brandon and Ji Tianlu walked over. Brandon saw Ling Ran looking dazed and asked him, "What's wrong?" Ling Ran said. "I'm thinking about how to find an opportunity to perform arthroscopic surgery." Brandon immediately plastered on a flattering smile. "In England, I perform arthroscopic surgery quite a lot. If there's an opportunity, you can find me to cooperate. We also perform meniscus surgery." After saying that, he reached out his hand towards Ling Ran. Ji Tianlu, who was beside him, sensed that something was off. The hard-working ox is finally getting borrowed. Seems like he's about to get swindled away. So he quickly grabbed Ling Ran's hand and asked with a smile, "Ling Ran, are you thinking about doing more arthroscopic surgeries? Hip arthroscopy is all the rage these days. If you nail it, you'll have a bright future." Ling Ran said, "It's too hard. I can't learn it for now. Plus, the conference is expected to last another 3 days. There probably won't be any surgeries to perform in these 3 days. Hearing Ling Ran's tone, Ji Tianlu panicked. Is Ling Ran about to leave? No way, absolutely not. Ji Tianlu immediately said, "We can definitely find opportunities for arthroscopic surgeries." Brandon, standing on the side, wasn't about to be outdone either, patting his chest and saying, "I can contact a patient with a ruptured Achilles tendon right now." Hearing Brandon say that, Ji Tianlu was a little annoyed. "What's up? You guys want to poach Ling Ran to your side for surgery now?" Brandon smirked. "If Dr. Ling can't come over, the patient can come here. My Professor Wallace highly values Dr. Ling's Achilles tendon surgery technique. As long as we can ensure a high success rate, we can make it happen for him." Ji Tianlu was shocked. "Damn it, this move is ruthless. You're using your ultimate weapon to snatch Ling Ran, huh? We definitely won't give up." Thinking to himself, Ji Tianlu quickly added, "Ling Ran, don't worry, I'll arrange 2 athletes with ruptured Achilles tendons for you right away." Ji Tianlu had it all settled. Brandon, who loved making short videos, wanted to do a live broadcast on the spot. This was a live surgery broadcast that the medical community was very interested in. But the chief surgeon was a newly graduated intern. Brandon, who was good at making short videos, had prepared the live broadcast equipment, then pointed the lens at a piece of paper. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am now starting a live broadcast of a surgery in Shanghai, China, with the consent of the hospital and the patient's family." Then he introduced the patient and the chief surgeon to the audience. The patient was a Chinese weightlifter, whose Achilles tendon was severely torn, and the doctor was a young doctor named Ling Ran who had just graduated. At this time, Ling Ran had already picked up the scalpel and made a long incision on the patient's calf. Brandon explained to the camera that the patient hoped to have a healthy Achilles tendon, regardless of whether the scar on his calf was long or short. At this moment, he received a message from Professor Wallace, asking him to point the lens at the surgical area. Brandon was startled. It seemed that the professor thought he was talking too much, so he quickly pointed the camera at the surgical area so that the team's vision could be seen more clearly. Not long after, Wallace sent another message. "Is the lower end of the Achilles tendon sutured to the leg based on any basis, or is it a personal habit?" Brandon passed this question to Ling Ran. Ling Ran only said that he had tested it on rabbits in the lecture hall. At this time, a doctor stepped forward, opened the screen, and connected to his mobile phone. He said that he would show everyone a live surgery of Achilles tendon repair, as suggested by the British Dr. Walls. When the video image appeared, the hall began to discuss. "It is very complicated. The surgeon seems to be implementing a rather difficult solution." Suddenly a doctor asked, "Is that Dr. Dong Yi performing the surgery? It's so good." Kadira, who happened to be sitting in front, answered this question. "This is a talented young doctor from China, named Ling Ran. Dr. Ling is performing the surgery." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Who is Ling Ran? Which hospital is he a doctor at? Suddenly there is such a good doctor. How to contact him? I need detailed information about this Ling Ran right now, immediately. At this time, Ling Ran had taken off his gloves on the big screen, which meant that the surgery was over. Those who were interested in Ling Ran immediately stood up and went together to the sports center to find Ling Ran. In a moment, they found Ling Ran, praising him for performing the surgery so well. At this moment, the South African Dr. Morris squeezed out of the crowd, saying that he had a patient, an athlete, who also had a ruptured Achilles tendon, but he was always worried about the surgery, and asked if Ling Ran wanted to see the medical records. Ling Ran took the medical records and the MRI films from Morris. After looking at them for a while, he said that he could use the elderly support method, with a recovery time of about 3 to 8 months, which is riskier than a typical Achilles tendon repair surgery. Although Morris had seen Ling Ran perform surgery live, he still asked about the success rate of the surgery and the patient's recovery.
After inquiring in detail, Morris wanted to entrust this patient to Ling Ran for surgery, and even said that the patient could come to China,
but Ling Ran hesitated a bit, still unsure if he, as an intern, could pull it off. At this moment, Ji Tianlu patted him on the shoulder and said, "Dr. Ling, you can agree you can do it at Manhwa or at our sports center." Ling Ran nodded and said to Morris, "If the patient comes to China before the end of the conference, we'll do it here, otherwise we'll do it at Manhwa."
The South African patient had traveled a long way to Shanghai just to find an intern to perform Achilles tendon surgery.
Before a day had passed, the patient Diamond had arrived in Shanghai from South Africa. The doctors at the sports center planned to have a consultation first, but, Ling Ran said, "Just do it as usual, there's nothing special." But before the surgery began, Diamond burst into tears, confusing many medical staff. Ji Tianlu stepped forward to comfort him. "This is just a simple surgery. Moreover, we are the world's leading Achilles tendon surgery team, so you don't need to worry." Diamond's tears still wouldn't stop. Ling Ran stepped forward, handed him a handkerchief, and said, "Your body is in great shape. I'll stitch the Achilles tendon, and although there are still risks, if anything goes wrong, I'll use other methods to heal your Achilles tendon." Diamond took the handkerchief, wiped away his tears and snot, and said,
"Thank you. As long as my Achilles tendon can be healed, any way is fine."
As soon as Diamond finished speaking, a treasure chest appeared in front of Ling Ran. Ling Ran was surprised. The surgery hasn't even started yet. Why is there already sincere gratitude? Ling Ran subconsciously opened the chest, inside which were 100 surgery experience.
This was the easiest chest Ling Ran had ever received, and it could be applied right away.
Ling Ran then told Diamond to lie face down to be anesthetized. Diamond lay face down, then still sobbing, said, "When I recover, I'll compete professionally to make a lot of money." At this moment, another treasure chest appeared in front of Ling Ran, and opening it revealed another 100 surgery experience. With this 200 surgery experience, Ling Ran's thinking suddenly broadened. He told everyone to wait a moment. "I have a new idea. I want to change the approach," Ji Tianlu asked in surprise. "Where do you want to change the approach to?" Ling Ran said, 35 centimeters to the right." Ji Tianlu doubted. "Then you won't be able to see the Achilles tendon anymore." Ling Ran continued, "Make the incision a little bigger, and you'll be able to see it." Although Ling Ran seemed very confident, today's situation was completely unsuitable for surgical experimentation. So Ji Tianlu tentatively asked, "How about we change the approach next time?" But Ling Ran was very confident in the 200 surgery experience provided by the system. Considering Diamond's MRI films and the position of his blood vessel network, it was indeed necessary to readjust the approach.
Seeing that Ling Ran was still insistent, Ji Tianlu didn't say much more. At this moment, Ling Ran grabbed the scalpel. "Tell the assistant to prepare, dissect, suction, gauze, continue suction."
With this series of operations, the blood loss was only 45 milliliters, lower than the previous blood loss. The medical experts in the main hall were also seriously monitoring the progress of the surgery. Everyone saw this scene and whispered. Currently, the blood loss from the traditional incision method is about 150 to 200 milliliters, and now the blood loss from the limited incision is about 70 milliliters. Considering only the traditional incision model, the blood loss in this surgery, up to this point, is very little. Is this the principle of Plan A? Reduce blood loss, and increase the strength of the Achilles tendon suture. At this moment, Ling Ran began to suture the Achilles tendon. He told the nurse to hand over the vascular clamp and the PDS suture, and began to suture. Based on 200 surgery experience, Ling Ran cut off fewer blood vessels, reduced the surgery time, ensured the blood supply, and reduced the blood loss.
Such skilled operations cannot be described with just the word good. Ji Tianlu broke into a cold sweat. The blood vessel network was preserved to the maximum extent. This level can only be achieved by a doctor with more than 50 years of experience.
Just when everyone was sighing, Ling Ran completed the surgery. Everyone in the main hall continuously praised. A moment later, in Diamond's ward, the patient slowly opened his eyes. Morris excitedly said to him, "The surgery went very smoothly." Ling Ran next to him also nodded in affirmation. Diamond teared up with joy. "Great, I can play soccer again. I can make money again." As soon as he finished speaking, the system suddenly rang, and another treasure chest appeared before Ling Ran. His eyes widened. One person gets 3 treasure chests. But he didn't rush to open it, and instructed Diamond, "Please cooperate well with the rehabilitation process." Then another ring sounded, and another treasure chest appeared. Ling Ran was completely stunned at this moment. Isn't this too unreasonable? Returning to the office, Ling Ran looked at the surgical records, seeing that it could be written into a separate paper. At this moment, Yu Yuan walked in and said, Another doctor referred a patient here. This time, it's a Chinese long jump athlete. Then she gestured with her hand towards her neck. His legs are this long, and he specifically asked for you. Ling Ran put down the file after hearing this, and was about to prepare, but Yu Yuan stared at him. She said with a serious face, Dr. Ling, I want to learn the Achilles tendon suture technique from you. I also want to become a surgical expert. I know my current surgical skills aren't great, but I'll try my best to learn. Ling Ran was taken aback, then smiled and nodded in agreement. Ling Ran had been practicing for 2.5 years and was preparing to start performing surgeries. On the other side, Morris was answering interviews from many media outlets. Many reporters asked, why did you come all the way to China for treatment, and how do you evaluate the medical skills of Chinese doctors? However, they both answered, we will always trust Dr. Ling. Turns out Ling Ran is a top figure in the Chinese medical community. This interview attracted a large number of ardent fans. For example, this person, Dr. Ling, save me. Or, this person, in a wheelchair, I want you to operate on me. These two people directly bought plane tickets to Shanghai. The hospital was packed. Everyone shouting, which floor is Dr. Ling on? This man didn't need to queue because Zhu Tongyi told him to pass this file to Ling Ran. Soon after, at Dr. Ling's hotel, a knock on the door sounded. Ling Ran opened the door. Huang Maoshi, why are you here? You could have gone directly to Director Huo. What can I do for you while I'm in Shanghai? Huang Maoshi said. Don't underestimate me, Dr. Ling. I'm here to donate an arthroscopic tendon repair device to Zhu Tongyi's group. Ling Ran looked at him with a suspicious face. Oh, what? I'm not kidding. Look at this. Zhu Tongyi even asked me to pass on something important to you. Ling Ran looked at the stack of documents. An incredulous expression appeared on his face. Zhu Tongyi arranged for this document to be written. Huang Maoshi tried to flatter Ling Ran. Let me tell you, Dr. Ling, if you use our company's arthroscopic tendon repair device, your surgical results... Before he could finish, Ling Ran said, Old Zhu's plan. The remaining part is my improved version, a reasonable distribution of detailed content. The most impressive thing is that he wrote out the main points of the improved version without my help. Huang Maoshi had a distorted face. Dr. Ling, listen, the advantage of it is blah blah blah. Ling Ran realized the key point. Indeed, academician Zhu Tongyi is truly a national talent. Huang Maoshi finally realized that Ling Ran wasn't listening to him at all. Huang Maoshi regained his composure and continued. Alright, Dr. Ling, I just heard that the Foot and Ankle Surgery Department is preparing to publish an article in the Chinese Journal of Orthopedics, and you're the first co-author. Congratulations. Suddenly a man walked into the room. Dr. Ling, I'm here to bring you good news. Ling Ran immediately asked, have the patients been scheduled?
Ji Tianlu gestured to Huang Maoshi. Huang Maoshi looked annoyed. Not convenient for me to hear. Got it, I'll leave right away. Then Huang Maoshi exited the door. Goodbye, Dr. Ling. Goodbye, Director Ji. You guys go ahead and get busy. I'll visit next time.
Ji Tianlu continued. Let's not talk about the patient's matter for now. Take a look at this. This is the salary table that the accounting department made specifically for you. This is your income for last month. Actually, there are a few types of insurance as well, but you haven't transferred over here yet, so we can't do it for the time being. Ling Ran replied, I can't transfer here. I'm still working at Manhwa Hospital. The Sports Medicine and Joint Center isn't suitable for me. Ji Tianlu immediately explained. We're not talking about this right now. You're still interning. Ling Ran also had his own thoughts. The source of patients is too limited. I don't like it. You're deciding too quickly. There's no need to rush. First, well, let's not mention this anymore. The number of patients has started to skyrocket from today. There's a group of patients who want a bit of aesthetic improvement. Let's prioritize considering the surgical issues first, Ling Ran asked in surprise. A group of patients. What do they do? Ji Tianlu replied. Thanks to the successful surgery you did for Liu Weishan and Diamond, they're all athletes, so the patients who come here are mostly athletes as well, Ling Ran pondered. In that case, the main point is to minimize the impact of the surgery on the shape of the leg. Pay attention to the amount of blood lost. And also minimize the impact on muscle tissue. Specifically, we need to look at the MRI before we can come up with a plan.
Ji Tianlu panicked, listening to the medical records and starting to research. He immediately changed the subject from the dangerous topic just now, and suddenly took this opportunity to slip away to avoid Ling Ran suddenly remembering that topic again.
I'll go back to the sports center first, Dr. Ling. When you're ready, arrange your own time, and come over. Ling Ran took a few steps outside. Liu Weishan's ID, that's weird, isn't it? Suddenly, a police dog runs up to him. Chestnut, sorry Dr. Ling, I let go for a sec, and he just bolted. Shin Min glances at Ling Ran's phone, thinking, this big boss isn't the usual easy prey. These people keep sticking around, so I gotta move faster. Suddenly, her right foot trips over her left, and Shin Min stumbles forward. Chestnut, don't delay Dr. Ling's work. She suddenly sprains her ankle. Ling Ran. Huh? A commotion up ahead? Suddenly, a man catches Shin Min. What the heck is going on? My discus fish are ruined. So embarrassing, Ling Ran exclaims happily. You fierce dude. Looking at Ling Ran says, Director Huo, what are you doing here? Both of them are immediately awkward. I came to attend a meeting and thought I'd visit you while I was here. Ling Ran thinks to himself. Director Huo's only thought is finding an excuse to sneak out and do surgery, he continues. What kind of meeting, Director? Director Huo flips through his notebook. Ah, the annual Pelvic and Gynecological Surgical Challenge Conference, Ling Ran asks quietly. How long will this conference last? Director Huo replies quietly. Depends on you, doesn't it? Shin Min stands there dumbfounded, Ling Ran says with a smile. I originally planned to go back to Yunhua for these 2 days. But suddenly a lot of patients came. I'm thinking of going back to Yunhua after I'm done next week. This little punk Ling Ran, I knew he was reliable. Then Huo Kongjun laughs heartily. Perfect. My conference also ends next week. So I'll go learn first. And we'll go back to Yunhua together next week, Ling Ran replies. Yes, sir. Shin Min, still stunned, awkwardly returns to the hospital, her face red. Ling says, these 2 patients have fibula fractures, pretty serious injuries, I'm passing on them. This osteoarthritis case isn't suitable for knee arthroplasty. The rest is yours, doctor. Gee, the number of flexor tendons isn't enough. I plan to work longer today. I hope I won't be interrupted. Ji Tianlu is surprised. Okay, I'll go find flexor tendons for you. Oh yeah, Ling Ran, I heard Huo Kongjun came. Ling Ran replies. Yes. Director Huo rushed to attend a meeting. I didn't get to say much before I accidentally missed him. Besides Director Huo attending the conference, is there anything else? Ling Ran looks at the x-ray and says, Nothing else. Just that we're planning to go back to Yunhua together next week. Sure enough, I knew this old guy was up to no good. He suddenly says to Ling Ran, You can't always listen to Director Huo. Think about the medical resources of Shanghai. Can Yunhua compare? Ling Ran replies quickly. Well, the Yunhua Hospital, the Provincial General Hospital, and the Military Medical Hospital combined are no match for Shanghai's top-tier hospital. Ling Ran. I've always said you should stay in Shanghai. It doesn't take long, just 8 to 10 years in Shanghai, and you can become a national leader. How long would it take you to succeed in Yunhua? Ling Ran also nods in response. However long it takes, it takes. Planning for myself is also planning for the development of the country's medicine, Ling Ran. You have to think clearly, Ling Ran says. I've thought it over. I can fill the center's beds by next week. Perfect timing. The 2 of them are shocked by Ling Ran's words. Ji Tianlu thinks. Is he trying to clean everything up and run away? No, there's a loophole in Ling Ran's words, he says to Ling Ran. If there are still beds in the sports center, would you be willing to stay longer? Ling Ran replies calmly. If you can't find patients, no matter how many beds there are, it's meaningless. Ji Tianlu shouts. Of course not. There won't be a shortage of patients. I always thought our hospital beds were very spacious, Ling Ran. If you can do it all, I will do my best to provide beds for you. Ling Ran rolls his eyes slightly. If there are beds, I can stay longer. Ji Tianlu is very happy. As long as you stay, I won't lack beds for you. The next task is announced. The content is to use the hospital's resources to fill the beds. The reward is an intermediate treasure bag, Ling Ran thinks. An intermediate treasure bag. Then this task must be completed. I understand. As long as there are beds, I will continue to stay and operate. Thus, severed fingers, broken flexor tendons, semilunar cartilage, various types of surgery. Ling Ran has worked continuously for a day and a night. A day and a night later. It has been a long time since Ling Ran has had such a comfortable surgery. Just have breakfast and take a break. Suddenly, Director Huo calls Ling Ran. Director Huo, what are you doing here? Isn't there a meeting today? Director Huo said during the meeting. The meeting's still going on, but I'm sneaking out for a bit. Aren't you skipping breakfast too? Let's go grab some. The 2 arrived at a breakfast spot, and Director Huo said, I was going to show you this thing they gave me at the conference, but I don't need it, so I'll pass it on to you. He opened it up. Ling Ran was stunned. It's a tracheostomy kit, needles, sterilization packs, all German-made. Just what I always wanted, haha. Anyway, it's super durable. I rarely do tracheostomies anyway, so here, you take it, Ling Ran asked. The annual Challenge of Surgery and Gynecology Conference gives out tracheostomy kits. Director Huo stood up and said, Just take it, I'm heading back to the meeting. Director, what about breakfast? Director Huo waved and left. Radiating human warmth, Ling Ran understood Director Huo's intention. Cut to Ling Ran performing surgery. Don't worry, I'll finish all the cases within a week, no matter how many there are. It was as if Ling Ran was saying this to Director Hulao. Ling Ran continued to work tirelessly. Auntie nurse, You've done 44 surgeries since yesterday. Haven't you slept? Ling Ran calmly replied. I already rested. Like just now, I'm resting right now. Jia Tianlu's face flushed. Let's go, let's go! A group of doctors swarmed in, and the first one through the door said, Oh, Director Ji, Dr. Ling. You guys are early birds, Ling Ran said again.
Perfect timing. I just finished resting. Director Ji seemed helpless.
Under the operating lights, Ling Ran carefully and diligently performed the surgery, and the patient trusted him with their case. Another busy and productive day. Ling Ran took a deep breath. That's it for today. 80 cases in 2 days. Not bad. The colleagues next to him were embarrassed, at a loss for words. One colleague said, Director G, Dr. Ling is terrifying. 80 cases in 2 days. This try-hard work ethic is just, okay, for him, we're about to crack.
Director G thought to himself, I thought Ling Ran only worked non-stop with more than 40 cases a day. Occasionally, I didn't expect that he could keep working continuously in the ward. Before, there were only 2-person or 3-person rooms. In the past 2 days, hospital beds have been pushed in and out one after another, turning them into 4-person and 6-person rooms. Director G arrived at the 5th floor ward and, looking at these hospital beds, he knew that with Ling Ran's speed of 80 cases in 2 days, he probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long.
The nurse behind him said, Director G, we nurses have been working overtime for the past 2 days. You have to calculate the pay clearly, otherwise no one will work when adding new beds.
Director G turned around and said, Don't worry about the overtime pay. As for the hospital beds, how many more do you think we can add? The nurse replied, Our department has quite a lot of space. If we do it like those hospitals outside, occupying the entire corridor, then maybe we can add 200 more beds.
Does that mean we can add 400 hospital beds? The doctors at this hospital usually only need 50 beds, and the remaining 350 beds are for Ling Ran.
Unbelievable. 400 beds is too many. 300 beds probably won't be used up, but if they are installed carefully, it can be increased to 500 beds, which is enough for our center to be upgraded.
Director G said happily, If that can be the case, that would be great. Then let's make a decision quickly. If there are still empty hospital beds, immediately find someone to install the beds. This is to find every way to keep talent. Less than half an hour later, Director G, Hello, I am a representative of Yao Yunli. My name is Mai Chun. Do you have any specific requirements for this ward expansion project? Ji Tianlu made a request. Quality is the most important thing, and the construction time should be as short as possible.
Afterwards, he carefully calculated and talked about the price. Can the price be reduced a little bit? Mai Chun also confidently talked about the profits. Don't worry, this super fast, high-quality project is all handled by our Yunli. 3 days later, Director Ji looked at the newly installed hospital beds and couldn't believe it. The quality is too good, and the efficiency is amazing. No matter how you look at it, the construction side seems to have lost money.
The nurse also said, The waterproofing inspection and random material inspection have exceeded the standards. It feels like the price we gave is not even enough to buy the materials. Well, that's their business. We only care about our own.
Director Ji seemed to be planning something. Now that it has increased to 500 beds, Ling Ran will definitely not be able to leave. Ling Ran praised after seeing so many hospital beds. Director Ji is so good, he really added a lot more. I have to work harder. Ling Ran continued to work hard in surgery with the doctors and nurses. It was even more difficult than before the renovation of the ward. At this time, an elderly doctor almost fainted on the operating table.
Take him to rest first, the male doctor said. The assistant had an accident. But Dr. Ling didn't care at all. No, it's not that he didn't notice it, because in Dr. Ling's eyes, there was only the operation.
After 6 days of crazy surgery, the results still show that 15% is not completed, Ling Ran said confidently. There is still 1 day left to complete it. This is not just a task, but also related to the promise to Director Huo.
This little bottle of potion can relieve bodily fatigue. At 10:47 p.m. on the last day, the mission is finally complete. Ling Ran also breathed a sigh of relief.
Phew, finally made it. The nurse next to him suddenly said, All the beds are full. To keep 500 beds running 24/7, you need at least 400 nurses. Otherwise, forget about first-class or second-class nursing. Even changing IV bags is a struggle.
Director Ji hurriedly said, Dr. Ling, can you reduce the number of patients or postpone surgeries for 2 days? Ling Ran replied. What am I supposed to do if patients come knocking on our door?
Director Ji couldn't answer. He said awkwardly, Dr. Ling, don't be angry. We can't do all the surgeries. How about we slow down for a couple of days and see what happens?
A nurse next to him was also stunned. What are you talking about?
Ta-da! Someone was approaching, but before he could finish his sentence, Ji Tianlu was patted on the shoulder by this person. What's there to be angry about? Huo Tongjun said.
If the hospital comes knocking on our door, just send them back to Yunyi, Director Huo, Director Huo laughed. Our department's emergency center is almost finished. When it's done, it'll definitely be enough for you to use.
Yes, Director Huo. Why are you here?
Tonight, a few of us from the forum are having a party nearby, so I thought I'd drop by and see you, Ling Ran also replied. I just finished surgery, so I won't miss my flight back to Yunhua tomorrow. That's good. We'll see you at the airport tomorrow. Yes, Ji Tianlu next to him felt extremely helpless. I wonder what I'll get this time. Branch technique manual. Read the light film. Another technique manual. This perfect skill has a wider range. Unlike the MRI, which is limited to the 4 limbs, it can be said that the ability has almost reached the level of comprehensiveness. Ling Ran thought to himself, I wonder when I can open something more interesting. Before he could fall asleep, he heard a series of knocks on the door. Ling Ran opened the door. Oh, Director Ji, Dr. Yun, what are you two doing here? Haha. I asked Yu Yuan to lead the way to visit Dr. Ling Ran, to see how comfortable your living environment is. If you're not comfortable, we can still rearrange it. But it doesn't seem like you're uncomfortable, haha, Ling Ran said. The hotel upgraded me to a premium suite, Director Ji asked helplessly. So, you're really leaving tomorrow? Ling Ran looked at him. Yes, I already told Director Huo. Oh, so you're really leaving? We just finished reorganizing the treatment area, and Teacher Zhu is contacting patients everywhere. What are you saying, Dr. Ji? I didn't say I wasn't coming back, did I? Ling Ran explained. After a while, when the patients here are discharged and there are vacancies again, I'll come back so as not to waste the beds. Director Ji couldn't believe it. Really? Of course. After that, Ling Ran returned to Yunhua. He got out of the car. I'm back in Yunhua. He took a breath. The familiar smell. Director Huo, standing behind him, said, You've been doing high-intensity surgeries for a week. Go home and rest first, then come to work later. Ling Ran also said confidently, I've rested enough on the plane. I don't need to rest now. Let's go to the hospital. Director Huo said awkwardly, There's no need to rush like that. Moreover, we don't really have that many beds right now. Yu Yuan next to him was speechless, Ling Ran continued. A few beds are fine. I can do finger replantation surgeries. Are you really not going home? You should at least settle things a bit. You haven't visited your parents in so long, Ling Ran replied. My parents are traveling, and someone is taking care of the clinic. I don't need to worry about anything. Let's go. Director Hugo happily complied. Okay. I'll call Wang Haiyang to reserve a surgery slot for you. On the hospital side, the nurses were buzzing. Did you guys hear? Dr. Ling is back. I heard he went straight to work as soon as he got home. Dr. Ling is truly a shining example of dedication and professionalism. It's a pity he went straight to the operating room as soon as he got back, without letting us catch a glimpse. That's right, we have so many things to ask him. But he didn't give anyone a chance. Wang Jia sighed. It seems the relationship between the two is not ordinary. In the operating room, Ling Ran spoke about the key issue. Her right third and fifth metacarpal bones are fractured. At the bottom, the broken surface is also not smooth. It's an oblique fracture. The important thing to pay attention to during the operation is fixation, Director Huiao asked. Did you learn any new techniques in Shanghai? Learned arthroscopic meniscal repair surgery. Director Huko was thrilled. Excellent. He's done so many finger reattachments already. Compared to his last stint in hand surgery, this kid has improved a ton. While Ling Ran was performing surgery, Director Huo was on the phone in the emergency department office. That's right, Dr. Ling Ran has returned to work at Yunhua. What? You guys are coming from Kenya? Uh-huh. Okay, you're arriving the day after tomorrow, right? Alright, we'll get things ready. If you need Ling Ran later, just call this number. Ring ring ring. Another call came in. Where are you guys coming from? How many? 7 people. No problem at all. Director Hugo hung up the phone. He really is a great helper. At Zhu Tongyi's Sports Medicine Center, patients seeking this kid for surgery are now lining up from all over the country, and even internationally. Director Huo suddenly thought, in other words, before the emergency center is even complete, I'll have to establish a Ling Ran special treatment team just to cope. He immediately ordered, from now on, Lu Wenbin and Yu Yuan, you two are officially members of the Ling Ran special treatment team. Aside from Ling Ran's work, you don't need to do anything else anywhere. Mai Yanlin was previously considered a half-member of the team. This afternoon, I'll find old Wang to discuss the details further. The 3 of them shouted in unison. Yes, sir. Other doctors buzzed. Did you hear the news? They're forming a special treatment team. What do you guys think? What if we also got to join that team? We'd probably die from exhaustion. A male doctor said. I'd stick with it until I committed suicide. Have you seen Lu Wenbin? He's already bought a house and a car, the male doctor in the middle also said. But his head is almost bald now, Director Huo immediately said. Of course, Ling Ran's special treatment team will be different. It'll be different in every way from other teams, including unlimited treatment options. I'll explain the specifics later, but for now, there are still a few spots left. Anyone else want to join? Everyone quickly raised their hands. Me too. Everyone eagerly signed up. Director. Choose me. Lu Wenbin and Yu Yuan sighed wearily. Alright then, you, and you too. The four people stared in surprise. Only the poor guy sitting next to them was left. No need for further explanations on the specifics, right? The four people were overjoyed. Director, you can count on us. The next day, when the patient from Kenya arrived at Yunhua Hospital, the blonde reporter said, "When the crucial moment comes, remind me." Director Huo, from behind, said, "No problem at all." He thought to himself, this is a milestone, showing that Ling Ran our Yunhua emergency department, has reached international standards. This groundbreaking scene must be captured, haha. The patient went straight into the operating room. As soon as they arrived, Ling Ran asked the assistant next to the nurse if everyone was ready. Dr. Yu said, "Everything's ready, Dr. Ling. You can begin." Without another word, he immediately began the surgery. The blonde reporter next to him kept taking photos. So handsome. Director Huo turned his head and said, it's not the crucial moment yet. The assisting doctor nearby suddenly said, "Dr. Ling likes to make bigger incisions, doesn't he?" Dr. Yu replied, This is Zhu Ling's Achilles tendon repair surgery." Lu Wenbin chimed in. "It's a surgical method with a large incision and protection of the blood supply." This doctor then curiously asked, "The patient's Achilles tendon rupture is a straight tear. Since there's now a mechanism for gap suturing both ends, should we reinforce the suture?" Then he asked the two, Lu Wenbin, Ma Yanlin, "What do you guys think?" Dr. Lu replied, "Reinforce the suture. By turning the thread's tension into pulling force on the fibers, you can increase the tensile strength of both ends of the Achilles tendon." Ling Ran finally spoke up, "We'll use a conventional suture. The fewer threads, the less tissue reaction." Dr. Lu and Dr. Ma suddenly realized. So that's how it is. Director Huo immediately reminded them. This is the crucial moment. Snap photos. Quick. Click, click. Each photo captured Ling Ran's surgical process. Finally, Ling Ran said, "Surgery complete." Director Huo walked out of the operating room. "The remaining cases can be transferred to the plastic surgery department, and then we're done." At this moment, Lu Wenbin rushed over anxiously. "Director, the people from the orthopedics department said they refuse to transfer patients. And starting today, they won't perform Achilles tendon repair surgeries anymore." Ling Ran looked slightly puzzled. Director Huo pondered. "Good thing the reporters are gone, or else we'd be laughed out of the building. Could it be that Han Hengjiao from orthopedics is afraid his people will be compared to Ling Ran?" Ling Ran glanced at Lu Wenbin, also stunned. Director Huo then wore a sly expression. "If they won't do it, we will. Don't we still have some foreign patients? We'll give them a big surprise." After Ling Ran performed surgeries on several foreign patients, the medical community in the province was in an uproar, and the TV station also reported it widely. "Truly worthy of the name of a Chinese doctor, Dr. Ling Ran of Yunhua City, Chengxi Province, is awesome," Dean Zhu said seriously. "Ling Ran has successively performed surgeries for several foreign athletes. Now not only Yunhua but also the medical community in Chengxi Province is paying attention. This is a good thing for all of us doctors in Yunhua, a great thing." At this time, Director Huo was complacent. "Let's promote a bit of democratic spirit. Say whatever you want." "Oh, why isn't Dr. Han from orthopedics here?" Dean Zhu tilted his head and asked. "Director Julio should forgive them when they show respect," Director Julio said loudly. "Feeling ashamed now. Refused to transfer patients a few days ago. Who knew today would come, huh? That vision, some people are really, chitsk. Forget it." Listening to the dean, "I won't say any more." The others also chuckled. Dean Zhu, "I'm saying, we're now starting to operate on foreigners. Has the emergency center been authorized yet?" Dean Zhu said. "The hospital really needs to take this matter seriously. The health department above also highly approves of our internationalization of medicine." Director Huo, "You're lucky to have Ling Ran. He hasn't signed a contract yet. You have to keep a close eye on him," Director Huo replied. "Next year we'll have him register for the exam. In a few months we can bring him over to our side. Gotta be careful. A long night is full of dreams." Director Huo said with a smile. "That's right. In Ling Ran's special treatment group, Ma Yanlin is a specialist in hand surgery training. I'm considering whether to transfer him over here." The head of hand surgery immediately said, "Not bad. That old guy's planning to snatch my people again. I won't give you Ma Yanlin. Hear that, Huo Kongjun?" Huo Kongjun said awkwardly, "My idea is also for Ma Yanlin's own good. This guy." "Okay," Dean Zhu said. "We need one more person. Ling Ran is capable of building a team. He trains the doctors under him very well. If he can build a team, he won't be willing to leave, right?" Dean Zhu said. "Now everyone is complaining about a shortage of people. I'll find a way to get you someone, but I can't guarantee the quality. You adjust internally." Ling Ran, Ma Yanlin can occasionally come to help, but his main job is still in hand surgery. In the future, when you operate, try not to give him too much work, or else that department will nag again. Ling Ran replied. But Ma Yanlin is considered a pillar doctor. Now, losing a pillar will be a bit. Don't worry too much. I've supplemented a new person for you. There was a knock on the door, and a doctor walked in to greet. Greetings, leaders. Please give me more guidance in the future. Zuo Sidian, 42 years old, is the new person Director Huo just brought back from the town health center.
Director Huo said. Ling Ran. Although Zuo Sidian was transferred from the township health center, the most cases he's handled are emergency cases.
Dr. Zuo said confidently. I learn very quickly and work very seriously. Whatever you assign me, I will handle it properly for you. In addition, I can work overtime. I just got divorced this year, and the children are with my wife. Ling Ran asked, Can you work overtime? I can do night shifts so that other colleagues can be less tired. The transparent doctor really didn't pay attention to the expressions of the two people behind him. Ling Ran said directly, Familiarize yourself with the environment first. Come to the operating room at 3:00 a.m. tomorrow. Dr. Zuo was still very confident. Yes, superiors can rest assured, Ling Ran said to Ma Yanlin. From today, you start working regular hours. You can get off work at 7 or 8 o'clock, boss, bro. Normally we get off work at 6 o'clock. This is what Dr. Zuo thought. This guy seems a bit unreliable. Oh, then 6 o'clock it is, Dr. Zuo thought again. What kind of superior is this? He doesn't even know the quitting time, haha. Looks like he is just an empty bucket. The more unreliable, the better. I'll help him shine, and he'll help me get promoted. We'll consider the profits evenly split, ha ha ha.
Soon after, at 2:40 in the middle of the night, it was still early, and a car passed by.
Dr. Zuo said, Only the richest mine owner in town can own this luxury car, a Rolls-Royce. Opening the car door revealed Ling Ran. Sure enough, the family is wealthy. Tisk, 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 Ling Ran said.
You're too punctual, Dr. Zuo chimed in. Just arrived. The freshly baked siumai just came out. Dr. Ling, do you like meat or vegetables?
Ling Ran replied, I've already eaten, you eat. Get ready, and enter the operating room, don't be too late. Dr. Zuo sighed. As expected of someone who drives a Rolls-Royce, how could they eat the breakfast of commoners? Zuo Sidian, careful now, no more mistakes. Head to the operating room, new patients here. Ling Ran ordered, Zuo Sidian, you pull Jin LVW Wenbin, and I'll pull it out. Dr. Zuo was confident in his heart, just pulling Jin. Time passed bit by bit, still a bit strenuous. Another hour passed. Seems like I haven't done surgery much lately, feeling numb. Another hour, a 40-year-old body can't compare to youngsters, can't take it anymore, can't underestimate these young folks. But the little boss is being nice, gotta seize the opportunity to learn. Zuo Sidian, over 40, used to stand for hours outside his superior's house just to get invited to dinner, got varicose veins from it, his wife divorced him for messing around with his superior, he swore he'd be successful in this life, and this is his last chance. Ling Ran said. Okay, almost done. Dr. Zuo breathed a sigh of relief. Finally done. Leave the rest of the suturing to LVW Wenbin. Okay, boss. Zuo Sidian, come with me. Dr. Zuo said, Dr. Ling, if you're tired, I can give you a massage. Don't think I don't know acupuncture. I secretly learned from a TCM doctor in Jingcheng back at the health station. No need, we don't have time. Dr. Zuo didn't understand after hearing that. Ling Ran explained. The surgery just now had a slight hiccup, so it took 2 hours. Delaying the time for the next surgery. Quickly scrub up too, we have to make up for lost time. There's a total of 4 surgeries this morning. Remember to pace yourself. At this time, Dr. Zuo was extremely shocked. So after performing 3 surgeries this morning, Dr. Zuo looked at the surgical knife until the last surgery. Suddenly his face darkened, and he fell backward. Last chance, my ass. Zuo Sidian, I couldn't keep up with surgery B. Missed another opportunity. Dr. Zhu asked. How was it? Was surgery with Ling Ran fun? It's all right, Dr. Zhu asked again. You didn't follow through, did you? How many surgeries did you do? Dr. Zhuo lowered his head and replied, 4 surgeries this morning. I assisted in 3. HMPH. Ling Ran is really energetic. He doesn't mind operating continuously for 20 to 30 hours, Dr. Zuo asked. So what does he usually eat? Ling Ran usually orders takeout, doesn't have time to go out to eat. Oh, it's starting again. Seems like the heavens haven't forsaken me. Couldn't show my skills this morning, now I have a chance to make up for it. Then, Zuo Sidian hurriedly said, Dr. Ling, you calculated the time perfectly. It's time to go out. I just so happen to have your takeout. Eat? Let's eat, Ling Ran replied. Sorry, I already ordered takeout. Then, a cute delivery guy happened to deliver it. Dr. Ling, Your food has arrived. This takeout looks so fancy, Dr. Zuo wondered. Is this the takeout of rich people? Damn, the world of the rich is so hard to understand. Another delivery girl arrived. This is Dr. Ling's dessert for lunch. Ling Ran saw Tian Chi and said, "Oh, it's you. Hello, I'm interning for the different angle group." Another delivery guy secretly left. Ling Ran pulled out a chair. "There's too much. I can't finish it. Let's eat together." Zuo Sidian. "You too. You also ordered quite a bit, right? Come here, come here." The delivery girl smiled brightly. Dr. Zuo was also surprised. "Uh-oh." At this time, 2 more doctors came out, Ling Ran said. "Perfect timing. Dr. LVW, Dr. Yu, come eat." Dr. Zuo also found this scene very approachable. Able to eat with a delivery girl, resolving his own embarrassment? Maybe Dr. Ling is different from other rich people. Following such a superior might be my luck. After Dr. Zuo Sidian came to work at Yunhua Hospital for half a month, a phone call came. "Oh, our Ling Ran is very popular now. You guys only have 1 surgery. That definitely won't do. No nonsense, you have to gather 4 to 5 more surgeries. He can finish them all in 1 trip. 3 surgeries is fine too, but Dr. Ling doesn't want to do the old Achilles tendon reconstruction surgery anymore. The main method is Zuling Achilles tendon repair surgery. A new way to repair the Achilles tendon." Dr. Zuo nearby overheard. "Alright, the expert fee is negotiable. Yeah, 3 surgeries is the minimum, 4 is acceptable. Then let's finalize it. Okay." Wang Haiyang hung up the phone. "Now I know what it means to be afraid of fame, and pigs being afraid of getting fat. I didn't expect there to be so many people with ruptured Achilles tendons in our country in one day." Ling Ran walked in. Wang Haiyang said, "Come on, the Chucheng City Hospital has 3 or 4 cases they want to invite you to operate on. How do you think we should arrange it?" Ling Ran asked. "When are we going?" Director Huo smiled. "Tomorrow." Ling Ran looked at Dr. Yu. "No more surgeries today. You rest well tonight. Come with me tomorrow," Dr. Yu happily said. "Yes, sure," Dr. Zuo, standing next to him, also said with a smile to Dr. Ling. "Can I come along? Not as an assistant, just to learn." At this moment, Wang Haiyang looked at Ling Ran, then turned to ask, "You, what do you think?" Ling Ran said, "I see no problem. Follow me on rounds today, save some energy, you'll be pulling hooks tomorrow." Everything he said before was spot on. Dr. Zuo was extremely pleased. Ling Ran arrived at the ward for rounds. "Dr. Ling is here." "Really? Thank you so much, Dr. Ling. It's all thanks to your blessings," a patient next to him happily said. "With Dr. Ling here, we can rest assured." Dr. Zuo also felt lucky. It's lucky to follow a good superior like Dr. Ling. Then I have to think of a way to make Dr. Ling full of energy to go to work tomorrow. At 6:24 the next morning, Dr. Zuo brought a steamer of baozi to the Jiaqui clinic. Was he going to give them away? Dr. Zuo knocked on the door, and the beautiful Tao Ping came out and asked, "Who are you?" Dr. Zuo quickly said, "I'm Dr. Ling's subordinate. I'm going on a business trip with him today, so I conveniently brought him breakfast." Ling Ran's mother thought to herself, "Since when did my son have a subordinate like this? But that's fine, saves me the trouble. I'll just wait and see what his skills are like." Dr. Zuo steamed baozi and cooked congee. Ling Ran's mother stood by and smelled the aroma, thinking that his skills must be good. At this time, Ling Ran came out and asked, "Mom, what are you doing? Oh, Dr. Zuo, why are you here?" Dr. Zuo said awkwardly, "Aren't we going on a business trip to Chu City?" "I came to do some small things within my ability," Tao Ping chimed in. "What a kind heart." Ling Ran was stunned. "Smells good," Dr. Zuo said with a smile. "That's right, haha, breakfast is ready. Everyone eat together." Ling Jieju said, "Not bad. Is it lamb baozi?" Dr. Zuo explained. "Dr. Ling likes to eat a little fatty meat, so I deliberately made lamb baozi. I'm a master at making baozi at home. Before, at the town health center, everyone liked to eat the baozi I made in the morning." Ling Ran said, "Don't always be busy, Dr. Zuo. You eat some too. Did preparing all this take more than half the night? Will you be able to stay awake when we get to Chu City?" Dr. Zuo happily said. "It didn't take any time, Dr. Ling. Don't worry. I already ate breakfast before coming out. I'm very awake now." "Really? Then let's go to the airport to find Dr. Yu and Dr. Wang, so that Dr. Ling can be refreshed when we go out." "Mission complete. Dr. Ling over here." Yu Yuan called to Ling Ran. Ling Ran waved back while Dr. Zuo was still immersed in joy. Dr. Yu asked, "Dr. Zuo, why are you so happy?" Ling Ran said. He said he was very excited and could also help carry some things. "Oh, is that so? Then help me carry Director Huo's tracheotomy kit to Dr. Ling. Oh, it's quite heavy, isn't it?" "Leave it to me," Dr. Zuo thought to himself. "No problem at all. This is the atmosphere a team should have." Ling Ran took the lead, and the group prepared to go to Chu City. "Dr. Wang, you've arrived. Feng Yu, the director of orthopedics at the Chu City Hospital, came to greet them. Dr. Wang said, "Whether I come or not doesn't matter. What matters is Dr. Ling. Yes, Dr. Ling."
Director Yu was overjoyed, he thought. This guy who is 30 years younger than me must be a supernova. How should I socialize appropriately? Director Yu was sweating. Well, Dr. Zuo probably guessed a few social niceties now. Director Yu and the others were completely unable to communicate with Dr. Ling. They can't even get a word out now.
Then Dr. Zuo hurriedly came to Director Yu's rescue. "Aren't there patients waiting for Dr. Ling to operate? How about we go directly to the operating room?"
Director,
you felt a huge weight lifted? Great, you two finally let go. And Ling Ran also breathed a sigh of relief. Right after that, they went to the operating room. The doctor standing outside said, "Such a big incision? You guys said the dissection was excellent? Is that how you stitch it up? After doing 3 surgeries in 5 hours.
Seeing is believing. Dr. Ling's surgery is just too awesome.
The attending doctors all praised him one after another. Quite meticulous. To perform Achilles tendon surgery to this level is truly impressive.
Director Yu held up the tablet and said, "Dr. Ling, it's getting quite late now. Let's go eat first."
Just then, Ling Ran saw the image on the tablet. And then he asked, "Director Yu, you guys also do arthroscopic meniscus repair?" Director Yu replied, "That's right, we just started implementing it." Ling Ran asked, "Can I watch?" Director Yu was stunned on the spot. Dr. Zuo quickly said, "Hey Dr. Ling, this isn't really in line with regulations. If you want to do it, you can go back to Yunhua Hospital and do it." Ling Ran said directly, "Yunhua Hospital doesn't have enough beds, so it's not convenient for us to participate in other people's surgeries like this."
Director Yu said straightforwardly, "Dr. Ling just wants to watch the surgery. After we finish eating, we'll watch the surgery after the meal." Preparing for the surgery, an attending doctor said,
"Let's start when we're almost ready."
"Dr. Ling, can you help me with the tourniquet to stop the bleeding on the thigh?" Ling Ran replied.
"Okay," the doctor asked.
"Dr. Ling, what do you think of this drawing? Drawing out the patella, the cartilage reduction, the gap between the outer ends and the collateral ligament."
Ling Ran calmly said, "The anteromedial portal is also fine," this doctor happily said. "Well, the patient mainly has a problem with the anterior lateral meniscus." Ling Ran knew that no matter which direction the attending doctor started from, he could supplement and perfect their plan.
The surgery began. The two people stared intently at the attending doctor. For every step they took, Dr. Ling could predict it and prepare to cooperate in advance. Truly outstanding. The surgery is complete. With Dr. Ling as an assistant, the time was greatly reduced. They followed with praise. "Dr. Ling's arthroscopic surgery technique is also amazing. If we had known you had this skill, we could have gathered 5 or 6 cases for you at once," Ling Ran said directly.
"It's not too late now. We can finish the remaining cases. Then we'll have to trouble Dr. Ling." Right after that, Ling Ran began stopping the bleeding and insufflating the operating room, checking the anterior and posterior ligaments on both sides, using a scalpel on one side and a trocar on the other. Assistant, trocar, Ling Ran, received it, and seriously observed the image.
The attending doctor also said, "The trocar operation, although the movements are small, requires a lot of practice and personal talent. The depth of penetration into the knee must be controlled, and the force must be sufficient. It is easy to cause poor healing. Dr. Ling's technique is even better than I imagined."
Uneven lumps, severe suturing, Ling Ran immediately said, "Well, it is expected that about 7 millimeters of the meniscus can be retained."
15 minutes later, the attending doctor was still immersed in his own world, thinking about the surgical plan. This surgery was not easy to do.
While Ling Ran said directly, "The surgery is complete," he was extremely surprised. "Done already." The 3 people walked out of the operating room one after another. Director Yu said from behind, "Dr. Ling is really efficient. In the future, similar cases will be arranged centrally, and then we will contact Dr. Ling to do them." "That's right. What is his arthroscopic specialist fee?" An older doctor next to him couldn't believe it. "Will this affect the surgical outcome? Although he is an expert, it would feel strange if the time taken was too unreasonable," Dr. Zuo thought. "This problem is really difficult. Dr. Ling may have so much money that he spends it like water and doesn't care about the specialist fee at all. But as a subordinate, how can I easily decide the surgical price of my superior? But the doctor's surgical price is a symbol of their status. I can't answer with a low price. Would it be reasonable to open with a high price? If I screw up my superior's surgery and prevent him from making money, what good can come of it?" Dr. Zuo thought for a long time. "How about I kick this ball back to him?" he then said. "You guys want to invite Dr. Ling to do arthroscopic surgery, Director?" You replied, "There's an opportunity to cooperate." Then Dr. Zuo came closer and said, "Ling Ran is free these days because Yunhua Hospital doesn't have enough beds. My brother, let me tell you, This time he has to go to another place, Zhucheng City, because there are surgeries on this side. Dr. Ling is currently in a period of practicing his skills. You understand what I mean, right? Surgery is what he values most, Director. You also suddenly realized, I understand. Quantity is more important than price. Okay then I'll contact more patients, and then find Dr. Ling to talk about the price, Dr. Zuo thought. Finally got rid of this headache, bro. Next time don't mess up and make things difficult for us, alright? But for Ling Ran, he could earn surgery fees and get royal treatment and warm hospitality from the partner hospital, completely shifting the power dynamic in his favor. Compared to his old town clinic days, the joy of being a doctor like this is on a whole different level. Seriously, it's getting more and more exciting. After Ling Ran finished a few surgeries, the team headed back to Manhwa. It was 2:30 a.m. They weren't late. Dr. Zuo came into the kitchen. Ling Ran operates all day and still has to pull night shifts. Talk about dedication. But he's been hustling all day and probably hasn't had a bite, so working at this hour he must be starving. I've got to whip up a feast for breakfast. Suddenly someone else walked in. Dr. Zuo, you're here super early. Seriously, I admire you more and more. Dr. Zuo chuckled. Dr. Lu, did you really hit the produce market this early? You're a big shot customer, you should have him deliver. Why'd you go yourself? Lu Wenbin grinned back. You gotta pick out pork hocks yourself, one by one. If I just had them deliver, they'd be no good. Those market folks, you know how they are, right? Your technique is pretty good though. Looks super professional. No way, no way. Just then, Ling Ran walked in. Dr. Lu. He said the boss is here, Dr. Zuo thought. Perfect timing. Dr. Zuo made his move first. Ling Ran. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I've got an omelet ready here. Want to give it a try? Ling Ran's eyes lit up. Ooh, I'll try. Taking a bite, Ling Ran praised. Smells amazing, he said with an adorable tone. So good. But it's not enough to fill me up. It's gone in 2 bites. That'll make you more. It'll be done in a flash. Dr. Lu also said, Boss, remember to save some room. I've still got a mountain of pork hocks here. Who's going to eat all that? Haha. A few days later, a doctor yelled, Hey, patient, hold up. Then he turned to the patient and said, Who gave you permission to get out of bed? The patient shot back. You need permission for this. Now, I didn't just get out of bed. I went to the bathroom and came back. The doctor asked, Didn't you just have knee arthroscopy a few days ago? Wasn't it a knee meniscus plasty? Seriously, it's only been a few days. How are you already up and about? The doctor replied again. All right, lie back down first. Let me check you out. Seems like there's no problem, but let's get another X-ray and an MRI just to be sure. The patient grumbled. This guy is such a busybody. After that, the doctor rushed to find Director Yu. Director Yu, you gotta come see this right now, Director Yu, was a bit puzzled. What do I even say? It's only been a few days, and that patient doesn't even look like they just had surgery anymore. Director Yu took the films. This meniscus was treated by Ling Ran. The edges are clean and the surface is perfectly flat. Director Yu asked, Where are the patient's old films? Here, Director. He read the films and exclaimed in surprise, It's like it's become a perfectly healthy meniscus, so... Director Yu asked, That's right. Ling Ran also operated on other patients, didn't he? Bring their files over to me. Here they are. They're all in here. As Director Yu reviewed the films, this guy's really a master surgeon who makes things beautiful. This is surgery as art. At this moment, Director Yu's mind was racing. Hold on a sec. If Ling Ran has this technique, then couldn't Director Wang's meniscus be saved? Director Yu went to the pond and said, Director Wang, last time you said you didn't want foreign doctors treating you, right? I've been searching for outstanding domestic doctors, and now I finally got some results. I came to let you know, Director Wang said. I just fell. It's nothing serious. You guys are just overreacting. Director Wang, your health is super important. Your meniscus injury is pretty severe. We really can't delay any longer. I found a really good doctor, but he's pretty young. Not sure if you'd be okay with that. Director Wang spoke plainly. What's wrong with being young? I started working when I was only 15, so stop beating around the bush and just tell me. Director Yu handed him the tablet. This is the doctor who operated on Liu Weishan not long ago. Take a look at these articles. They're all about foreign patients who recently came to him for treatment. You can tell he's young and talented just by looking, Director Yu continued. But there's still one tricky problem. He's only 23 this year, just an intern doctor at Yunhua Hospital. Director Wang didn't bat an eye. So what if he's an intern, as long as he's got the skills? Honestly, back when we were making the revolution, we didn't have all these cumbersome rules. But isn't he specialized in Achilles tendon and severed finger reattachment surgeries? Director Yu replied. Arthroscopic surgery too, specializes in meniscus repair surgery, Director Yu whispered. Just say that, and he'll come to check my knee for me, Director You happily said, "Yes, I'll arrange for him to go to Zoo City." No need for him to go, "I'll go to Yunhua Hospital myself, Director." You was shocked, huh? You're going in person. The next day, an ambulance arrived at the gate, and the doctors were all waiting there, Director Huso thought. The urgent notice didn't say anything else, but they've put on such a show. Which big shot is sick? A wheelchair was pushed in front of him, with an old man sitting in it. Dean Zhu greeted Director Wang. Then he turned his head and called out, "Lao Ho, Dean Zhu wants an urgent examination." The dean was also helpless, and immediately smoothed things over. "Our chief of emergency medicine is a bit too straightforward. This Director Wang is here to find Ling Ran for meniscus repair surgery." Director Wang said, "I heard that Dr. Ling's meniscus surgery is excellent, so I came here." Director Huo also reached out his hand. "Oh, knee joint surgery. Ling Ran has done over 100 cases recently, with a very high success rate," the dean said with a smile. "Aren't we doing an examination first?" "As far as I know, Ling Ran is excellent at reading MRIs," Director Huo echoed. That's right, he reads MRI films like it's a natural talent," Director Wang said gently. "Good. Then let's do an examination first." Director Huo put on surgical clothes, taking advantage of the opportunity. While that leader went for examination, he had to give Ling Ran a heads up. Ling Ran, he replied. "What's up, Director? Ling Ran. There's a patient in the clinic who specifically wants you to do meniscus repair surgery." "Oh, okay," Director Huo continued. "No, you don't get what I mean. I mean you have to pay attention to it," Ling Ran asked. "Pay attention in what way?" Director Huo said sternly. "Like spending more time so that the patient feels valued by the doctor, right? You can't just say, 'Let's do surgery.' When you meet them, you have to drag the process out." "Got it." Everyone laughed when they heard that. Ling Ran didn't understand. "It's just meniscus repair surgery and knee arthroscopy, right? Usually it only takes 20 to 30 minutes. Then spend 30 minutes focusing on the preliminary stage." Director Huo also sighed. "It seems it's still too early for Ling Ran to understand the rules of the adult world." Director Huo left helplessly. Okay. Just do whatever you want. Go to the special ward when you're almost done," Director Wang said. "Oh, Dr. Ling is still so young." The doctors also went to the ward, Director Wang said with a smile. "I can stand if I stand, but as soon as I stand, my knee hurts immediately, feeling even more uncomfortable than sitting on an airplane. I'll trouble you then." Ling Ran looked at Director Wang and said, "I'll give you a checkup first," Director Wang continued. "Suddenly I remembered a story from my childhood. Back then I loved to watch storytelling shows, and I often heard the characters say, 'One can forgive the look on one's face, but the armor cannot be bowed completely.' Now I understand the situation in that saying." Ling Ran used his health checkup technique, and Director Wang's physical condition was displayed before his eyes. He said, "The patient has the 3 highs. I want to see the patient's X-ray film immediately." Someone brought the X-ray film, and Ling Ran looked at the film, still reading it after 10 minutes. Clearly, he's just trying to show how important the patient is. Everyone wanted to say something but held back. Director Wang asked, "Dr. Ling, why aren't you saying anything?" Ling Ran said naively, "I'm showing importance." Ugh. Director Huo was so angry he was about to spit blood. Director Huo hurriedly said, "What are you showing importance for? Show your professionalism, you idiot." The dean glared daggers at Director Huo from the side, and helped Director Wang by saying, "Haha, Dr. Ling, don't mind other things, just say what you see." Ling Ran didn't beat around the bush. Cartilage wear due to old age, free-floating fragments and fissures appear at the edge of the wear. There's a high probability of tearing, and the degree of wear is quite high. If the shaping method is applied, the treatment effect will be quite good, Director Wang thought. Is that so?" The doctors nodded at each other. Ling Ran continued. "Then should we do the surgery now? All that time spent showing importance just now was wasted. In fact, it was enough time to complete the surgery." Everyone was astonished. Director Wang said in surprise, "Do it now. This leader, weren't you here for surgery?" Director Huo hurriedly smoothed things over. Director Wang, Dr. Ling Ran, used the Lycanex scale to evaluate patients, and the vast majority scored over 90 points, with only 2 cases below 80. The results are still very good, so don't worry. Director Wang thought to himself, "This kid really reminds me of myself when I was young, just as full of himself." Director Wang smiled and said, "Here for the surgery. I initially thought I'd need a few days of hospitalization, IV drips and all that jazz. But it seems that won't be necessary. No need to pick a day. Let's just do it now." The surgery only takes 15 minutes. Director Huo walked into the operating room. "Ling Ran, how'd it go?" Ling Ran said helplessly. "I thought since all the bigwigs get special treatment, maybe there'd be some special risk or complications. But turns out there isn't any. It's just a normal old man with a worn meniscus, Director Huo said. Whoever said he had a special medical condition? You're unhappy even when there are no complications, I swear. Alright, enough nonsense. How was the surgery? Ling Ran said. The surgery went without a hitch. Tomorrow he can start practicing leg raises. This kid, Director Huo patted Ling Ran's back lightly. Alright, go report the surgery status to him, the president said. Ling Ran walked out. This is the patient's family member, Wang Wenkang, who hastily asked, Doctor, how was my dad's surgery? Ling Ran calmly said. It went very smoothly. What were the specific procedures? Ling Ran continued. I preserved the basic meniscus and proceeded with meniscus repair. All aspects, like the anterior horn, posterior horn, and body, are very stable. The basic thickness remained normal, and the lateral part is also firm. Wang Wenkang said blankly. What are you talking about? I don't understand, but I can't let my spirit waver, doctor. Could you speak a little slower? The president also came over to smooth things over. Patient's family, all his post-surgery indicators are normal, you don't need to worry too much. We'll wait until tomorrow to see the specific recovery situation, and then discuss it further. Alright, yes, tomorrow, the president told Ling Ran. For the next few days, you don't have to concern yourself with anything else, Director Huo also reminded him. That's right, you just focus solely on Director Wang's recovery. Got it. The next day, Ling Ran arrived early. Ling Ran replied, Yes, Director Wang, let's begin rehabilitation. Director Wang, be careful. Ling Ran held a clipboard and said, You just need to do 10 simple deep breathing exercises and knee bends. The rehabilitation staff assisted Director Wang in completing the knee bends. After finishing, Ling Ran instructed, Alright, Director Wang, on the first day after surgery, you should still rest a lot and try to stay off your feet. As for your diet, avoid spicy food, stimulants, and greasy food. Eat plenty of vitamin C and protein. Wang Wenkang. Just as he entered his dad's hospital room, It's mealtime, Director Wang said about his diet. I always eat bland food, Dr. Ling Ran. Rest assured, a bowl of plain porridge will do. On the fourth day after surgery, Ling Ran examined Director Wang. The recovery over these past few days has been excellent. All indicators met the standards. Director Wang replied, I personally feel like I'm recovering very well. Director Wang, you can try putting your feet on the ground with crutches now, Dr. Ling Ran said. What did you say? Director Wang couldn't believe it. Ling Ran replied seriously. It's fine. This is already the fourth day after your surgery, so relax. Really, there won't be any problems. Although he felt, okay, why is it so fast? Wang Wenkang also said, Dad, recently I've been looking into Dr. Ling Ran's patients and other patients, and the recovery situations are completely different. Those doctors take several weeks, but Dr. Ling Ran only takes a few days. Turns out Wang Wenkang personally went around asking other seniors, I was up and walking in 3 days. Mine was more serious than hers, but I was up and walking in 4 days. Another old man praised. Dr. Ling Ran is the best in the country, the most outstanding knee arthroscopy expert. He's got magic hands. Wang Wenkang quickly grabbed the crutches and handed them to his dad. Alright, rehab specialist, you can let go, let me try, Director Wang said, taking the crutches. Wang Wenkang was a bit tense. The rehabilitation doctor was also a bit tense. Only Ling Ran remained calm. Director Wang placed both feet on the ground. He beamed with joy. No pain. He took a few more steps. And indeed, no pain at all. Dr. Ling Ran, I really must thank you so much. Ling Ran also happily said, It's just what I should do. Currently, your knee's recovery is normal, but if you're still not at ease, you can also get an MRI. At this moment, Wang Wenkang asked again, Does an MRI have side effects? No, it doesn't have radiation, right? Ling Ran also replied seriously, MRI has no radiation. The main side effect is that it's expensive. Wang Wenkang said with extreme confidence, Haha, we can totally handle these side effects, Dad. Let's just stick to the procedure and get the scans done to be safe. Director Wang felt a bit awkward. Ling Ran's swift cure for Director Wang quickly spread through the leadership circles of county-level cities in Chengxi province. At this moment, Director Huo looked out the window. Beep, beep. Outside the hospital, a large convoy of cars arrived. Director Huo said, Dean, now everyone's coming here specifically asking for Ling Ran. You've seen it yourself, I wasn't lying. There really is a demand for him now. Everyone else looked at the Dean. The Dean turned his head and said, There truly is a demand for the emergency center. I think we can put it on the agenda now. Hold on a second. Dr. Hong spoke up first. No way. The chubby old doctor also objected. The female dean, though silent, clearly showed her stance. The chubby old doctor explained. Funding is so tight right now, our department's rehabilitation room is even being occupied. Director Huo immediately retorted. Director Jinxi,
We don't want to take over your rehab room, but look, Ling Ran is looking for surgeries to do every single day. If we don't give him a rehab room, he'll cause a ruckus. Director Jinxie was also annoyed. Don't use Ling Ran as an excuse. It's not an excuse. Look, Ling Ran has been in the special ward recently, not performing surgery. Has your rehab room been freed up?
Dr. Hong also said irritably. Stop using Director Wang as a shield. It was just a knee arthroscopy. Anyone in our department could do that surgery. You guys just got lucky.
Director Huo immediately said, lucky, huh? They came all the way here specifically asking for Ling Ran. Go on, let your entire orthopedics department try to find another director. Wang? He was fuming with anger. At this moment, the dean spoke up.
All right. It's beneficial to use this opportunity to make the emergency center run better.
Director Huo, bring Ling Ran's resume here in 2 days. Director Huo was a little surprised.
He's getting an official position, the dean said confidently. Even if there's no official position, we'll create one for him. We need to get his medical license first. Special talents deserve special treatment, don't they? Getting him an official position isn't a complete solution either. In short, he's your guy, so you better keep a close eye on him, Director Huo exclaimed.
You're brilliant, Dean. Immediately after, Director Huo went to a nearby room and, as soon as he opened the door, he met Director Wang.
Haha, Director Wang burst out laughing. Didn't expect that, did you? I can open the door and walk out by myself now. So, am I impressive or what? Super impressive. My knee doesn't hurt anymore.
Director Huo shouted, Ling Ran, get over here. I have something to ask you.
Ling Ran glanced at Director Huo while awkwardly writing a paper. The director said, Once our emergency center is built, do you have any ideas? Ling Ran said in surprise. Huh, the emergency center is already built. No, I mean when it's built. Don't misunderstand, I'm asking you, Ling Ran asked. So, how many beds will it have?
200 beds.
Definitely a lot. Maybe 220? 230? Ling Ran replied seriously. Understood. I'll perform surgeries really well, Director Huo said, flustered. I mean, if you were actually put in charge of a medical team, what would you do? Ling Ran pondered. I'd give everyone 2 bottles of hand sanitizer, one for regular use and one as a backup. We'd strive for complete sterility throughout all medical procedures. Director Huo said, Isn't that an old idea? Haha, but it's a great idea nonetheless. Alright then, it's decided. We'll continuously upgrade for 1 month.
The patient area on the left will be handled by Ling Ran's treatment team.
The nurse said. Lu Wenbin, no way, I just went out, didn't touch anything. Dr. Ling said. Alright, all doctors entering and exiting must wash their hands. Even the directors are no exception. Lu Wenbin looked at the hand sanitizer.
Okay, I'm washing. Lu Wenbin only squirted a little, and Wang Jia sternly said, Spread it evenly from your fingertips to your wrists. A few more doctors walked in, and Wang Jia repeated.
Dr. Ling said, Everyone who enters must apply hand sanitizer. Yes. Everyone started to seriously sanitize. A doctor asked. Applying so much, won't it damage our skin? Just apply it? How could Dr. Ling be wrong?
The nearby nurses were furious and shouted. It won't be too late to doubt Dr. Ling when you're actually injured. Dr. Ling would never be wrong. How could such a handsome Dr. Ling be wrong?
The 3 could only mumble. Got it, haha, boss is never wrong. We'll apply it carefully. Don't worry. Another doctor arrived. Hold on. You have to wash your hands before entering, Director Hong asked. Don't you recognize me? Wang Jia replied. Of course, you're Director Hong from the respiratory department. Why are you stopping me then? Wang Jia didn't care. I recognize you. But germs don't, Director Hong had to say. This girl is interesting. Oh right, is Director Wang from the Special Services Ward walking again? Heard the recovery is going well? Yep, 92 points. Zi Yongxiang's back? Director Hong continued to ask. I haven't seen Dr. Ling around lately. Wang Jia also cautiously asked back. What are you looking for Dr. Ling for?
Director Hong said with a smile. I have a relative. Their knee still isn't too good. Already came to the hospital for an examination, and is considering meniscus repair surgery. Wang Jia thought to herself. Good thing you're not here to cause trouble. During the renovation, normal people really can't find the doctor. Alright, I'll take you to meet Dr. Ling. Wang Jia led Director Hong to find Ling Ran, and when they got to the door, Ling Ran was still in a meeting. Doctors go into the surgery area first have to change into slippers, and after a while the slippers are basically all dirty. I think we should change the slippers periodically. Dr. Zuo. Ling Ran asked. Director Hong, why are you here? Director Hong said with a smile. I wanted to introduce you to a patient needing meniscus repair surgery but couldn't find you anywhere. Lucky I had Wang Jia. Ling Ran replied. During the renovation, the temporary office was moved here, but it doesn't affect the surgery. When is the patient coming? No rush, as long as you can do it. Getting in line is fine, Ling Ran said.
There aren't many surgeries these days. Schedule it for these 2 days. Great, Ling Ran, you guys are busy. I'll take my leave first. Ling Ran looked at everyone. Let's continue discussing the patient area system. Does anyone have any other good ideas? Dr. Yoon spoke first. Our goal is complete sterilization, so medical equipment must be checked multiple times. Prevention is paramount. Yeah, that's a very important point, Dr. Zuo also said. Another point is that we have to stay ahead of the infection control department, Ling Ran thought. That means we have to strengthen the clear system. Wait, Dr. Zuo, why do we have to stay ahead of the infection control department? Dr. Zuo posed a riddle. Just wait until the infection control department arrives and you'll know. Alright, let's implement these things first and then figure out the rest. A few days later, when the hand sanitizer Rio signs were hung up, the hand washing and disinfection area was ready. Dr. Tian, who received it from the infection control department, said, Ling's treatment group has pretty good practical ability. Another doctor also said, praising them for doing well. The two looked towards the door. Oh look, the nurse used hand sanitizer when entering. It's the family member's turn. Oh my god, the patient's family members know to use it when entering too, Ling Ran said. Everyone is very cooperative. Dr. Tian also couldn't believe it. Cooperative, that's a rare word. The other two doctors were moved to tears. Cooperative. This word is too rare in their hands. Wang Jia said, Dr. Ling, good morning. I bought a type of wolfberry-scented hand sanitizer. Smell it. Ling Ran smelled it. Yeah, the wolfberry scent is quite pleasant. Dr. Tian also sighed. Dr. Ling has great social skills. Dr. Yu laughed when he heard this. This is the first time I've heard someone praise Dr. Ling's social skills. Dr. Tian was extremely shocked. When did you get here? Dr. Yu pushed up her glasses. I've always been here. With your observational skills, no wonder the hospital occasionally has infection incidents. The three were also unhappy. When did the hospital have infection incidents? June, Dr. Yu said. March. In the obstetrics department, Dr. Tian said awkwardly. Hospitals occasionally have infections. Completely preventing them is basically impossible. Airborne diseases are the most common, for example, pulmonary bacteria. You could say it's an incurable disease no matter how advanced a third-tier hospital is. It can't completely prevent its spread. Then, he said to Dr. Ling, normally, a lung infection rate of under 10% is considered normal. You know that, right? Ling Ran replied. I know that, Dr. Ling. How about we collaborate? Ling Ran asked. Collaborate how? We can participate in the infection control of your treatment group. Ling Ran recalled Dr. Zuo's words. There's also one point. We have to get ahead of the infection control department. So that's how it is, Dr. Tian continued. Moreover, Dr. Ling's standards are clearly higher than the average person's. I think we can also help the emergency department improve their infection control level. Consider it a trial run, a win-win for everyone. Of course, our control standards aren't the same, so the disposable supplies used will also be different. Ling Ran didn't answer immediately. Someone's running over here, Dr. Ling. Wait a moment, Dr. Zuo said. The infection control department probably doesn't want to cooperate with the treatment group, right? Dr. Tian said. Yes, that's right, Dr. Zuo continued. If that's the case, everyone has to listen to Dr. Ling. Dr. Ling, we have such good infection control now, we don't need the infection control department to take over, and we can't let them take over. The most suitable form of cooperation is for the infection control department to listen to us. Dr. Tian immediately frowned. The infection control department is originally managed by the infection control department. How can we let the infection control department listen to the treatment group? Dr. Zuo wouldn't give in. Isn't the infection control department always listening to the treatment group? The procedural work that you guys in the infection control department do, implementing policies, all relies on doctors and nurses. Don't bully our Dr. Ling just because he's an intern. He doesn't understand these things, Dr. Tian asked. Who are you then? I'm Zuo Sidian, from Ling Ran's treatment group. The man behind patted Dr. Tian on the shoulder. Cooperation. Let's talk about cooperation. The three people immediately said. Listen to Dr. Ling. Listening to Dr. Ling is all it takes, Zuo Sidian said with a smile. So Dr. Ling, what do you think now? My treatment group is small. We can't invest in infection control long term, not to mention all kinds of other medications, closed-loop management, warehousing issues, controlling transport links. If someone is willing and able to upgrade infection control, we'd actually be happy to have them, Ling Ran finally said. Let's just decide it like that then, Zuo Sidian said sinisterly. I think we should draft a cooperation document, that kind of statement, so that we can work legitimately in the future, Dr. Tian said tearfully. You're born to do infection control. Ling Ran was shocked by Zuo Sidian's words. I have to say that sometimes I really can't do without Dr. Zuo. After a period of Ling Ran and others implementing infection control upgrades, the emergency center completed its upgrade. A crowd of doctors gathered, and Director Huo said, All right, everyone line up straight. The emergency department used to have 5 treatment groups. After upgrading to the emergency center, we've expanded to 7 groups. Next, the 7 of you in this row follow me. The 6 of you in the 6th row follow Director Dugan, someone asked. Can we switch groups? My health isn't good. I don't want to go to the most tiring group, Director Hugo shouted. No switching groups. Regardless of whether a group is good or bad, once you're assigned, you can't change it without permission, unless your group leader doesn't want you anymore. Everyone was also startled.
We'll continue. The 2nd row follows Director Lai. The 1st row follows Dr. Ling.
Intern Guanfei said, I'm assigned to Dr. Ling's group.
The group leaders will lead their group members to prepare for the ceremony to officially establish the Yunhua Hospital Emergency Center today. Everyone in turn, congratulations, 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 this person said. Lao Huo. We're doing emergency. Whether or not we make bank in the future depends on you, this woman asked. This is Dr. Ling, isn't it?
Huo Kongjin introduced his prize student. Director Huo said to Ling Ran, It's tiring standing here, go do your work, what are you guys laughing at? Lao Huo, you're protecting your student like a mother hen guarding her chicks. We'll come back later and watch you act it out for us. At this time, Ling Ran received a phone call. Hello, Dr. Ling. I'm Meng Shu. I'd like to book a massage with you, Ling Ran said awkwardly. Which Meng Shu? I didn't book a massage, Gu Meng Shu said. I flew for 3 hours to get here, Dr. Ling. I'll give you a chance to take back what you just said. The two bumped into each other again. Ling Ran said, Shan Yu Gei. Shush. Keep it down. Meng Shui covered her mouth. Ling Ran. Everyone whispered in disgust. Hey, doesn't she look familiar? Who does she look like? The Hua Yun model invited here. It's not a problem if the emergency center invites a model.
Yeah, if it's Director Huo, then it's possible. The nurses were furious.
Meng Shui quickly pulled Ling Ran to run away. It's not convenient here. It's easy for others to recognize me. Let's go quickly. The two arrived at a room. Meng Shu pushed Ling Ran in and locked the door, Ling Ran said in panic. What are you planning to do? What can I do to you? Meng Shu asked. Ling Ran said. Do what? Meng Shu slightly averted her face. What's on your mind, dude? Ling Ran stands up and says, I said massage. Where's your head at? Besides, I don't do mage stuff at the hospital. Next time, you can go to Jie Xiang's clinic. Even if I'm not there, Dr. Zhang can do it. Meng Shu immediately laughs. All over it. Those guys are way worse than you. These past 2 days while I've been doing the show, I felt like my neck was about to snap. Dr. Ling, you're such a good guy. Please save me quick.
Ling Ran takes a deep breath, presses gently, and with a crack, Meng Shu cries out in comfort.
Ling Ran asks, Feeling better?
As expected, only Dr. Ling will do. Meng Shu directly imagines a prince saving a princess scene.
You came to save me again. Suddenly, a nurse walks in. Ling Ran asks, Wang Jia, what's up? Wang Jia looks at Meng Shu. So it's really Shen Yu. Meng Shui hides behind Ling Ran. Wang Jia panics and says, Dr. Ling, someone just took a photo of Shen Yu. The crowd lost control, and there was a stampede. A lot of people got hurt. At this time, Director Huo also walks in.
Xiao Wang, you came to find Ling Ran? Don't worry, listen to me. Let me see. Oh, Meng Shu. Hello, I'm also a fan of yours. It's a real honor to have you at our emergency center.
This makes Meng Shui speechless. Oh my god, these two are calling out in unison. Director. The director says with a straight face. Everything has 2 sides. Although the accident is not good, they are all small injuries, and the injury situation is controllable.
Everyone, think about it. What is this place?
Ling Ran looks puzzled. Well, this is the emergency center. Isn't it supposed to handle these kinds of accidents? Meng Shui exclaims. Oh my god. So both I and this sudden accident have become the best propaganda tools for you, Nurse Wang Jia exclaims.
Director is the absolute best. Ling Ran's face also sparkles. Director Huo continues.
Meng Shui seems to be doing okay. Ling Ran, go deal with the stampede accident.
Director, rest assured and leave it to us.
Ling Ran handles a whole bunch of patients, which surprises the interns, Ling Ran says. All of the more than 70 people injured in the accident have been treated. Only intern Guanfei says, Not good. Not good. Extremely not good. Director Hulo laughs and says, Now this is what the emergency center should look like. The next day, Ling Ran leads the team on rounds. As soon as they open the door, the patients all say, Dr. Ling, you worked so hard yesterday. Thank you, Dr. Ling. Ling Ran goes to a secluded place to check, and unexpectedly he has accumulated 129 Yang Qi. System. Open all the chests. 8 skill books. This surprises Ling Ran. 50 times lower limb surgery experience and 300 times foot surgery experience. Currently for me this increase is huge, but unfortunately it can't be used now. Ling Ran thinks of yesterday's accident. The hospital beds are all full, so surgery can't be performed today. Dr. Zuo sees this and comes to call him. Dr. Ling. Do you still have Director Wang's phone number? Ling Ran replies. Yes, his knee joint doesn't need surgery. For the time being, I want to say that you should call and ask Director Wang about the patient's condition.
See what he says. Director Wang is so old, there must be a lot of people around him who need knee joint surgery. If you can contact him, you can definitely pull in a lot of patients. Are there not enough beds in Yunhua Hospital for people who can contact Director Wang? Ling Ran says. They are in the special care unit.
There are no beds here, but the special area does have them. I'll contact him right away. Ling Ran continues. Since we're doing follow-ups, let's do follow-ups for all patients with knee varicose veins. Let's do it properly this time. The door opens, and Director Wang has arrived at the hospital. Excuse me, is Dr. Ling here? The dean says, Lao Huo, where's Ling Ran?
Didn't he tell Director Wang to come for a re-examination? Didn't you pick him up? Director Huo says, Dean, Ling Ran doesn't understand these things yet. Where is he now? Director Huo says embarrassedly, I think he's in the office. The dean also sternly says, call him and tell him to come here. Director Wang notices this and says, no need to bother. Let me go find Dr. Ling myself.
In the distance, a doctor shouts, Dr. Ling, Director Wang is here. Director Wang laughs and says, Dr. Ling, I'm here for a re-examination. You're really doing rounds, huh? Ling Ran replies, yes. This time it's also considered research.
Ling Ran immediately proceeds with the physical examination.
After the examination, he says, your meniscus is recovering very well, there's no problem. Director Wang laughs and says, yeah, that's right, this time I brought a friend with me. And he also wants a doctor to look at his knee. How is it? Is Lao Chen getting sicker again? Can't get through the last 2 steps? What nonsense are you talking about? Please make way a little. Lao Chen leans on someone's shoulder and is panting. After 2 steps, Director Wang says, I'm fine, I'm going back first, Lao Chen. You look like you just came back from a battle. Take your time. Department head Chen can't calm down for the time being. Ling Ran says, I can only perform meniscus shaping surgery. Department head Chen also says, I have a damaged meniscus. I've already had it checked. Okay, Department head Chen, go get an x-ray first. Chief Tran said again. How about the doctor take a look at my previous x-rays? They were just taken 3 months ago, not long ago, Ling Ran started to say. If you're preparing for a meniscal repair surgery, I can't make a decision based on the x-rays from 3 months ago. Chief Tran didn't look happy. Take them. Just take them before the surgery. Anyway, radiation isn't good for the body. HMPH. At this moment, Director Huo hurriedly said, Chief Tran, don't worry. Dr. Ling is just concerned about your health. Chief Tran closed his eyes and said, taking these things is too time-consuming. I don't like doing it. Director Huo also directly said, Okay, we'll open a green lane for you. Come back after the x-ray. Ling Ran read the films and said, knee synovitis, indication for meniscal repair surgery. Chief Tran put on an arrogant face again. The x-rays are done. Lao Wang's leg was done by you, so you can do mine too. Go help me with the admission procedures for surgery. Now, Ling Ran looked dazed. He thought to himself, this guy is so cocky. Dr. Zuo said, it's okay, Dr. Ling, just leave it to me. Then he turned to Chief Tran and said, let me take you to do the procedures. Don't worry, I'll try my best to arrange the best ward for you. At this moment, Chief Tran also emphasized, I'm currently a retired cadre at the department level, but I still enjoy the benefits of a county-level cadre, so don't mess anything up.
Ling Ran heard this and thought, this patient is really interesting. Hopefully the surgery can be just as interesting.
Chief Tran was arranged in the VIP ward, and suddenly he heard him shout, change people! Just looking at you, I know you have no experience. The position of the IV is wrong. It makes me very uncomfortable. Go change someone else for me. The injection must be skilled, and the medicine change must be quick. He continued to point at the nurse and say, also, the food in your cafeteria is not good. A chef like this in our unit would definitely have his salary deducted.
The nurse was very angry.
HMPH. The blonde nurse said, oh, even our Zhao Liu is hated like this? Another nurse also said, I'll just say one thing. Don't put on a face mask in front of the ward. Looks like something bad happened after putting on the face mask, the head nurse ordered. This patient is a standing committee member who was fast-tracked here. You have to be careful. Zhao Liu also complained, nitpicking, we're too professional to say, but blaming us for the cafeteria food not being good. How can we do that? The 3 were speechless. Zhao Liu said, wait, I remembered something. Is there anything more tragic? Didn't that patient request to have surgery tomorrow? And requested to be the first surgery. A nurse next to her was surprised. Requested to be Ling Ran's first surgery. The 3 burst out laughing. How interesting. 2:00 a.m. The next day, the nurse arrived.
"Patient, wake up and prepare for surgery," Chief Tran said. "What time is it? Isn't it just after 2 o'clock? Why wake up to prepare now? Moreover, I have a strange bed sickness. I'm not used to sleeping here. I've only slept for more than an hour," the nurse said. "Patient,
Did you schedule to be Dr. Ling's first surgery?" Yes, that's right. The surgery is scheduled for 3:30. You have to wake up to prepare now." Chief Tran was shocked. What surgery at 3:30? The nurse asked. "Didn't anyone inform you yesterday?" Remembering? Yesterday, Dr. Zuo said, "Chief Tran's admission procedures are done. You want the first surgery tomorrow? I've arranged it for you." 3:30 is definitely the first one, he knew. It seems like they did inform me. Oh my god, I didn't pay any attention to it at all. The nurse turned her head and said, "If there are no other problems, go to the operating room to prepare first."
Afterwards, Chief Tran was transferred to the operating room.
Dr. Zuo thought, "Chief Tran is arrogant, but he can't be arrogant when it comes to surgery." Ling Ran said, "Chief Tran, your request is spinal anesthesia. It will be a little painful. Please bear with it." Chief Tran was stunned for a moment. He thought to himself, "The doctor's first surgery of the day is the best, the highest quality. It's okay if I'm a little tired.
It's worth it." Ling Ran inserted the instrument straight into the bone, performing the perfect meniscal repair surgery. Activated. 15 minutes later, the surgery was completed. Chief Tran couldn't believe it. "It's over," the nurse said. "Of course. Do you know who operated on you?"
Ling Ran was unhappy. "I thought it would be an interesting surgery, but it turned out to be the most ordinary meniscal repair. I wasted my expectations yesterday." Then, he turned and said, "Dr. Zuo, hurry up to operating room number 2.
Zuo Sidian smiled and said,
"This is the simplest surgery of the 10 surgeries today. Maybe I relaxed a little, but Dr. Ling can rest assured, I will quickly adjust my state." Only Chief Tran had a dazed look. "This Dr. Ling is really talented. When my leg recovers, I will also go around bragging about Dr. Ling's treatment of my leg, just like Lao Wang." So Ling Ran was busy until 10:00 p.m. Ling Ran said, "Today's mission has been accomplished," Lao Huo said. "Lao Zuo is taking it easy," Dr. Zuo said. "Like Dr. Yung was saying, Dr. Ling is just bursting with energy. I couldn't even keep up with the whole surgery. If I had, I'd probably be dead tired." Ling Ran's like, "Schedule surgeries for tomorrow. The more, the better. Especially mark down patients with private rooms."
"Doctor," Zuo chuckled, "treating officials is like poking a rat's nest. Once you pull one, there's a bunch more behind. At this point, drive." Yu thought to himself, "This ain't good. If this keeps up, we won't last a week. If that issue isn't addressed, Ling Ran's gonna burn out."
A few days later, the nurse rushed over. "Dr. Ling, we're out of beds," Ling Ran asked. "Haven't we added extra beds? The emergency center's renovation is only halfway done. Most patients are regular inpatients. The current bed turnover rate just can't go any higher." "Doctor," Yu sighed. "Just like I predicted. 3 helpless folks had to temporarily rest and wait for beds." Ling Ran pondered. "No need to rest. The only way to do this is to shorten the patient's recovery time." "Doctor." Zuo was astonished. "Not having patients as regular inpatients. That's going against hospital policy, Dr. Ling," Ling Ran said seriously. "The regular inpatient strategy needs to stay, but we have to reduce recovery time."
"We can totally consider that during surgery." Dr. Yu was also surprised.
"During surgery? Can we even do that?" Ling Ran continued.
"First, we can do these 3 things: reduce blood loss, shorten surgery time, and perform simpler and more precise surgeries. If one patient can reduce their hospital stay by an average of 1 day, then 100 patients will free up a certain number of beds, right?" After Ling Ran finished speaking, the 3 of them were astonished. All 3 were fired up. "Dr. Ling always finds his own way," Ling Ran said. "All right, enough talk. Let's go check on the patients, Doctor," Yu said.
"Bed 42. Your surgery is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon."
The old man said, "Yesterday the nurse told me I'd get a blood test today, then surgery today. Why's it changed, Doctor?" Zuo smiled.
"Your blood test? The report's not out yet. You haven't been here long. Of course, we can only schedule the surgery for tomorrow," the old man shouted helplessly. "I'm Dr. Ling's patient. The hospital can use the green channel, arrange surgery whenever they want, do it whenever they feel like it, right? I want it done today." Ling Ran heard this and didn't understand what was going on. Yu Yuan and Zuo Sidian spoke up together. "Don't talk nonsense," the old man immediately retorted. "What nonsense? All the patients say so. I've asked around. That old guy in that building who wanted to schedule the first appointment got the first appointment." Ling Ran was a little surprised. "Why is it rumored like this, Doctor?" Zuo quickly explained. "These people are making stuff up, talking nonsense. Doctor Ling, don't pay them any mind," Ling Ran also explained.
Chief Chen's surgery was arranged normally. You can go check. Every patient is the same to me. No one's more special than anyone else. The old man tugged at the heartstrings.
Doctor, Ling, it's really hard for me to get time off. I really don't have time. It's been delayed again and again. Plus, my knee really hurts badly now. I want you to operate on me. Ling Ran immediately softened. It hurts that much? The old man pretended to be pitiful. Really, Doctor, Ling, I'm over 50. It hurts so much. I'm crying. Ling Ran couldn't bear it.
All right then. I'll reschedule it as soon as possible. Yu Yuan and Zuo Sidian were also helpless. Doctor, Ling, looks like you've been had. Ling Ran didn't waste any time. Calling the lab department, get the results as soon as possible. The two responded, got it. Then, he prepared for surgery. At this moment, Dr. Zuo rushed over. Hold on a second with the operating room, he said. Dr. Ling, Shu Yongchang's blood test results show he's HIV positive. Everyone was shocked. Only Ling Ran paused for a second. Then, he asked, Zhu Yongchang, with HIV, your surgical risks are much higher. Do you understand this? I know, Ling Ran continued. Compared to normal patients, HIV-positive patients have a much weaker recovery. After surgery, nerve recovery may also become very slow, or even impossible. Do you understand? Yeah, I understand. The probability of sudden cardiovascular and cerebrovascular symptoms will be much higher than normal people. Your heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, and other internal organs will all face the possibility of failure, and we can't rule out the possibility of cardiac and respiratory arrest. Do you understand all this? Yeah, I understand. Finally, Ling Ran asked, Do you still want to continue with the surgery? The old man replied, Of course. Other hospitals, other doctors, know my situation and refuse to operate. Dr. Ling, are you willing to operate on me? Ling Ran replied seriously, You have your difficulties, I have my professional ethics. We'll all wear protective clothing for the surgery, and it will cost more for treatment than normal. Can you understand this? At this point, the old man was also moved to tears. A doctor next to him said, Come on, let's not do this kind of surgery anymore. Guanfei also squatted down, looking confused. Ling Ran said to everyone, As long as we wear protective clothing correctly, the chance of infection is very low. Ling Ran ordered again, Dr. Zuo, immediately contact Huang Maoshu from Changxi Pharmaceutical Company. Tell him to quickly send protective gear here, fast. The protective gear arrived. Dr. Yu ordered. Dr. Ling will be back after a quick discussion. A short while later, they returned to the operating room. Everyone, practice putting on your protective gear. Interns don't need to stay and watch this surgery. You can all choose your own attire. Not even washed her hands. And she's already grabbing protective gear. She seriously gave me goosebumps. Suddenly, another hand grabbed hers. Dr. Yu said sternly, Stop, Guanfei, put that down. Guanfei looked at Yu Yuan, then threw the protective gear down. Dr. Yu yelled, What kind of tantrum are you throwing in the operating room? If you don't want to work, then get lost. Go run to your boyfriend if you have issues. Is this a place for you to pull stunts? Guanfei turned back, her face full of grievance. Wipe those tears clean for me. What are you crying for? If you dare to contaminate the OR environment, I'll send you straight back to school. Today it's patient S. Tomorrow, who knows, it might be the RA flu. In the ER, there are countless patients who haven't had time for the 4-panel infectious disease test. So what are you going to do about it, huh? Dr. Yu continued. Now, at least you have all sorts of protective gear to choose from. What do you think? How did all this protective gear get developed, huh? It's all the blood and tears of medical staff, both domestic and international, during the SARS epidemic. What would you do back then? Guanfei, feeling wronged, mumbled, I get it. If you get it, then learn to put on your protective gear properly. Ling Ran then asked, Is everyone ready? Everyone replied. We're ready, Ling Ran then said. Lu Wenbin, you'll assist me. Yu Yuan, wait inside the operating room. Zuo Sidian, you go outside and wait to provide logistical support. Surgery begins. The old patient happily said, Dr. Ling, thank you. Everyone, proceed calmly, Ling Ran said. No need to thank me. Go on, reminisce about your experiences at other hospitals. Go on, we're not treating you here. Who told you to come here? You've come to the wrong place. Security, please escort this patient out. The old patient was moved to tears. No, Dr. Ling. I really want to thank you, Ling Ran finally said. It's my responsibility. Based on your condition, I agree to use local anesthesia. Now don't say another word, Ling Ran ordered. Check the tubing of the thigh fixation device. Make sure it doesn't slip. Dr. Zuo, waiting outside the operating room, said anxiously, Running into this kind of patient, I hope this kid Ling Ran can be a bit more cautious.
At this moment, Dr. Huo entered. The surgery was still underway, he thought to himself. Cautious, my ass. This kid is still as fast as ever. But at this moment, he didn't dare speak up, lest he startle Ling Ran and cause an unforeseen incident. Damn it, this is infuriating.
4 or 5 minutes later, Ling Ran asked, Dr. Huo, why are you here? Dr. Huo said with a stern face. This is the first time you've done this kind of high-risk exposure surgery. How could I not come and watch? Why aren't you slowing down a bit? What's the rush? Also, why didn't you find someone to assist? Ling Ran's assistants, Lu Wenbin, looking a little flustered, and Yu Yuan both raised their hands.
Chief, I. All 4 people looked towards Dr. Huo. Dr. Huo didn't expect this either. Well, it seems they're still capable, he mumbled, then continued. You, the one managing the interns? That's fine. Dr. Huo then looked at Ling Ran, who was still operating. Next, slow down, be a bit more stable. Ling Ran, without blinking, replied, Chief, I think it's better to maintain the usual rhythm. A familiar pace is less prone to unexpected incidents. Dr. Huo considered. That's also an option. It reduces exposure time. He then announced, the surgery continues. Guanfei raised her hand and asked, Oh right, Chief. Do you need me to get you a set of protective gear?
The chief replied dismissively, No need. I've been through countless battles over decades. HIV isn't Ebola, it's not to the point of needing complete isolation. On the contrary, you lot are incredibly lucky to get this opportunity from Dr. Ling. But do you know what the most important thing is? When observing in the operating room, Guanfei spoke up. To be quiet and unobtrusive, sir, Dr. Huo yelled. Just shut up then, Dr. Ling allowed you to observe. So seize this opportunity well, and observe the surgery carefully. Opportunities like this don't just fall from the sky, yet you're playing smart aleck games, daring to remind me to wear protective gear. What right do interns have to lecture others? It was then that Ling Ran spoke.
Chief, your voice is a bit loud. The chief looked embarrassed. Oh, my apologies, how rude of me. The surgery continues. Chief Huo exclaimed in surprise. That's a neat repair there, Assistant Yu also said. Yes, Dr. Ling refreshes the torn edges. Without damaging too much healthy tissue, Chief Huo watched the surgery.
The blue forceps, grasping forceps, hooked scissors, reverse hook knives, and curved knife were all used with great skill. Yu Yuan also watched admiringly. Even inflexible arthroscopes become completely agile in Dr. Ling's hands. 25 minutes later, Ling Ran said, Done. Lu Wenbin instinctively reached to wipe his sweat.
Yu Yuan quickly said, Stop. No wiping sweat now, all surgical staff. First recall the donning and doffing procedure for protective gear, then take off your surgical gowns and isolation gear, and soak your hands in disinfectant solution, and then change into a fresh pair of clean slippers. The 3 of them responded in unison. Yes, sir, Ling Ran then said. It took a bit too much time. You really didn't grasp the rhythm today. Actually, the speed could be increased a bit more, Doctor, Huo asked Ling Ran. Back already? How was performing that kind of exposure surgery? Ling Ran sighed helplessly. Our operating room's efficiency is way too low, Doctor, Huo chuckled, saying, Don't even think about getting a new exposure surgery room. But this young man quickly perked up. The exposure surgery really exceeded my expectations. Yuan, you also did great. I watched the video before the surgery. Excellent work. The hospital has considered it. And starting tonight, you're officially a resident doctor. Doctor. Yun's eyes widened in surprise. Doctor. Huo also patted Ling Ran's shoulder. Ling Ran, I see you two have already finished setting up the patient rooms. You've done enough for today. Both of you should head home early. The 2 happily replied. Yes, Doctor. Hugo continued. No need for surgery tomorrow morning either, Chief. I can do it, Doctor, Hugo said sternly. After this major surgery, you're to get proper rest immediately. Both were very moved. Chief? Oh, Chief. Ling Ran went to the underground parking lot when someone suddenly appeared from behind a wall. Doctor. Ling Ran was startled, the keys slipping from his hand. He quickly turned to snatch them back. Why are you here? It turned out to be Huang Maoshi. Dr. Ling, I heard you perform surgery on an S patient. Ling Ran replied. We cannot disclose patient medical information. Huang Maoshi looked admiring. No denial means it's true, right? He continued. Talking about treating South patients. Dr. Ling, disinfectants are essential in the operating room, and our company is currently a distributor for many brands.
Huang Maoshi stepped closer to Ling Ran. As long as Dr. Ling and I have this friendship, this order is definitely in the bag.
Ling Ran replied. No need. The protective gear you gave us today was terrible. Huang Maoxi's beautiful dream shattered.
He recalled thinking only about seizing the opportunity to get rid of inventory. Inventory is still inventory, and that's because its quality isn't good, Huang Maoxi nervously said. I'll immediately report it to the manufacturer. I'll quickly send over a new batch for you.
Ling Ran got into his car and said, "No need to explain. I don't need you to exchange it, nor do I need your disinfectants anymore." Then he drove away. Huang Maoxi yelled from behind, "No, Dr. Ling! This and that are different. Disinfectants and protective gear are two different systems." The next afternoon, Lu Wenbin said, "It's rare to see Big Bro come in this late." Ling Ran said, "Chief wouldn't let me come early," Lu Wenbin chuckled. "Without Big Bro, surgery always feels less efficient than having you here. With your assistance, I feel like I can speed up so much." Ling Ran thought, Lu Wenbin has also improved. With that, for future patients, Ling Ran then remembered the uncle with HIV. Lu Wenbin looked at Ling Ran. "Big Bro, are you spacing out during surgery sometimes now? This is so rare, huh, Big Bro? Why is that?" After the surgery concluded, Ling Ran was still thinking about how modern medicine had advanced enough to prolong the lifespan of S patients, but the immune deficiency caused by HIV would forever be a ticking bomb, and surgeons had no way to deal with this bomb. Suddenly, the beautiful Tianqi arrived. "Dr. Ling, was the surgery successful?" Ling Ran replied, "Everything's fine. I just got back to Yunhua. Are you hungry? Want to grab a bite with me?" Ling Ran agreed. "Doctor Ling, you're not quite yourself today." Then she took Ling Ran's hand and they walked together. "I'll take you somewhere else to eat," Tianqi said. I have ready-made food in my car." She tossed the keys to her bodyguard. Drive Ling's car up now, please." Ling Ran looked at the enormous car and exclaimed, "So modern." Tianqi smiled. "Come on, let's eat and enjoy the scenery." The car also drove to Dr. Ling's area. The view of Wailing Mountain at this moment was truly spectacular. "Oh right, what do you want to eat?" Ling Ran replied. "Anything's fine." "All right then." Tianqi immediately opened the cooler. Luo Qiqing, Oh no, I was in such a rush to meet Dr. Ling, after getting off the plane that I forgot to buy some high-end dishes." Tianqi then thought to herself, "It's over, my love, there's nothing left." Ling Ran chuckled. "Shall we eat this then?" Tianqi said, touched. "Dr. Ling, you're too kind." They took out the food and ate. Tianqi asked, "Dr. Ling, why were you so unhappy at the hospital?" Ling Ran said, "I've always tried my best to treat patients and save lives, but I just realized that there are some patients who can't be cured." Tianqi immediately said, "Don't think like that, Dr. Ling. Let me tell you a story from my childhood. When I was little, I wanted to raise a deer, but my dad said deer were too dangerous, so he gave me a little horse instead. Not long after, the little horse had an accident, and my dad buried it in the mountain crevice on our family's ranch. I was very sad and bored. Then I went back to the mountain crevice, and in front of the horse's grave I saw a little deer, and unexpectedly, it became my friend." Regardless of whether it was the little horse's next life or not, at that moment I really felt relieved, Tianqi said seriously. Even the best veterinarian and zoologist couldn't save the little horse. Just like my dad said, human power has its limits, Ling Ran thought. Human power has its limits. Yeah, right, human power has its limits. As long as I've tried my best and done what I can do well, that's enough. Ling Ran ruffled Tianqi's hair. She couldn't believe it. Could this be considered a major victory for today? The next day, Ling Ran said, "Doctor, Zhu said, there's an appendicitis patient coming in today. Isn't that what you always wanted to do, go do an appendectomy?" Ling Ran listened to how the emergence of appendectomy marked the birth of modern surgical science. In fact, appendectomy has almost become a symbol and belief of surgeons. "Doctor," Zhu said, "the patients are a young couple, both with appendicitis, and both need surgery." Then, the guy said, "Honey, you go first." The girl said, "No, you have to go first." Then they both started talking nonsense. The guy said again, "I'm in pain, and so are you, doctor," Zhuo helplessly asked. "What are they doing?" the nurse said. "They're discussing who goes first and who goes after." Wang Jia said, "We have 2 operating rooms," Ling Ran asked, like Dr. Zhuo, whose condition is more serious. "Probably the girl. She's more tolerant of pain, but she needs a CT scan of her appendix. Theoretically, conservative treatment could be applied to the guy." Ling Ran said, "To ensure safety, let's each take one case and perform them simultaneously," Dr. Zhao helplessly said. They requested the same surgeon and the same suture doctor to have identical couple scars. Ling Ran laughed and said, "I get it. Then let me operate on them. I guarantee the scars will be exactly the same." Afterwards, the team went to the operating room,
And Ling Ran said, "First, a normal epidural anesthesia, and the surgery on the female patient, Mai Xiaoqing, begins." The scalpel was handed over, and Ling Ran directly made an incision. Dr. Xiao wondered. This kid has always been known for his quick hands. Why is he so slow today? Ling Ran thought. Abdominal surgery isn't just about making a quick, clean cut with a sharp scalpel. Making incisions layer by layer now will make suturing easier later. But Dr. Zhao thought, Ling Ran's movements are very smooth and the rhythm is good, but the speed is slow. Overall, such surgery doesn't have any advantages. Now comes the difficult part of appendectomy. Finding the appendix with a small incision. If you're lucky, it's fine, but for inexperienced doctors, searching for half an hour is normal. Many young doctors spend 2 or 3 hours searching the first time, Ling Ran calmly said. Gauze. Dr. Zihao was shocked. You found it in just 1 second. This kid was just saying this type of surgery doesn't have advantages. Turns out the biggest advantage is here. Ling Ran continued. Clamps, suture, grab, remove the appendix. I'll use the inverting suture technique to close the wound, and then I'll hand the rest over to Dr. Zhu. I'm gonna do the other guy's surgery, Dr. Zhu reminded. Couple scars, remember? Ling Ran gestured. Okay. After the surgery, the couple held up a mirror to examine their scars. They look so alike, I even measured them, they're identical. Then they asked the doctor, inside our stomachs, are the places where you cut the appendix also cut the same way? Ling Ran said innocently. Yep, don't worry, I guarantee they're absolutely identical. The girl said. This is proof of our love, the guy said. That's right, baby, you can believe in our love forever. I can't stand this cheesy couple, Dr. Zihu was utterly helpless. This surgery filled the whole ward with the stench of love. Ling Ran said. The incisions have been checked. Please take care of the rest. Dr. Zhao wondered. Hey, where are you going? Ling Ran said. I'm going to the operating room to perform endoscopic lateral suture and joint repair. Of course I'm going to do surgery. The nurse hurriedly called. Director Huo. Doctor, Ling is pulling another all-nighter. He's critically low on yang energy. Director Huo Kongjun had already seen this coming, so he told the decor company to work overtime and get it done ASAP. The nurse gasped. New wards, new beds. We're totally set this time, Ling Ran chimed in, equally stoked. This entire floor is our team's patient zone now, so if we get even more patients, I wonder if the chief will just give us another whole floor. Just then, Zhuo Sidian yelled, Dr. Ling, someone's here with a commendation flag. Shu Yongchang is discharged today, and he wants to thank you. The old man beamed. Dr. Ling, I seriously appreciate you. The flag read, superb medical skills, noble professional ethics. The photographer clicked away non-stop, and the story of Ling Ran saving the patient spread like wildfire across all major hospitals in Changxi. Soon after, everyone was gushing. Dr. Ling Ran can do things no one else can. He's seriously too awesome. We totally need to learn from Dr. Ling. So these doctors flocked to Yunhua Hospital's emergency department, going, OMG, so that's how you do it. I get it now, I get it. Dr. Ling totally lives up to his legendary name. Lu Wenbin quickly shushed them. Shh. This is an operating room, keep your voices down. Then, Tian Ren showed up. Lu Wenbin asked, What are you doing here? I want to talk to Dr. Ling about infection control. But he's seriously never in his office, so I had to come wait here. Lu Wenbin was puzzled. Didn't we already hash out infection control stuff before? Tian Ren replied. Your team just got a bunch of new wards, so I wanted to check with Dr. Ling if any adjustments are needed, Lu Wenbin scoffed. The boss hasn't said squat, so why would we even need to change anything? Those disinfection robots, which Dr. Ling absolutely required, aren't cheap. With so many new wards, if you really want to save, you can't save much by just using sodium hypochlorite generators and other disinfectants. Tian Ren sighed. The word, saving, isn't even in the infection control department's vocabulary. And honestly, our department's very existence is less about cutting costs and more about safeguarding against problems that involve huge expenses. We absolutely cannot afford even the slightest mistake, Lu Wenbin said. Just stick to the old standards. The boss is super serious about infection control, so just do your job well and you'll be golden, Tian Ren retorted. A doctor carrying 2 bottles of hand sanitizer on them? Seriously, I've only ever seen Dr. Ling do that, but I still need Dr. Ling to confirm it. Then, there's a patient on the bed who's gone nuts, Tian Ren asked. Astonished. A white guy. An American, Tian Ren pressed, utterly disbelieving. Americans actually come to our Yunhua hospital, Lu Wenbin stated. If they want the boss to cure them, then obviously our Yunhua is the only place to go. Inside the OR, Ling Ran said, The rest is yours. I'm off to OR number 2. WH-WH. Whoa. Everyone who just watched the surgery was buzzing. He totally avoided all the blood vessels. That's insane.
Is this that Zhuling method tendon suture surgery? Dr. Ling's about to switch rooms, let's go. Tian Ren asked. Does Dr. Ling just do surgeries non-stop? Lu Wenbin proudly declared. There are still tons of people waiting for the boss's surgery. How long exactly do you plan on watching? Tian Ren, feeling a bit intimidated, said. Alright then, I'll just wait for Dr. Ling to finish work. Lu Wenbin snorted. Wait for him to finish work? What time is it even? He won't be done until past midnight. You sure you want to wait that long? Ugh, fine. I'll just come back tomorrow. Tomorrow? You'll have even less luck catching him then. Hospital number 3 called him in to help with a surgery over there. Tian Ren gazed into the operating room. Dr. Ling is honestly the busiest doctor I've ever seen. The next morning, Chief Huo stated, Ling Ran, take this. Ling Ran glanced at the drug name, Lamvuin. Chief, this is Lamvuin, a medication that suppresses stress activity. Chief Huo then whispered, Hospital, no, 3 is an infectious disease hospital, remember? And they haven't even confirmed if this patient has S this time. Better safe than sorry, right? If you feel even slightly off, take the medicine, don't worry about the side effects. Alright everyone, gather. Round for a photo. Yunhua Emergency Center is leading the charge in supporting Yunhua People's Hospital. No, 3. We gotta make a big statement for our emergency center. Everyone hopped into the cars and drove off to Yunhua People's Hospital. No, 3. Ling Ran stepped out of the car first, and an old man immediately exclaimed, Dr. Ling, you're here. This is amazing. We've got so many patients suffering from knee joint pain for years, and now, finally, someone can save them, Ling Ran straight up said. I can only do meniscus reconstruction surgeries, the old man then chuckled. Alright, asking you to solve everything isn't realistic, I guess. Amidst the hospital bustle, as patients watched Ling Ran arrive, an old lady started to approach him. Everyone watched. Suspicious, the old lady chuckled. He, the old man quickly blurted. Quick, protect Dr. Ling. Ling Ran, though, remained totally chill. Don't overreact, it's fine. The old lady quietly shuffled away. The old man bellowed. Whose patient was that? What was she even doing? Get her doctor in charge over here now. Ling Ran was already thinking. Some infectious diseases really can cause psychiatric issues, the old doctor said. My apologies, hope I didn't scare. Dr. Ling, Ling Ran replied. I'm fine. So do we check the patients first, or the operating room? Ling Ran said. I'll be responsible for examining the patients. The others will be responsible for checking the operating room. Dr. Yu shouted. Huang Maoshi, go check out the OR. Huang Maoshi waved his hand. If you want to check the instruments and equipment to see if everything's complete and in the right spot, you'll need Dr. Zuo's sharp eye. Dr. Yun, relax. Just leave it to me. The old doctor saw them deliberately bringing in outsiders to inspect the hospital's equipment. Isn't that a bit much? The old doctor said. Dr. Ling, our hospital also performs external surgeries, and all protective measures for doctors are in place. Seriously, if there's even cross-infection between patients, we'd be totally screwed. Ling Ran didn't know how to respond. The old doctor smirked. Can't answer, huh? Ha. Zuo Sidian, standing behind him, looked at the old doctor and thought, this old geezer's words are really annoying. This is Dr. Ling's first time leading an expedition. If his morale takes a hit, it's easy for others to manipulate him and lead to mistakes later. He approached the two of them. You guys have your standards, we have ours. If Hospital 3 was perfect, why would you even need to invite us here? The old doctor retorted. Our standards here in Yunhua are pretty well known too, Dr. Zuo shot back. Oh really? Let's compare your hospital's flying knife surgery standards to Dr. Ling's, shall we? I don't see any basis for what you just said. Other hospitals invite Dr. Ling for surgeries. Each case costs 5,000 to 10,000 yuan, and it's never just one case. Plus round-trip airfare, his daily income is at least 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. Dr. Ling chose to come to an infectious disease hospital to assist. If he doesn't even have the right to check the equipment before surgery, then there's really nothing more to say. Ling Ran asked, Dr. Zuo, why are you saying all this? Dr. Ling isn't someone who just wings it. We need to establish the rules before we do anything. The old doctor, feeling embarrassed, said, I get it. Dr. Ling is truly a rare find, Dr. Zuo. Without holding back, added, even Director Huo didn't want to come to this hospital for treatment, but our Dr. Ling did. Ling Ran had absolutely no interest in this verbal sparring match, so he prepared to head to the examination room. I want as many comprehensive images as possible, the old doctor helplessly said. Yes, Dr. Ling, just tell us your specific arrangements. Ling Ran and Zuo Sidian meticulously read the scans. Ling Ran activated his master-level MRI technique, then immediately said, have these two get an MRI first. The symptoms of these 3 aren't suitable for arthroscopic meniscoplasty. The old doctor looked over. Even with all the rules, an expert is an expert. The treatment plan was determined so quickly. The upcoming surgeries are really something to look forward to. At the same time, at the Yunhua Emergency Center, Director Huo said, "A patient with a flexor tendon injury just arrived. Ling Ran is assisting at Hospital No. 3 and can't come back, so he suggested Lu Wenbin perform the surgery." Lu Wenbin was stunned, as if struck by lightning. "Director, I'm doing it alone," Ling Ran said. "You've already observed 300K Sheng-style suturing surgeries. Instead of a regular suture, why not just let you do it?" Lu Wenbin, immediately filled with confidence. "Yes, I'll do it." Meanwhile, in the other operating room, Dr. Zuo's goal for today was 30 minutes per case, trying his best to clear out all the old patients accumulated at Hospital No. 3 over 23 years. Dr. Zuo Sidian thought, "An average speed of 30 minutes per case is quite challenging, but as this is Dr. Ling's first time leading a team to another hospital, even with many challenges, we must complete it." Over here, Lu Wenbin was very tense. "The boss isn't here, can I really do well?" The doctor next to him said, "Old Lu, the debridement is ready." Then, Lu Wenbin immediately regained his confidence. "Exactly. The boss isn't here, so I have to do even better." On this side, Ling Ran said, "The surgery begins." On the other side, Lu Wenbin also began his surgery. Ling Ran seriously performed the surgery. Dr. Zuo looked at Ling Ran. Dr. Ling is currently fighting with all his might, in excellent condition. "The first case took less than 30 minutes, Ling Ran said. "Surgery complete. Next case, let's go." And then the next, Dr. Yu felt. "Why does it feel a bit difficult to cooperate with Dr. Ling today?" Ling Ran, meanwhile, thought, "There's a huge backlog of patients at Hospital No. 3. A conservative estimate means we need to do 11 cases per day. For the next few days, I need to speed up even more." Lu Wenbin said during surgery, "Pep hook, glasses, forceps." The assistant next to him thought, "Every instruction Lu Wenbin gives is just like Dr. Ling's. These two are really alike." The surgery continued, from merely holding retractors for the boss at the start, to being taught by the boss, and now becoming a pillar and the core of the treatment team. Lu Wenbin recalled Ling Ran's words. The transverse suturing method, also known as the multi-tendon group suturing method, literally uses 3 sets of nylon threads to suture tendons. Suturing this way, the strength far surpasses the Keisho method and the double suture method, and it won't damage the blood circulation on the posterior side of the tendon. Big Bro's key teachings, the ladder suturing method, it's both a method and a technique, specifically for the flexor tendon of the hand's second metacarpal region, super niche, only covers 1/5 of the hand, but the results are ridiculously good, so yeah, super hard too. Before picking up the needle, everything flashed clearly in Lu Wenbin's mind, all those thoughts rushing back. He continued the technique, just as Big Bro always reminded him. Avoid blood vessels and nerve bundles, connect the vessels, pull. Finally, it was complete. Damn, I actually finished the ladder method all by myself. So tired. If I don't get at least 3 or 5 pig trotters, I'm never gonna recover. The interns were snickering. Ma Yanlin was also stunned. Damn, old Lu's gotten this good. Ma Yanlin, my progress is totally slacking. Suddenly, a new achievement pop-up appeared, Ling Ran thought. Lu Wenbin just flawlessly pulled off the ladder suturing method. System, perform CPR. This is the most crucial technique in modern emergency medicine. Back in the day, anyone who could bring someone back from respiratory or cardiac arrest with CPR would have been hailed as a miracle doctor. This is seriously an ultimate life-saving technique. Ling Ran was itching to get back to the emergency center ASAP. Next up was Ling Ran's surgery, and the pace suddenly skyrocketed. Dr. Zuo was shocked. I can barely keep up with Dr. Ling anymore. 4 days later, Dr. Ling had already cured 45 patients in just a few days, meaning he eased the suffering of 45 families, the uncle said. On behalf of all the patients and their families, I want to thank you. Emergency medicine is usually super tough, but Dr. Ling completely changed my perception. His arthroscopic surgery is now practically a signature technique of our Yunhua, Director Hong added. All 4 surgeries went without a hitch. If I didn't know Dr. Ling was an emergency physician from Yunhua, I would have sworn you were a seasoned infectious disease specialist. The 3 of them burst out laughing. Afterward, Ling Ran got into his car to head back. The uncle called out, Dr. Ling, hold on a bit. We'll gather some more cases. Once we have enough, we'll invite you back. Suddenly, 2 family members rushed over, asking, Where's Dr. Ling? The uncle pointed into the distance. He just left in that car, see? That one? One person yelled at the other. See, I told you to hurry, but no, you wouldn't listen. Now it's too late, we can't give him the gift anymore. No, fine. Let's just find a courier company to send it to Dr. Ling. The courier arrived. I'm here downstairs. Who needs to send something? The guy said. I already called. I told you there was a ton of stuff to send, so why'd you come alone? The courier confidently puffed out his chest. Doesn't matter how much there is, I can handle it all.
No way you can carry it. I told you, you can't carry it. It's a mountain of stuff. Gifts from 45 patients. When we moved it, I swear it was like 2 tons. The courier freaked out.
Oh my god, I'll call a truck for you guys right now. A moment later, the courier truck, fully loaded, drove off. One staff member muttered, 2 tons of gifts, seriously. What do you even give 2 tons of? Doctors just want money. Must have run into a ghost. On the other side, Ling Ran suddenly sneezed.
Director Huo,
look at all this courier stuff for you. This guy let you go to show off, sure, but isn't coming back like this a bit overboard? Then Lu Wenbin said,
Big bro. Only Big Bro could be this famous everywhere he goes, Wang Jia asked. Is Dr. Ling like this in Shanghai too? Director Huo looked at Ling Ran, now filled with immense admiration. You're way beyond intern level now, Ling Ran. Go take your physician's certification exam. Less surgeries lately, so use this time to hit the books for me. Got it. Ling Ran was also taking his physician's certification exam today. It'd be hilarious if he actually failed that exam. He's been here since early morning, doing surgeries nonstop. Taking a test with a tired brain, he's totally gonna flunk. Did he just give up? The car's about to leave, and he's still not here? Another doctor scoffed. Funny, really. Do you guys seriously think Ling Ran needs you to worry about him? That one line totally stunned both of them. He continued. Ling Ran already finished his designated B surgeries. Director Huo was worried he wouldn't make it in time, so he sent a private car to pick him up. Look over there, a private car pickup. What kind of VIP treatment is this? If you guys were as capable as him, you'd get the same perks too. Ling Ran, Provincial Hospital, number 46, right? A nurse called out. Number 46. Where's number 46? Ling Ran held up his number 46 and said, That's me. Your exam room is this way. Here you go, head on in. Ling Ran arrived at the exam room. Director Kong recognized him. Isn't this Dr. Ling, the flying dagger surgeon? What's he doing here? Is this for real? Ling Ran said. Hello, Director Kong, let's get started. Director Kong thought, Dr. Ling just loves playing these exam games, huh? Fine, let's play. Then he said, Dr. Ling, our practical skills exam has 3 parts. First, patient history collection. Second, technical procedures. And third, multimedia, which is basically interpreting scans. Only the patient history part is a written exam. You want to fill it out yourself, or should I just do it for you? The other 2 examiners were also dumbfounded, Ling Ran said. Director Kong, exams should be like exams. Let's do things according to the normal procedure. Director Kong said. You want to play for real? Really? Okay. Taking medical history is like this. Female, 54 years old, severe recurrence of right knee pain, working for 3 years. Xu Feng didn't hesitate and wrote the answer directly. Done. The 3 people looked at the answer. Xu Feng wrote, Perfect, no problem, Director Kong continued. Next is the second part, technical operation. How about we choose a tracheotomy? Xu Feng directly took action. This speed made people feel like they were watching a sci-fi movie. He finished in no time. Director Kong admired greatly. Even if you're just messing around, I can't find fault with it. The last part is reading x-rays. While Xu Feng was reading the x-rays, the 3 of them listened and took notes. The examiner said awkwardly, He reads too. Well, I naturally ended up taking notes. My apologies, Director Kong said. Alright, the practical skills exam is over, Dr. Ling. Take your time. I'll come visit you in 2 days after I'm done being an examiner. The female examiner said, Old Kong, why is a specialist like him taking this exam? Director Kong said helplessly. Why are you asking me? How would I know? No point arguing. Ling Ran passed the exam smoothly. Surprise! A mountain of pork trotters, everyone, congratulations. Congratulations to Dr. Ling for passing the medical license exam, Director Huo said. Here's a gift you'll like. This is a list of patients who need arthroscopic surgery in the counties and districts of the city. I've transferred them all to our emergency center. Xu Feng looked at the stack of lists happily. Director, you understand me the most? Ha ha ha, Dr. Ling is here. And behind him, a bunch of patients are lining up to wait. The nurse said, Dr. Ling is using an appointment system. Awesome. That's right, everyone is also squeezing at the door. Don't push, bro. Dr. Ling, here's my medical record. Dr. Ling, I was here first. There are still a group of people asking the nurse. Nurse, where is Dr. Ling's office? The nurse said fearfully. Upstairs. Turn left over there. After the patients left, one nurse said, Thankfully, those kinds of situations didn't happen. We saved a lot of work. She said, Dr. Ling must care about me. That's why he chose the appointment method. Wang Jia shyly started daydreaming again. Really, hee. This, who knows, maybe it's true. Aren't you ashamed, Wang Jia? Get back to the surgery. In the operating room,
Xu Feng would do 2 or 3 surgeries, and then go back to the office to check on patients and make appointments. Therefore, the work was divided relatively more among them, so everyone could grow.
Time flew by quickly. Tianqi thought it had been a long time since she had seen Dr. Ling. Today, she had already come up with a strategy, and she was definitely going to double her goal.
First play this, then go eat that.
The door of the room was opened. Xu Feng said,
Tianqi, you again. Tianqi looked at him adoringly and said, I'm not sick today, I'm not going out for food, and I'm not driving. I'm just here to wait for you to get off work. This is the hottest store recently. Dr. Ling, look inside. Suddenly there was a cry.
Dr. Ling Ran. Ling Ran looked over, breathing too fast. The patient was lying on the hospital bed.
Tianqi continued, do you know what the best thing to eat in this store is?
Xu Feng didn't hear her at all. He thought of the patient's soft and weak limbs, which was quite serious.
I have to go see. Tianqi was stunned. Dr. Ling is leaving again. Dating is so hard.
Xu Feng hurriedly asked. What's wrong with the patient? The nurse said. Patient Kai is having abdominal pain. After lunch there was continuous dull pain, vomiting once with gastric juice, with a history of chronic gastritis.
Xu Feng asked again. When was the last time she had stomach pain? Xu Feng put the stethoscope on the patient's chest. The old woman replied uncomfortably, I haven't taken stomach medicine in several years. I feel like I'm sick. Ling Ran hurriedly said, Quick, ECG. Call the cardiology department for a consult. Then, apply the electrodes and put on the blood pressure cuff. The nurse beside him panicked. The patient is in shock. Atrial flutter. Doctor, Ling, what should we do? Ling Ran said seriously, asynchronous defibrillation. 1 joule isn't gonna cut it. Then, he applied the conductive gel, selected asynchronous shock, and finished charging. Everyone, stand back, he ordered. Chest compressions. Open the airway, intubate, connect the ventilator. This is double cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Chest compressions are to keep the heart pumping blood, and artificial respiration is to keep supplying oxygen. In theory, CPR can provide 30% of the normal supply, but 30% is the bare minimum. Any lower and the resuscitation is risky, so we have to maintain high-quality CPR. Ling Ran added, Not good. The patient still isn't responding. We need to prepare for ultra-long CPR and use advanced cardiac life support to kickstart it.
Tianqi looked at Ling Ran.
A doctor, Ling, who is so focused, concentrated, calm, and composed, even though I was a little upset that he ditched me earlier. Seeing a doctor, Ling like this, makes it worth it, right? Ling Ran's ultra-long CPR continued. The nurse said. So much time has passed again. A doctor next to him said, Could it be acute myocardial infarction? Not necessarily acute posterior myocardial infarction. The patient's family said, Doctor, don't scare me.
Tianqi also tensed up.
Seeing that the situation didn't look good, Ling Ran said. Then it seems like we should consider transferring the patient for interventional treatment. Doctor, Ling, let's transfer the patient. Ling Ran still didn't give up. Give me a little more time.
He continued chest compressions. Also giving the patient a little more time, Tianqi was incredibly nervous beside him.
Another doctor beside him also said, Does such persistence really work?
Suddenly, the ECG monitor moved, and the nurse excitedly shouted,
There's a heartbeat. The doctor couldn't believe it. There's actually respiration. The cardiologist was also astonished. Unbelievable. Tianqi ran over and said, Dr. Ling, you're amazing. Ling Ran looked like he couldn't stand. Tianqi also asked, Dr. Ling, why are you sitting on the ground? Ling Ran was out of breath. I'm exhausted. But the feeling of saving someone's life can overcome all the exhaustion. In the middle of the night, in the duty room, Ling Ran was lying on the bed. Why am I here? The doctor said. Doctor? Ling, after you finished the ultra-long CPR and talked to Tianqi, you fell asleep, so I carried you here. Miss Tianqi watched you for a long time and just left. This is a late-night snack she left for you. She told you to eat it when you wake up, Ling Ran recalled. I didn't expect ultra-long CPR to be so tiring. Maybe it's because the time pressure and mental stress are too great.
There's no problem with the perfect CPR in the early stages, but in the later stages, could something have been overlooked due to physical strength? To prevent any accidents, I should probably use the stamina pill earlier next time in case of an emergency.
The loudspeaker suddenly broadcast. All staff on duty, all staff on duty, please pay attention, please go to the emergency room lobby immediately, all staff on duty, please pay attention. Dr. Zhu came over and said, a building just collapsed. With more than 50 construction workers involved, Ling Ran, hurry, head over to the emergency room. Ling Ran ran straight to the emergency room, setting aside the late-night snack. Dr. Zhu Hao continued to emphasize. The final number of people is unknown. According to rumors, The building collapse has spread across the entire site, so the total number of people may change drastically. The first batch has 12 injured, including 4 minor injuries and 8 serious injuries. Everyone, put on surgical gowns, gloves, and protective gear now. If we burn out, there's no time to wait. When is the director coming? Ling Ran asked. Dr. Zhu said. Don't rely on others at this time. We can only rely on us right now. Ling Ran replied. Got it. This is the biggest emergency the emergency center has encountered since its establishment. To avoid situations like what happened during the day, all the recent yang boosting systems are pooled. Open them all. All kinds of skills were opened. A professional book? It's been a long time since I opened such a low-level book, but overall the 5 skills are okay, so it should be enough, the nurse hurriedly said. Head injury from flying debris. The patient is still conscious. You take him in the emergency room. Another one fell from a crane, with multiple injuries and shock, Ling Ran thought. The externally injured ones are like this. Those injured inside, I fear their conditions are even more serious, the nurse continued. Fractured arm, crushed finger, multiple injuries all over the body. To the treatment room. Dr. Ling Ran, pulled the gurney and rushed straight to the treatment room. Ling Ran looked at the patient and realized he wasn't as severely injured as he thought. Closely monitor the patient's condition. If nothing abnormal is found, transfer him to the risk-cast room outside. Inside the treatment room, Dr. Zhu said. Anyone free? Patient with a ruptured spleen. Ling Ran said. Dr. Zhao, I'll do it. Dr. Zhao smiled and said, Okay, sure. You stop the bleeding manually first, and I'll arrange for someone to perform a splenectomy, Ling Ran said seriously. I can do the splenectomy. Dr. Zhao was also surprised and said, When did this kid learn to do this stuff? Next, the patient was taken to the emergency room. Ling Ran looked at the patient. We have to seize every second. The wound is still bleeding. Dr. Zhao suddenly shouted. Slow down, Ling Ran said. Dr. Zhao, the situation is different today, Ling Ran. You stop the bleeding manually first. If you want to do the surgery later, go to the operating room as an assistant. Yes, Ling Ran didn't say much. And immediately stop the bleeding manually. He put his hand into the wound and stopped the bleeding. Right away, Dr. Zhuao watched Ling Ran's operation. Trisk, seeing this kid do it no matter how many times, it's still amazing. Go to the operating room and prepare first. I'll be there soon, Ling Ran asked. Are you the main surgeon for this operation, Dr. Zhu? Dr. Zhao said. There's really no one else, and I'm not very good at it either. I've only done a few dozen cases anyway. A grade 3 injury can only be removed. Keep looking at the wound, Ling Ran said. The wound has severed a part of the splenic artery, so the spleen can't be saved anymore. Ling Ran changed his clothes, and Dr. Zhao replied, Your anatomy is pretty good. No wonder you're so good at stopping the bleeding manually. Enough talk, let's start. Ling Ran thought seriously. Even as an assistant, I have to do my best. Activate the total splenectomy technique. Dr. Zhao looked at Ling Ran and said, The assistant's job of separating tissues is to fully expose the vascular gyro sheath, Dr. Zhu said. Ligate the blood vessels. At this time, Ling Ran had to dissect the blood vessels first, separating the blood vessels out. Dr. Zhao was also doubtful. Why is my skill so unbelievably smooth today? Could it be that it's not years of accumulation, but an explosion under the pressure of a major incident like today? Ling Ran asked. Dr. Zhao, what's wrong? Nothing. I just think we can be a little faster. Ling Ran looked at Dr. Zhu. Although he's only done a few dozen such surgeries, the level that Dr. Zhao is showing is, at least at a professional level, Dr. Zhao seems frivolous, but he's actually very talented. If that's the case, then it's just what I wanted. 30 minutes later, the surgery ended, and Ling Ran also breathed a sigh of relief. Dr. Zhu checked and said, There's no problem. I'll go back to the emergency room first. Ling Ran, you finished your task a little too early. Ling Ran finished the final procedure, and the drainage ended. Nurse, take the patient to the recovery room. Let's continue seeing patients. In front of the clinic door, inside the emergency room, there were more and more patients. The injuries were becoming more and more complicated, and ambulances were constantly arriving. The nurse said, Patient with a ruptured intestine, which doctor is in charge? Dr. Yu rushed over. Quan Fei, assist me. Quan Fei, do you remember the anatomical position of the small intestine, colon, and rectum? Dr. Yu asked. Quan Fei said, I know a little, Dr. Yu continued. The first thing to do when entering the operating room is to remove all the feces from the patient's abdomen. Quan Fei was stunned. Dr. Yu explained, Do you know why general surgery is called sanitation workers? Let's take the patient to the contaminated operating room first. Yes, I understand. The old man cried out in pain. Doctor, I'm not feeling well. I'm dying. I'm so uncomfortable. My chest is so tight. Lu Wenbin asked, How does your chest feel? Is your heart rate stable? How about I take you for an electrocardiogram first? Ling Ran looked towards him. Lu Wenbin is pretty good, the nurse said anxiously.
Heart stopped beating for n minutes, the whole body is cyanotic, pupils are dilated, the aortic pulse is gone, unable to breathe on his own. Ling Ran turned to look at the patient.
The heart stopped beating for 5 minutes. The whole body is cyanotic, which proves that the whole body is lacking oxygen. The pupils are dilated. If we add a lost light reflex, that's one of the signs of brain death. This patient is in really critical condition right now. Ling Ran was thinking the same thing. Shock him? The nurse scrambled for the defibrillator, slapped on the finger thingy, and juiced it up. Ling Ran, step aside, the nurse yelled. No response. Ling Ran deadpanned. A defibrillator ain't a magic wand. Then, he just hops right onto the bed and shouts, perfect, CPR, activate. At the same time, he's like, IV, push 1 milligram of adrenaline, STAT. The nurse jams it right in, still nada from the old dude. Ling Ran staring at the patient, still no response. Just adrenaline ain't gonna cut it, he barks. 1 milligram of atropine, 50 milligrams of lidocaine. Get an airway in. Dr. Zhu rolls in. I got the airway. He goes straight for a tracheotomy. That kind of trash is gonna make recovery a beat. And healing's gonna take forever, but that's only if the dude lives to see it. Top tier CPR is the key to bringing him back. Let's go again. 1, 2, 3. Tiger, my tiger. The nurse is all, lady, you're just stressing. The doctor out. Not helping anyone. Keep going. 1, 2, 3.
Ling Ran is straight up ignoring the peanut gallery, jamming in adrenaline, atropine, and lidocaine every 5. The patient's still ghosting us. Keep going. 1, 2. The nurse is like, Dr. Ling, wanna tag out?
You've been at it for 25 minutes, Ling Ran thinks. Perfect CPR is this dude's only shot. To get the same juice, we'd need like 3 other docs, but everyone's swamped. Ain't nobody free. Ling Ran rips off his goggles and sighs. I know what everyone's thinking. After 20 minutes, you can just tap out. Back in the day, like 10 years ago, most hospitals everywhere would have yeeted this CPR after 20 minutes. I mean, even now, those Yanks barely ever do long CPR, but it's the only way to drag him back from death's door. Even if the odds are 1%, I'm this dude's only hope right now. Ain't no way I'm bailing. Let's go again. 1, 2. Oh dang, Director Huo's here. Ling Ran. I heard you've been doing CPR for almost an hour, Ling Ran says. The patient's only 32. No health problems in his history. I reckon keeping up the CPR gives him the best odds, Director Huo says. All right, you do you. Got it.
Lu Wenbin stares at Ling Ran, and his face looks like before he face-planted last time.
Ling Ran's soaked. Lu Wenbin's like, Chief, let me help. Ling Ran's trying to speak. Lu Wenbin, get ready to, NOU, get ready to shock him. Yeah, defib. Ling Ran is still doing CPR 1, 2, 3. Beep. The EKG's responding. The family's crying and saying, That's a beep. The EKG's actually doing something. The nurse is stunned. Spontaneous heartbeat. Director Huo's looking at the EKG. QRS is a little wide. Ling Ran is totally spent. And he says, go for the aorta. Ling Ran's hands are shaking like crazy. The nurse says, real weak. Ling Ran keeps going. More lidocaine and adrenaline. And 15 milligrams of dexamethasone. After the shot, the nurse yells.
Heart rate's at 130. Spontaneous heartbeat. Blood pressure 120/70. Ling Ran has tapped out.
Director Huo's sweating bullets. Ling Ran, what's the sitch now? Ling Ran's panting like a dog, heartbeat's solid. The family's flipping out. He's saved, Ling Ran says. Not calling it yet? Gotta pump in the plasma, slap on ice packs, and fix the bicarb. Ling Ran's flat out exhausted. The nurse is quick on the draw, getting the plasma, ice packs, and bicarb, Director Huo says. There's a tiny light reflex. Get Ling Ran some glucose. Nurse Wang hands Dr. Ling a bottle of glucose. Ling Ran realizes he forgot his power-up potion again. Better late than never. Maximum recovery. He's back in the game in no time. The nurse's jaw drops. Whoa!
Dr. Ling bounces back quick with that glucose. Then, she stares blankly and says, wait, does glucose work better on Dr. Ling or something? Director Hugo says.
Ling Ran, take a break. The patient's gonna ICU, get neuro to check him out. Director Huo is still tripping out. He was already on death's door. And that kid Ling Ran just pulled off a miracle. 3 a.m. Ling Ran's been grinding all night and the family's fried too. Ling Ran says, I'm good to go after that rest, Dr. Zhao. You get some shut-eye, I'll keep watch. The phone starts blowing up again. The nurse shouted. 3 more ambulances incoming. 4 injured, severe trauma, 1 in shock. Both quickly said,
we'll each take 2 cases, Director Huo said. Bring the patients here. Each person handles 1 case, Ling Ran. You've been doing CPR for so long, no more surgery for you right now, Ling Ran said again. Our team can handle 1 patient together, Director Huao sternly said.
Everyone on your team, get to the lounge and rest up now.
Lu Wenbin sighed, complaining.
Can't get any sleep, Dr. Yu also said. Usually our team is the busiest. Getting special treatment today feels so weird, Ling Ran said. Well, if that's the case, let's practice some CPR. Lu Wenbin spit out his drink. He said, Boss, CPR is super tiring, Ling Ran continued. We'll work as a team, not practice alone. Lu Wenbin was shocked again. Whoa, when did you even get this model? How do you guys do chest compressions? Let me see you try. One person doing CPR is fine, but two people doing it is better. To improve patient survival rates, a highly skilled and well-trained team is essential. Ling Ran took the model and had Lu Wenbin try it first. Boss, check this out. 1, 2, 3. Old Zuo, we're all part of Ling Ran's team. Don't just stand there, Zuo Sidian said. Don't worry, how could I possibly escape? The three of them practiced together. 1, 2, 3, again. Half an hour passed. Lu Wenbin asked, Boss, how are the three of us doing with the practice? Ling Ran assessed. The compression depth must be maintained, and the time for switching people should be as short as possible, Dr. Zuo asked. Dr. Ling, next, if there's another patient needing CPR, will we take them? Ling Ran replied. The director hasn't given a similar order, but you guys should be ready to take on this task. I don't think the director will object. Dr. Yu couldn't sit still either. Yunhua Hospital currently has an emergency response team, but no specialized CPR team.
I think we can take on this aspect. International CPR guidelines also support establishing specialized CPR teams to shorten resuscitation time as much as possible,
Dr. Ling seriously said. A small CPR team is much more complex than a large one. We can seize the time to practice.
Using our spare time, a 4-person team is already enough, Dr. Kan said.
But we shouldn't mention our CPR team to outsiders for now. Once the resuscitation team's reputation spreads, not to mention other things, low-quality consumables and corresponding medicines will cause chaos among the drug distributors, Ling Ran replied. Although we can't say anything yet, but our mini CPR team must have strict requirements, the three people said in unison. That's obvious. Ding? New mission has arrived, Ling Ran thought. A hepatectomy, Dr. Zuo said. Dr. Ling has only just finished teaching us, and now his surgery addiction is flaring up again. Lu Wenbin and Yu Yuan exchanged mischievous glances. Don't worry, our boss will handle it just fine. The three of them snickered, finding excuses to sneak out of the lounge. Gotta go, real bad, still can't sleep, must be because I'm hungry. Ling Ran watched blankly. Lu Wenbin and Yu Yuan asked Dr. Zuo. Are there any patients with liver injuries? Dr. Zuo asked the nurse. Are there any patients with liver injuries? The nurse replied. There's one with right upper quadrant abdominal pain and intra-abdominal bleeding. I'm not sure if it's a liver injury. Dr. Zuo pleaded. Can you think of a way to arrange this patient for our team? The nurse was a bit awkward. Director Huo already said that all emergency cases can only be assigned to associate chief physicians or higher. The patient is critical, level 1. Very dangerous, so how can we add Dr. Ling to this list? Dr. Ling really wants to perform this surgery. The nurse said, Team assignments must be decided by the department director, but when the patient arrives, I can inform Dr. Ling. At that time, Dr. Ling can enter the operating room with his skill level. There's no reason he can't snag an assistant position. Dr. Zuo thought so. An ambulance arrived. Ling Ran received the nurse's notification and also hurried over. Director Huo said to Ling Ran, You came at just the right time, brief Ling Ran on the patient's situation.